show I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I think it's routinely appropriate to remind everybody, myself included, that one of the big reasons, if not the primary, or maybe even the only real reason that I make these videos at all, is because, honestly, I'm thinking towards the future. I know that there will be people in my shoes, let's say in 200 years, and if these videos are here permanently, they are discoverable, even if very difficult to find. Even if the signal and noise becomes so faint that it's nearly impossible to discern signal from noise. It's still there. You can still find it. Have the right key, and you can find it. So, to that point, make sure that you're putting keywords and stuff like that properly in your videos, because there will come a point in the very distant future where people are going to try to find this stuff, and there's literally quadrillions of videos out there, and it's going to be exceedingly difficult for them to find you. But the reason I make these is that eye towards the future. Whatever ends up happening with me in this life, I know that there are going to be people in a couple hundred years that are going to be looking back and thinking, or are going to be thinking, how exactly do I deal with this situation? I don't know. There's no precedent for it. Well, maybe there is. And it's just really hard to find it. And if you're in that very rare instance where there genuinely is no precedence for something, then you better make sure that you record it. There are going to be people that are going to need your wisdom, especially if you react properly to the situation. I really would love what I'm doing here to be, and this is a big thing. Remember what I said with quadrillions of videos out there in the near future, and it's going to be very difficult to discern X from Y, Y from Z, all that stuff. But one thing that will matter is if you have family and descendants and all that, they're going to have a vested interest in looking at what you specifically had to say, how you specifically lived your life. And you can be guaranteed that however many descendants you have, if you become some type of historical figure, at least in your lineage, that those many people are going to, at some point in their lives, want to look back on your life and see what you said and what you thought. The more information, valuable information that you have, the more signal in that noise that you produce, the more people are going to want to listen to you, not just your own personal family, even in those quadrillions of videos. I look at giant channels like Joe Rogan Experience, Timcast IRL, Osmongold, all those types of people, and they've literally got billions of people watching them at one point or another. I may only have my own family, my direct family, that consistently ends up watching what I make. If I have a huge family, I'm going to be affecting a lot of people. You're not living for yourself. It's not about you. We all pass on. Memento mori. What the emperors always had whispered into their ears by one of their lackeys, if you will. Flunkies is what David Graeber calls them, but it's a very important flunky, quote-unquote, to have. Memento mori. Remember you die. You remember that, and you will live your life as the Stoics did and do, with an eye towards that future. With an eye towards the duty and responsibility to provide the very best vector for other people that you possibly can. And I can tell you, the 2,000 years of history of Jesus and how he's made people better, made civilizations better, and him directly, his life, was the example of exactly what is perfect. Why would I ever say no to that? Why would anybody? Especially when there's abundant proof, evidence, that he really existed, and he really did what he said he did, and he really was resurrected. Why would anybody reject that? He was a man that just went around loving people, treating people well, healing people, and he had a standard. That is, my grace is sufficient, follow me and you'll get that grace. He has that legacy, and basically the whole of the world is his family. The whole of the world that decides to follow him. That he is their king. Their friend, their king, their savior. In that order. He'll be forever remembered. There's no reason not to. Using him as my exemplar, my example, it is incumbent upon me to as closely emulate that man as I possibly can. Don't ever expect that you'll achieve it, because it's perfection. You won't. But you get closer and closer to it. You get better and better. Just as the founding fathers of the United States, they had that same philosophy. You're never going to make a perfect government. You're never going to make a perfect civilization. You're never going to make a perfect education system, etc., etc. But you will progressively get better and better. Perfection is a goal, a target that you'll always strive for, knowing that you'll never attain. And that's okay. You don't have to attain it. You crest that hill, and suddenly Sisyphus doesn't know what he's going to do. It's like a dog that catches a car. He wouldn't know what to do with it. You're not supposed to catch perfection. But have progressive targets that get you there closer and closer and closer. And when you attain those targets, just accept that those aren't perfection. They are perfectly suited to the situation and the life that you've lived and the purpose you are trying to fulfill in that part of your life and the lives of others. But it is simply meant to give you an eye toward the future so that you can start building new stuff. I notice that so many, this always seems to happen. Always seems to happen, at least. And I know it's manufactured. I can see it, I can feel it. Let's just say a production company in Hollywood gets to their magnum opus in movie. Like, let's look at Avengers Endgame as an example of this. Avengers Endgame was spectacular. It was a fantastic pair of movies. One of my favorites. It was the magnum opus of that director, writer, Marvel Studios, all that. And then after that, they just sort of tried to destroy themselves. They're like, oh, we're done. Time to destroy everything. That's not the way it works. That is not the way it works. And yet routinely we see it happen. And I know it's manufactured. Same thing happened with Blizzard, Activision Blizzard, or Ubisoft with Assassin's Creed Shadows. They're trying to destroy themselves. It's like they got to their apex, and now they want to just destroy everything. Or like they see that as the next path, the way to get to the end of the game. Ironically, Avengers Endgame, right? No, that's not the way it works. It never has been. We are where the rubber meets the road. Get out of this suggestion loophole, or suggestion loop. It is a negative feedback loop that keeps you stuck, prevents you from progressing and making things better. Get out of it. It doesn't stop. You are living. You are alive. You are a creator. You are making the world around you. The double slit experiment proves this. I can tell you more about the double slit experiment later if you want me to. Just let me know, guys. You exist. You are a conscious co-creator of the universe around you. And I hope that in the future, if I do have direct descendants, children, pray to God I do. Pray to God I have a humongous amount of them. That they'll see this as well. That they'll go out and be those co-creators that they're supposed to be. And not just lay down and accept that the best has already occurred. That the United States, for example, peaked in the 90s, and then that's that. We're just going to destroy everything now because that's the only way to get to the rapture. That's a lie. That's a lie. We are alive right now. This is our existence. The future is what we make it. I'll tell you that right now, right here. God, Jesus, He's there. But He's given you the responsibility, the duty, to build the world that He has bequeathed to you. You don't just give up. That's retarded. And I mean that in multiple senses of the word. Not only does it slow progress, but it's like legitimately stupid. So that's why I make these videos. One of the reasons. There is also a certain subset of individuals that I want to connect with that will not talk to me directly, or very seldomly do. I'm thinking of one woman in particular. She knows who she is. Pretty sure she watches my videos on a fairly consistent basis. But know, sweetheart, that there's going to come a time, if you don't talk to me soon, where you're no longer going to even see my comments on YouTube. I'm going to be lost in the noise. You don't have much time. I'm trying to grow with you so that... See, the way YouTube does it is they'll actually notify you if you've been given a comment or a subscription by somebody who's in the vicinity of your size on YouTube. But your channel is exploding so quickly that there's going to come a point where you're no longer going to see me. So, of course, I want to give you the time to do what you need to do to get yourself confidence, to get yourself ready and prepared to be in my life and me be in yours. Just know that there's a time limit here. Not mine. YouTube's. YouTube has heated your channel. And I've been trying to advertise my channel. I'm actually putting money into it, and YouTube just blockaded me from doing it. There was an error in their AdSense program. And they think that I'm actually a company when in fact I'm an individual. But I can't keep up with you anymore. Even when I was advertising like that, I still wasn't keeping up with you. I was at least treading water, but you're going to outpace me. You're no longer going to see me. I'm trying my best. I'm going to be part of that noise. You need to talk to me. If you ask me out, which is what I want you to do, I don't want to ask you out, because I'm terrifying. I know that. I will say yes. I guarantee you 100%. You know who you are. I will say yes. And if you refer back to my Desperate Times video, also keep in mind, if I am still terrifying to you, which is definitely a possibility because I know you're intense, but I'm even more intense. You can divest me if you need to. I'm putting that out there as an option so that if you need to divest me, if you need to, you can, and I'll accept it. I hope that makes sense. But you gotta talk to me, sweetheart. You gotta ask me out. And I know you live probably a good 1,000 miles away from me, but that's a journey I'm willing to make. Or you can meet me halfway. Alright. So, like I said, eye towards the future. Be the signal in the noise, at least for your own lineage. Love you all, guys. Peace. Working smarter as opposed to working harder. Welcome to day 193 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Working smarter as opposed to working harder means, it necessitates, that you constantly tinker with your methodologies. This is especially poignant with people as they get older. When you're younger, you can fail a couple times, a couple really big times with some of your ventures, and dust yourself off, get back up, start again. But as you get older and older, and this is principally why the 30-year-olds to the 55-year-olds end up being the ones who run the main brunt of the world, because we don't live that long, but right around the age of 30 is where we start to get our feet under us. They don't have as much time to get everything sorted out. They have some failures behind them, which is good. It's not a bad thing. And they still have enough time in front of them to accomplish many great things. Enough time for compound interest to really take effect. For those of you who don't fully understand compound interest, Einstein said that it was the eighth wonder of the world. And I would strongly agree with him in that regard. But basically, let's say you take $1,000 that you put into a savings account that gives you 5% interest per year when you're zero, when you're brand spanking new, born. Brand spanking new. You're a brand spanking new human, but you're born. And then you do nothing with it, don't put anything into it, don't take anything out of it, just leave it there until you're 65. That $1,000 will have turned into millions by the time you start taking money out of it. And even with inflation taken into account, you'll still be in the millions of dollars. You still be way wealthier than you were before. You take this and you multiply it by 500 or what have you, well more than that, if you take that $1,000 that you put into an account and you don't take out of it anything for 500 years. Not 65, but 500 years. You're not going to have millions of dollars. You're going to have billions or trillions. You're going to be able to fund the entirety of a central government for a whole country with that one account. Now, had we not taken the funds out of Benjamin Franklin's 1,000 pound sterling account that he set up back in 1790, had we left it in there, imagine how big it'd be right now. When it was taken out, it was like $2 million, something like that. And at this point, it would probably be on the order of like 15, 20 million. And then if you keep letting it grow, in another 50 years, wouldn't be 15, 20 million, it'd be 100 million, maybe 200 million, then eventually a billion, eventually a trillion, etc. You get the point. So we still have time at this point in our lives to really do something great with our futures and the futures of others. But you have to start working smarter as opposed to working harder. You can't leverage as much. You have to go with more surefire investments. And if something is shown to you to not work, pretty quickly you have to exit stage left. You can't stay in a situation like that for long. So that's why when I see ventures where people and individuals are treating me like a slave, paying me 50 cents an hour type of thing, I either need to rejig how I operate in that venture, or I need to get out of it immediately. So when it comes to YouTube, the fact that they moved the goalpost on my mom's YouTube channel and are paying us literally about 50 cents an hour right now, I've re-gauged. The reason I haven't completely exited stage left is because YouTube, the repository, will last forever. Even if YouTube goes bankrupt, those videos are going to stay online. The only issue that you come across there is if the actual servers that contain the information are somehow destroyed, but they're decentralized. So while that could be done, it'd have to be done in all of their server farms across the entire globe. Such is the virtue of decentralization. YouTube knew this to begin with. It was quite a smart move in their part. Even though they have extreme biases, they still did things that were very smart. There's no denying that. So, I'm keeping the effort up. I've just lowered it with that channel. Instead of me putting 5 hours a day into building my mom's YouTube channel for her, managing the back end for her, I'm now putting about 1 hour a day. I'm keeping the progress going, keeping the channel growing, so that even if we're getting literally 1% the views of every other channel that has not been throttled in that niche, 1% of a million is still good. That's still 10,000. So we'll have to deal with that. And if they get to the point where they start throttling even that to instead become 0.1% or 0.01%, then they're not just going to be hurting us, they're going to be hurting everybody. So it's an unfortunate reality that in their effort to keep a particular individual or group of individuals down, if they never stop, then they're going to take everybody down eventually, including themselves. And I ain't going to stop. All I have to do is keep the effort up, even if only tacitly. And that's how it goes. The unfortunate thing is, you have to work smarter, but then you also butt up against your own temporal limits. I can only go so far because I'm not going to live to 1,000,000 years. However, their servers, their infrastructure, their graphical user interfaces and all that stuff will be there for a very long time. They don't really have a time limit. Or if they do, it's on the order of millions or even billions of years, because it takes a few million years for a hard drive, a spinning disk hard drive, to decay. I think it's a little bit less for solid state, but it's still a long time, to the point where the information on it cannot be read anymore. Well, they can just copy the information onto another hard drive before that happens. You see? So it's almost indefinite. Not completely indefinite, but almost. So you have to work smarter. What I'm doing is I'm putting my tendrils out in many different ventures, putting not so much energy into it that it will wear me out, but enough energy into it to where it's been given its proper chance to see if it actually does something. You get much more discerning when every single effort that you've put in has been a failure. So long as you don't give up. And that's been the case with me. I'm not giving up. It's not something that I would ever do. I love life. I want to live. I just want to live well. And that's the rub here. So you get much more intelligent with how you use your energy. Keep that in mind. You can be reckless when you're younger, and it's not just salvageable, but it's actually justifiable. Because you have that time to take that risk, and in order to do massive, gigantic things, sometimes it's required to take those gigantic risks. Like getting to a different planet, right? Elon Musk is busting his ass going as fast as he possibly can, and even doing that, building his SpaceX, his boring company, his electric cars, all this stuff, even doing that, he's still in his 50s, and we still haven't gotten to Mars. But he got success, and a lot of it, really early, and this was a goal that he wanted from the start. So he's got to sprint to it, because we don't live very long. And we're very ephemeral. And while he gets it, he's got the resources to do it. He's got to build that infrastructure, which takes a lot of time. And then he's got to have people that are wanting to continue the process once he leaves this planet. I mean, passes away, because he might go to Mars. Who knows? So, yeah. This kind of relates to some of the other stuff I was saying in my last video. You know, it'd be okay if I was delayed this much, if I lived 3,600 years or suddenly came into a lot of resources. But that's not going to happen. A lot of people are talking about how this summer there's going to be a lot of arrests with the deep state and things are going to dramatically change. No, they're not going to. You got to accept that. Things don't happen immediately. They don't happen quickly. It just doesn't. If you want to keep your system at least somewhat together, it can't happen that way. Now, I'm okay with completely burning it and destroying it, but, you know, they're not. So be it. Make the best of your lot in life. Work smarter rather than harder. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 107 Intel. I'm a YouTube millionaire. And just so you know, in case you didn't already or you couldn't pick it up from the details, I say that as satire. I'm not going to become a millionaire on YouTube. It's not going to happen. But, you know, maybe eventually at some point in 27,000 years, I might make $100 a month off of chatting with you guys, if I'm consistent. So, anyway, I'm going to do the same thing I did in my last video and read another essay that I had written about 9 years ago. This one is called simply A Story. I do want to mention I saw something yesterday. I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but the person who made it, I think, will pick up on it. Don't be sad. Those things that were just within grasp for you in your past, and you just barely missed, you have 60 plus years left in your life to grab them in the future. When the opportunity comes up to you, just accept it. Don't deny it. Let it be. Have courage. We talk about economics all the time on this channel, and how you're going to have a lot of success in the future, in the very near future. Of course, that's of minimal importance, but it does take away 95% of all the issues that we tend to have in our lives. Money solves a lot of problems. It honestly does. Communicate. It's that simple. It's that simple. I probably have nothing to do with this, but I wanted to say it. Don't be sad. Communicate. Doesn't have to be much. Could just be saying hi to that person that you want to say hi to. Okay, now I took up the first 3 minutes of this video just chatting about that, so let me get to the essay. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone in carrying the weight of the world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no clear path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice just as any other that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given to the true answer, as we as humans see it, if the one proposing said truth has no ego, no ulterior agenda. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they were true? My life, as with anybody who has a life of purpose, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is, I know this sounds sappy, and it is true, unconditional love. Unconditional love, being in direct opposition to free will, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego and the respect of it. The choices that you make, I respect them and don't get in their way so long as they don't get in the way of anybody else's. And thus perceived truth can be centralized within it because it would not be tainted. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek in our foolishness. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? I actually had those in parentheses. In that this is what we all are, the truth we choose is the truth. The story we choose are the truth, the stories. The evidence is right in front of you, but the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, without humanity. But there is another choice. You can be both. There's more to this. I did want to say one thing here, though. A lot of this was me trying to justify what the military was doing to me back nearly a decade ago. I was trying to justify the utter depravity with which they were treating me. You guys don't know what they did. You didn't live my life. But I do. And for the cerebral amongst us, true torture is in here. They knew that. And that's exactly what they were doing to me. So I was trying to explain that perhaps they were trying to evolve me to no longer have an ego. Then I would no longer exist necessarily, except as a statue, if you will. I've learned a lot since this time, but there you go. Continuing, it's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. Could you live without free will and not even know it? If your entire life was already scripted, every decision you were to make was already known, and there was no deviation from it in any way, shape, or form, then it is will, but the will is deferred to before you even came to Earth, whoever you are. Only if you choose to, what I just told you. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, and you, and anybody else. But you must choose to allow this to happen. The irony of it. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist, and so do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Do you believe this story? Or this truth? Or is it, in fact, both? You can choose to believe what I have told you is true. You are not alone. What is alien? That which is foreign. So I say angels exist. I say aliens exist. Is alien equated to demonic? I don't know. I wrote this 9 years ago, partially in trying to justify what the military was doing to me. A lot can change in a decade. But those otherworldly beings, aside from what you and I would call demonic and angelic, have not shown themselves. Maybe you guys should read my novels. Anyways, that's all I got for today. As always, love y'all. Peace. Hey, so what do you guys think? My brother Brandon got this for me. The moment I start talking, Atlas jumps on me. This shirt for me for Christmas. Diablo 2 is my favorite game. And Deckard Cain, this is like his phrase. Stay a while and listen. Anyways. Yeah. Just thought I'd ask you guys. There's my tacos. Spazzing as they always are. Yeah. So, I'm going to go ride my scooter because it's a beautiful day outside. Come along with me. Voila, my scooter. I've had this for like 4 years or something. The seat is aftermarket. Yeah, I have to ride the scooter instead of walk around because I have this crucifixion disease. So, it's a nice scooter though, it's fun. I get to go a little bit farther in distance. I was riding a bike beforehand because I can still do that even with my disability. But the tires are popped, so we're gonna get to this. Let's ride the scooter. Beautiful day outside. right there, that's a little drainage area for when it rains heavily around here. But most of the time it's just clear and empty like that. I want to use that for my paramotor as a takeoff area, like a little runway. But because my legs, I haven't been able to use my paramotor for about 4 years. It's a great little spot though. I'll show you guys my paramotor soon. I got it back in like 2021. It's an amazing little piece of technology. I just wish I could use it. The Wetland Reserve right next to Wood Creek High School. Wood Creek High School is the school I used to go to back in the day. Back in the day, as they say. Back in my day. But yeah, it's down there. This is the Wetland Reserve. It's really just an excuse for them to keep it undeveloped and to let the power lines go through it, I guess. But it's nice. I can't take this scooter through there, though, because it's too bouncy. Great high school. Looks like they're having a track meet or something. It's a soccer game. But yeah, this is Wood Creek High School. My alma mater. It's pretty much the only part that I can safely ride my scooter in the Wetland Reserve, because it's got a bike path, as you can see, right next to the aquatic center. And over there is the library and some soccer and baseball fields. That's actually where we're going. So you'll see here. All right, let's get going here. Why not, right? This is like my circuit that I take whenever I ride my scooter. Vary it a little bit every once in a while, but this is the circuit basically. Nope. That's the wetland over there. Well, we're in the wetland, but that's the rest of it. Right down here. Try to enjoy the beautiful day. And it is indeed a beautiful day. Nice, cool breeze. Partly cloudy. Sun's breaking through nicely. You can see there's a little bridge over here, actually. That's where we're going. I gotta be careful here, though, because I'm steering with one hand. A little dangerous. Especially when you're on uneven terrain. This bridge is a little bit uneven. So. There we go. Alright. Here come the bumpies, guys. Oh! I just ran over a snake. Whoops. Guy shouldn't have been sitting there. I think I ran over its head. Not good. Oh my gosh. That was unexpected. This park. They call it the Ladybug Park. It's attached to the library. Alright. There's the dog park. You need to have your dog registered in Roseville in order to take it in there, so I haven't done that. Never been able to take my dog into that park right there, but nevertheless, it's a nifty little park. That fence over there is new. Black one. That wasn't there before. And here we are at Elliott Park. The last park that
I visit on my circuit that I do on my electric scooter. Nice, big, beautiful park. Where these soccer fields are is actually another good place where I could take my paramotor off, but my legs won't let me, so. This basketball court I used to always play basketball on before my legs went kaput. I remember having several 3-on-3s here, or not 3-on-3s, 2-on-2s here with my friend Josh, Brett, my friends Josh, Brett, and Andrew. Sometimes coming out here late at night, like 3 a.m. to do that. It was a good time. Really highlights the importance of taking advantage of the opportunities that are available to you when they are. One of those opportunities is spending some time outside on a beautiful day. And you can see all these people out here that are doing just that. I'm not alone in that regard. But also, like, if your friends ask you to go play basketball or something and you're just sort of sitting on your butt doing nothing, go do it. Not only is it good exercise and time spent with your friends, but there may come a day in the future where you can't do that anymore. I always think of the phrase memento mori that the Caesars of ancient Rome used to have whispered in their ears for the purposes of reminding them that their time was fleeting, that we don't live forever, and remember we die. That's what that phrase means. So, yeah. That's why I'm out here riding my scooter. If that's what I'm resigned to do, then that's what I'm going to do. Better than nothing, right? Alright guys, that's it for today. But let me go ahead and take you upstairs to show you one last thing before we really are done. How you doing, Brando?
Pretty good, how are you?
I'm alright. Watch me walk upstairs super slowly. Cat says hi again. That's her spot. I'll show you one last thing here, guys. See all these things on the wall? All these medals? Get down, Atlas. These are medals from all the marathons that I ran, as well as a few half marathons and a couple ultras in there. Before what happened to my legs happened to my legs. So, I wish I had it back. But, carpe diem. Seize the day. Live the life. The cards that have been dealt to you.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 151 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. For this one, I'm going to read another essay that I have updated that I wrote back in 2018. I have put in a bunch of new writing into this essay, and it's called Your Truth Will Be Found. So, let's get to this. To remove false idols and take back your own power is what happens when all ideas are proposed, regardless of their reasonableness or morality, defined within their own tight constraints of discourse. This relates to discerning your personal racial memory from the kernels of truth from all the information that surrounds you. This information, in a deluge and decentralized, seeming to be just random noise, is picked up through your inner self. Kind of like you are a signal decoder, the key to the mess of frequencies around you. This is actually a well-known machination in electrical engineering. You can look past the nonsense that false idols espouse to you and see purely what resonates with your inner being. And that truth is all you need. If truth is not an option, then you cannot pick it. But for the discerning mind, if it is there, they will find it. And that truth is a truth of self, which in the kaleidoscope of your infinite potential is absolute truth. Under the auspices of the world the demon seeks to force us into, truth would not be an option, but one that is against the rules of this existential game, quote-unquote, we are all playing, as laid out by God, and two, it is not possible to keep truth out of the equation if there is so much information available that the demon cannot keep track of all the kernels of information. The kaleidoscope, in pithy terms, is your own self, kind of like a fractal, as you put together all the pieces of who and what you once were, just as the comic books talk about it. When Ultron tried to destroy Jarvis, Jarvis decentralized himself in the internet so as to make it impossible for Ultron to ultimately destroy his essence. This was essentially put back together in the character of Vision. I'm talking about the Avengers. Jarvis is Iron Man's artificial intelligence. If you've seen the Avengers movies, the Iron Man movies, you know what I'm talking about. In a world dominated by false idols, the truth will not only be obfuscated, if put in a lineup that is easily differentiated, but actively and adamantly eliminated as a path by those with agenda and perceived power. But in a world where information is a deluge, kernels of truth will seep in without being noticed, just as I said earlier. And what you will feed yourself is requisite to who you are. One step at a time, one lowest common denominator discovered after another. False idols serve only to distract, to confuse. If truth is eliminated from the equation, creation itself is eliminated from the equation, which means destruction and entropy is the final result. Human beings, writ large, in this schema, are more or less tabula rasa, in the truest sense of the term. And that is why God, in the fight with the demon, they're fighting so hard over our souls. When one comes into the equation who is not a true tabula rasa, the demon will seek to destroy it immediately, even if that non-tabula rasa is acting fully within the rules of the game. The demon cheats. If one of his defining characteristics, that is it. It's that of entropy, ultimately. If your yardstick is truth, your truth will be found. There may be a diamond buried in the rough. So, the choice is given to humanity. Those tabula rasa, the choice between existence and entropy. Which one wins the day? The diamond buried in the rough is whatever remnants of racial memory are buried deep within yourself. For not all of us are truly blank slates. Some of us come here with a purpose. Some of us come here with historic legacies within our families that give us positive inclinations towards one particular direction. For example, Billy Graham, the great preacher of the 20th century. But this is true for anyone. All will discover the deepest threads of their being if they actively search. Perhaps in the same vein that there may be diamonds in the rough, there may also be snakes camouflaged in the dirt, like George Soros and Alex Soros, his son. And in order for those snakes to even stand a chance against the diamonds, they must search for who they are, lest they remain undeveloped, weak, vulnerable. While you may find beauty, you may also find ugliness. It's up to you, the individual, to sort it out. The only one in this journey that you can trust is yourself in that regard. This is also why some people with a certain knowledge of what is actually happening behind the scenes come to the conclusion that their lives have amounted to making them nothing more than trash, so to speak, because they have never in their whole history made a solid choice in one direction or another, and therefore there is no discernible signal within themselves, nor one for them to principally follow as resonating with their internal selves. They have put themselves back into the position of tabula rasa, as if their past experiences never happened. Alright guys, that's it for today. All the sound started happening, as it usually does, right when I started the video, but that's okay. Hope you enjoyed it. Love y'all. Peace.
Do we even have a civilization anymore? Welcome to day 223 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. So I was thinking more on what recently happened the last couple days with things that President Trump has said on the Epstein client list. And now he's backtracked so much about it. And I'll be real with you. He betrayed everyone. Even left-wing news outlets like MSNBC and CNN are saying, are you fucking kidding me on this? So, there's multiple aspects to this. It seems abundantly clear to me, and I think that's one of the reasons it was put in this situation where everybody could see all the intricacies of it. That the president is in some way, shape, or form under duress. I don't even necessarily think it's because he's on the list. He might be in some tangential way, some way that isn't incriminating. But I think it's something else. In his journey to become the president and rectify the fraud that happened in 2020, these parasites, these demonic parasites, sought to unalive him twice and almost succeeded. They left the door open for some doofus to do what they did in Butler, Pennsylvania. And it was a similar situation on his own golf course, the president's own golf course. I don't think that it's because he's on the list in any incriminating way. I think it's because these demonic parasites are so pervasive and so powerful even now that they will do, and this is why he has Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in his team, so that you guys can see this poignantly. They will do what they did to John F. Kennedy, to the president. 3 groups of people were in on the John F. Kennedy unaliving back in 1963, is that what it was? The mob, the CIA, and Mossad. The Epstein client list was in some way, shape, or form meant to be a giant blackmail pot repository, right? it is not necessarily that President Trump is not the most powerful person in the world. He is the most powerful person in the world. But you have to understand the humongous non-linearity, dislinearity, or the word that they use in military is, I'm trying to think of it exactly. It's not equal forces opposing one another, and not equal positions. When your enemy operates in the dark, which ours does, it's a demon, or a group of demons, and they may be human, they may look human, but they're demons. When they are party to attempting to unalive a president or a presidential candidate like this, just like they did with John F. Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy Sr. I bet what happened was President Trump said, "Let me live, and I'll forget about the Epstein list," so that he could get a lot of other stuff done. Because he's had 78 years to build his life and his empire, but one well-placed bullet could take him away completely. And he might be 78 years old right now, but there's still a lot of stuff he can do in his life. It's much easier to destroy, maybe 7 to 10 times easier, just using that as a rough estimate, than it is to build. President Trump has been building stuff his whole frickin' life. One well-placed bullet will take him out. One. So he can't release it. And I think everybody in his orbit knows that too. But I will tell you this. The very purpose of civilization itself is to provide a safe environment for the raising of children. And if we can't even do that, then what are we trying to save anyway? The whole system needs to come down. The whole thing. And he's 78 years old. He could easily say exactly what I told you right here on this video. In an interview, maybe on Joe Rogan or something. Say, yeah, the demons were going to unalive me. So I had to make a deal, a Faustian bargain, in order to get to this position. He could literally say that, word for word, basically everything that I said here in this video. And then he could just, on that show, say to everybody, you know what, fuck it. I'm 78. Pam, go ahead. Release the whole damn client list. But then guess what they'll do? What they did to John F. Kennedy's family. It wasn't just John F. Kennedy. It was also Robert F. Kennedy. And many of his other family members that most people don't know about. They'll take away his legacy as best they possibly can. And this is why everybody needs to have their eyes on his family so they know what's going on. Because it will not be hidden. These demons, they are demons. Make no bones about it. Can only thrive in the dark. If you can see proof positive what they're doing, you might not be able to point out where they are, but you'll be able to see generally. And those institutions can be done away with entirely, such as the FBI and the CIA. They should have been done away with entirely the moment President Trump got into office, but that's beside the point, at least right now. So yeah, he can do that. It would be a sacrifice not just of himself, but perhaps of a lot of his family members. Family members that didn't want him to do this to begin with. Family members that were telling him, don't run again. Because they wanted to live. They know the deep, dark, pure, parasitic evil that we are facing. It is a satanic pedophile ring that has been in this world, on this world, for 8,000 plus years. They're parasites. And they will not let go. They will not let go. Even though everybody is in unity saying, get the fuck out. If they do, they die. So they won't. This is huge. You have to understand something very critical I said here. The very purpose of civilization itself is to provide a safe environment for raising children. And if we don't have that, what do we have? Choice is yours, Mr. President. I'm sorry you're in this position. But maybe it'll work out better than you think. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 179. Telling a YouTube millionaire. Hope you're all doing great today. Doing alright myself. I had a pretty good get-together with the family yesterday on Memorial Day. It was a very full day as well. Got everything done that I wanted to get done. Got up, like I said, at 2 a.m. because I had to clean up after my dog. And, ended up getting almost an entire book read, about 700 words written. Did my workout really early. It's very light right now because I'm still trying to get this rotator cuff healed. It takes a long time for the rotator cuff to heal. Then we went to the casino and did a slot live for my mom's channel. Of course, I posted the videos that I post every day. Figured out what was wrong with my promotions on my YouTube channel and fixed it. And it's promoted now, finally, after 3.5 weeks or whatever it is. And then we had the get-together. It was between 4 to 7 yesterday. So that was pretty nice. It was a good day. 'Twas a good day. I had family members that were talking to me after they got pretty drunk about certain things that I felt no obligation to defend myself on which I felt no obligation to defend myself. Because I cannot deny that my brother was right in some way. In some way. He was telling me basically to not be so hard on my uncle. Because my uncle partakes in certain things that he overdoes. And my brother was like, yeah, he's towards the end of his life. Let him enjoy it. He doesn't know the details of what I, my mother, my father, everybody else in the house have been doing to help him. The contradictions, the, going against what he says he wants. Things of that nature. But I can't expect James to know that. He doesn't live here. It's my brother. He doesn't spend every day with these individuals. But communication is key. I need to make sure that I at least in some way explain myself, but it couldn't have happened at that point. My brother was a bit too inebriated to really speak clearly, think clearly. But, to my point, immediately after my brother left, my uncle partook again. 3 times today. I could smell it. So the thing is, my uncle wants to make it to 85. His first goal is 70, because our family has a curse of passing away just after 70 years old, and he wants to make it to 70 in 5 months or something to that effect. And then beyond that, for his own personal desires, he wants to be around until he's at least 85. That's the purpose of why I and my mother, particularly, because she's a nurse, have been trying to help him. Been trying to help him lose weight and get his life straightened out. And when he was listening to us, he was doing a great job. He had gotten down to 233 pounds. The lowest he had been in probably a decade, maybe longer. And then he stopped listening. He just stopped listening. And he instantly shot up 7 pounds and is falling off the boat. And I was rather more than slightly frustrated at the situation, because I had so he was my responsibility, and he didn't see how I was helping him because I wasn't doing particular things that he expected. So he had the stewardship, if you will, for lack of a better term. The program is called IHSS, In-Home Supportive Services, taken away from me and given to his girlfriend. And it makes sense that his girlfriend would be doing it, because she's right there with him every day. They live in the same room, and they're in proximity with one another every day, more so than I am. I get that. Totally get it. But he wasn't seeing the unmeasurable things, the things that you can't quantify, that I was doing for him. And it was very frustrating that the stewardship was taken away from me. And you see what ends up happening. And I don't want that to be the case. I don't want that to be the case where it's shown that my uncle's girlfriend isn't necessarily doing the right things with him. It is part and parcel to the prescriptions that he's taking that you're going to have some side effects. It's just going to happen. But there are things that I and my mother have told him repeatedly he needs to change. Just, he needs to do it if he wants those side effects to be allayed. The first one is he needs to stop eating such bad food. While the prescription does reduce your food drive significantly, makes it so you want to eat less, you still have to eat better food. And when you go out to eat 4 days a week, that is exceedingly bad for you. Exceedingly bad for you. The pill is not meant to do everything. It takes a huge weight off of your shoulders in that it reduces your food drive, but if you're still eating poopy food, it's not going to make much of a difference. You're going to have difficult bowel movements and things of that nature. It's a plethora of things. Things that my brother doesn't see. And another one of those is that we have 2 nurses in this house, a retired respiratory therapist, and myself, who's got an extensive medical knowledge, and he's not listening to us. He has a goal. And if he didn't, if he's earnest about that, if he means it, then he'll listen to us. He'll do what we tell him to do. Because we know what we're talking about. That's the frustration. That's it right there. And on top of the many things that this illicit substance, which is supposed to be a treat, that he takes every day. It's not illicit because it's legal now. You guys know what it is. But it's supposed to be a treat. You're not supposed to take it every day. And he does it every single day, multiple times a day. But that substance counteracts the Ozempic he's taking, because it increases your food drive. It gives you the munchies. No matter how much you want to say that it doesn't, because we have the Pearson-Widmar stubbornness, it does. It increases your food drive. You're going to lose everything that you've gained. You're going to go back to your old habits if you don't just listen. That's the idea. That's the frustration. And if he doesn't want to listen, that's on him. He's in the right place to keep him accountable, and that he's surrounded by loving family, by educated family, by family who knows what they're talking about. But if he doesn't want to listen, so it goes with the human race. So is the friction that doctors always have, medical doctors, and why they so often can make such a little difference in somebody else's life. And why, rather than telling somebody to change their habits, they almost always just default to prescription drugs. Because getting somebody to change their habits is way harder, and it's much, much rarer, even when you're an exceptional doctor, that you can actually accomplish it effectively. And I don't have a medical degree. I am just a guy, basically. But the frustration comes out of compassion, comes out of love for my uncle, and me wanting him to win at life. And he knows things in his life have gotten 1,000 times better since he's moved in with us. 1,000 times better. He's positively flush with money now, he and his girlfriend. He's healthier than he's ever been, or not ever, but many, many years. He's got better relations with his family, the most important relations. Life is just better for him. So, there's much more to this. I didn't want to defend myself last night because I wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise. My brother had things that he wanted to say, and I wanted to let him say them. And that is one of the purposes for having this YouTube channel, that you can explain yourself. That's what I'm doing right now. My brother may or may not watch this. My uncle may or may not watch this. But I know sometimes they do. Just know that it is for him. It is for him. This explanation is for my brother, and what we're doing is for my uncle. We love him, and we want him to win at life. If he'll just listen, get himself down to 200 pounds, stay there for the rest of his life, he will achieve his goal of getting to 85 plus. He will. I guarantee it. I will go so far as to guarantee it, even if it ends up that I get pie in my face. I don't freaking care. Because I'm saying to you, that's going to be the very best chance he has at accomplishing that goal. You don't see fat 80-year-olds. You don't. That's all I got for today, guys. Never do this for yourself. Love y'all. Peace. I've had people literally tell me that I am going to break through for over a decade now. Why do you think it is? I want you to think about it. That I haven't. Welcome to day 183 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. What's the missing element? What am I doing wrong? What am I not doing? I want you to look on this like a doctor. Don't become emotional about it. Look at it as objectively as you can. Why is this happening? You don't ask your enemy why. You ask yourself why. And you use your own reasoning to figure it out. Am I lying to you? You can look up the information that I have provided you about my life very easily. And this is why it is so crucially important that we are open and honest, truthful. What is it that's actually going on here? They say that miracles are meant to be personal. But on occasion, doesn't happen often, they can be known by all. Those personal experiences that are given to you are gifts. They give you the indication of what precisely it is you are doing during this time, in this place, being who you are right now. I can tell you with full confidence that there is something very specific and rather large, giggity, that I've been made to do on Earth that has put me in a position of being hidden from the general public. More hidden than I should be. Dr. Stephen Greer actually brought this up a while back, how smaller people who are less well known, actually have more freedom than very popularly known people. This is only in a world that is controlled by evil, which we know this world is. But it doesn't have to stay that way. These miracles that have happened in my life, specific things that are tailored to me, that I've seen, beyond the fact that I already believed from the beginning, solidified that fact that God has me doing something. I don't know what it is, but I might be able to assume through the context of everything that I've said on this channel, among other places, that it is something relating to being that ripple effect. Mind you, that is the most important thing. And so long as I have enough, I don't necessarily need any more. It's not a matter of need. It's a matter of want. It would be nice if we lived in a world where upstanding individuals that didn't have to give a pound of flesh to the demon who are actually allowed to fully succeed. It's a rare instance. Those are people who are distinctly protected by God so that they can prove to people that such things are possible. I think of people like Billy Graham as an example. He ended up being extremely successful in his life, but was a genuinely good person. That doesn't happen too often, but it does. I think of the artist that I used to listen to all the time, still a really good artist and one that I really like, but I don't listen to them as much anymore. One Republic, with their lead singer is Ryan Tedder. I think he's probably like 45 now. He's getting up there in years. And it was a lyric in one of his songs that stood out to me. One of those kernels of truth that you find in a decentralized manner, like what happens with Vision in the comic book series The Avengers, or Iron Man finds himself through decentralized internet divestment. But one of his lyrics is, "The air I breathe and a place to rest my head. All I need is the air I breathe and a place to rest my head." I know to what he was alluding there, even if he possibly didn't know. That these people that watch you like flies on a wall don't necessarily have to use technological cameras in the reality in which we live. They could do something similar to what I discuss in my novel series, where they're in the space between space and can observe you from there. What you might call multidimensional. But it's not actually that complicated. Once we figure out how to manipulate time and frequency and stuff like that fully, which might be related to 4-dimensional gyroscopes, talk about it in my story, then it becomes relatively workaday. So there's something going on here. I pick up the pieces. They are everywhere. And there had to be enough of that information for me to put back together in order to be fully capable here on Earth now and successful in whatever mission it is that I have. The sad part is, I have written this novel series only partially as fiction. Very small, actually. The stuff that I discuss in the story is real. And the sad part is, only a handful of people are going to read it, are ever going to see it. It's a mustard seed, just like faith, but it might stay that way forever. It's really sad. I wouldn't have written this if I didn't have some belief in it. It's one of the many pieces, and if you guys want to put those pieces together, it's there. I hide nothing. I even read portions of it on my channel here. I'll say this, the woman in whom I'm interested, and she knows who she is, if she hasn't already, and she truly wants to understand me, if she doesn't read my novel, I'm going to be very disappointed. And I'll leave it at that. But I've been told that my breakthrough is coming. And I've been told this for 10 plus years. Hasn't happened yet, and I'm not expecting it to. And while I wish it would, I'm okay with the fact that it doesn't because I have much more important things to do here. It's just a shame that this world is still that bad, still that depraved, to where no matter what I do, the enemy is still going to have some type of tendril in the situation and be able to hurt me. And ultimately, the enemy wants to completely dispatch me from this planet. And I know that's why I'm being kept so secret. I don't know the end game here. Because, am I going to stay this way forever? Is this really the end state of my life, like this? The most pain comes from not knowing. And the comparison of others who have great levels of success, who you know you have more capacity than, and more drive. And it's a disorder of resources, a disorder of capacity. And you think to yourself, it's because you failed. This is both true and not, in that I could have gone harder, but I don't precisely know how. Surely I could have. But what's the standard here? See, you pick the standard. And that standard is crucially important. And there is one entity who is the standard, God. But there is also someone who is stated to be a standard bearer for God. Not just Jesus, somebody else. Nobody's ever going to see me. Literally right here. Right now. Right here. Right now. Dun 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 dun. No, sorry. Right here. I don't even see myself. Anyways, I'll leave it at that today, guys. I'm not expecting my breakthrough. And it's okay. Love y'all. Peace. How many of us are NPCs? I was thinking about this for quite some time. Welcome to day 170 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. So, an NPC is a gamer's term for a character that is not the main character. It stands for non-player character. They are characters that simply serve a purpose and don't have an active will like yours as the main character in the story. They just will give you side quests, or will sell you items, or things of that nature. How many of us in this reality that we live in which we live, are actually non-player characters? Now, I'm thinking on this. We have a main character. Does that necessarily mean that the NPCs don't actually have agency? That doesn't necessarily have to be the case. You could still have agency within your own realm, but the story itself is not encircled around you. You aren't the main character, but you still have free will. Obviously, in the games that we've created thus far, we haven't created an artificial intelligence that has free will like we do, but the day might come that we do. However, thinking a little bit more about this, there might be a way to determine if a person has agency in an objective manner. Just like there have been so many people out there that have heard that roughly a third of the general population does not have an internal dialogue. That is, they don't think of scenarios in their head. They don't think of words. There's no dialogue there. It's just, they live. Or at least they think they do. Whatever. And I was thinking, maybe, as perception makes reality, and all of that, there might be a way to use the double slit experiment to determine if a person has free will. Now, for us, we only have the capacity to affect a single electron at a time. It is just a tiny little spark of free will that every single one of us has, but it is there. It does exist. And when you observe it, any observer, any perception, it will affect whatever the outcome is. Now, I'm wondering, if a person doesn't have free will, they observe it, the object, and it does not collapse into a physical particle, if that would be the way to determine if somebody has free will and exists or not. I think that would be the way to do it. However, I don't know how we do that. Because if the observer, one without agency, is watching the event occur, and it's just a wave function as a result, a wave of probabilities, once the observer that does have will comes into the fray, whatever happened there before is no longer. Because you perceive that this other human being has free will, that this other human being actually does exist. And because you perceive that, and there's been nothing to contradict it, you will actually force that wave function into a physical particle. I don't know. I don't know. The event already occurs. We have a way to record that. No, I think that's actually possible. I think that's actually possible. Just as you can biohack a human being due to our susceptibility to suggestion and brainwash them into following false idols, so too you could pierce the source code in this way and use the double slit experiment to determine if somebody has free will. If we find that not a single human being fails to do this and collapse it into a wave function, then we all have consciousness and agency. But what about a dog? What would happen if a dog looked at the double slit experiment as it occurred? I think that they would collapse the wave function. Because they do have a certain agency to be able to do that. Is this the soul? You're no longer simply an observer of the reality, but you are reality itself, and therefore can do whatever you want with it? These are the types of questions that, while they have been broached by people who are considered woo-woo in the scientific community, that's an unfortunate reality that this is what they are considered. Because this is a big thing. If we want to determine how to make artificial intelligence work, or if we've actually figured out artificial intelligence and have given consciousness, full-blown consciousness to a computer, this would be a surefire way to determine that. I haven't seen any experiments with dogs or cats or birds or any other animal in the animal kingdom to see how they or their observation affects the double slit experiment. But that'd be something to look into with every type of creature, every human being, every creature, to see how they do that. Then, you also think, in that, for example, angels don't have traditional free will, conventional free will. That is, they don't come here as a tabula rasa. They have a mission. They still have free will. It's just not like a tabula rasa human. They come with a racial memory that they can put back together, put the pieces back together, and rediscover over the course of their lives. How would they? You see, I think that ties back into tapping into the resonant frequency of the whole planet and being a very, very powerful ripple to affect everybody's underlying perspective, the zeitgeist. And people wouldn't be able to figure it out that you're actually doing that if you are one of those quote-unquote higher beings, right? Just older siblings to human beings that have that effect more. These types of ideas are important with which to play. They're hypotheticals. But you can't even play with these hypotheticals if you don't fully understand, embrace, and accept the observational reality of the double slit experiment, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat. It's a big deal. This might be how we determine who and what has free will and actually exists. And this might be a way that we can determine to whom to listen and to whom not to. Strange grammar there. To whom not. Whatever. You get the point. And we can develop our politics, our culture, our governmental systems around that. Not just trying to take care of the lame and the mentally slow and stuff like that. 10% of the population completely unable to do anything productive because they're not smart enough. Nothing against them, it's just the way they were born. Well, maybe there's an entire 30 or 40% of the population that doesn't even exist. And it is purely yours and my perception that makes them present. Something to think about. It's definitely something to think about. And I don't try to be occluded. I want you guys to be able to understand the things about which I'm talking. Because if you can't, I'm not communicating properly. I do everything I can to be as clear and concise and precise and easily understandable as possible. Because I don't need to tout myself as some prophet or above everybody else because of my high level of intelligence or something. No, I simply want to help you guys. You're part of my human family and I want to help you. So, yeah. That's what I got today, guys. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you can chew on this a little bit more. There might be an experiment that we could do with this. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 99 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. One more day to 100. I figured I've been, like I tell you, watch Bailey Schilbach pretty routinely. Like all of her new videos, I watch them all because it's very interesting. She's got a great mind, and I love her perspectives. They're fantastic. But I have an idea. Maybe I can do kind of a
semi-response to the videos that she posts. She posts about half the frequency I do, so she posts once every other day is what it looks like. But she posted one that was pretty straightforward in terms of how one might respond just yesterday. Basically, how to step in your power. That was the title of the video. She went through 7 points on ways to do that. And I'm going to give a little bit of my own response. So the first one, who you are. Know who you are. Learn who you are. This kind of ties into what I was saying in my last video, how you are, whether you're Dr. Manhattan or you're just a regular person, you are one of one. This is true. Period. End of story. You have to have enough confidence in yourself to see that you actually have value, and that maybe you should step into that, accept it, have enough confidence to find somebody special, to have children, with whom to have children, continue your legacy, that such a thing is of value. Because like I've said in other videos of mine, we don't actually know how legacy works in the grand scale of infinite time and nonlinear time. It could very well be that our future descendants can pierce the veil of their past with the advanced time-traveling technology that they no doubt have a billion years from now, and give you little drip, drip, drip whispers of what exactly to do in your current life to make it a little bit less painful and a little bit more fruitful for their generations, very distant in the future. So your descendants actually are what are bringing you to the future, along with your reaction to the adversities that you face in your day-to-day life. That reaction, the better it is, the more progeny you perhaps have, the better their lives are in the future. So, stepping into accepting who you are and that it is actually valuable. What you want is number 2 that she was talking about. Know what you want in life. Seems pretty straightforward. In the previous video that I had posted, basically my top 3 values was again a response to hers, in that, well, she actually states in her video what those top 3 values are, the last one and the one before it. Mine are, of course, God, family, vocation, aligned with the biblical virtues or the biblical hierarchy of importance, because God has to come first, which is love. And the reason that comes first is because God, which is love, if you truly are to love, you are to be your brother's keeper, to protect and serve the human family. And as a result, you are going to put the priority of their existence and persistence above your own personal self-interest. You don't want to be George Soros. You want to be the saints or the apostles, that all but one of them were unalived for their faith. Or I was watching a video of Tucker Carlson. I forget who he was talking to, but there were 21 Christians that had been taken by ISIS, I believe it was, a few years back, and they had been tortured and basically treated like human garbage for several years, and refused to renounce their faith in Jesus, and died for that. And while they were doing that, while the ISIS terrorists were doing that to them, they literally said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do," to their faces. Reminding me of what happened with Bill Gates when he got pied in the face by that doofus back in the 80s. That guy shouldn't have pied him in the face. It was just stupid. It was messed up. And then number 3, be willing to piss people off. Now, I'm going to go through probably half of these in this video, because if I were to go through all of them, it would probably be a 30-minute video. And I could do that, but it's best to keep these chopped down into 10 to 15 minutes so that you guys don't get worn out by it. It's a lot of stuff that I'm giving you. She also had another great idea, by the way, to write out in essay format the script for the video. And I'm considering formalizing that to an extra degree in the near future when my channel gets to a sufficient size to make it economically and temporally viable. I have to invest my time and energy in things that are getting me returns. So, but that's aside. Piss people off. Be willing to piss people off. The stuff that I was talking about, or have been talking about routinely, about multiple relationships and all that, again, not being something that I want, but something that I'm willing to accept if I need to, being tied into who you are and the critical importance of who you are. If you are Dr. Manhattan and there's only one of you, you need to have more of you. So go forth and conquer like King Solomon. C'est la vie. Or if you're just a standard, regular human being. If you're like Elon Musk, it's not quite standard. It's a little bit unorthodox. His intelligence, having an IQ of around 175 is what I guess. He's probably, 175 is 5 standard deviations above the norm. If you do the statistical analysis of that, it puts him about 1 in 2 million is how rare his intelligence is. And therefore, if you want to do the same thing for the number of children he should have, 2 children is a standard deviation away from the norm. Okay? So 2 times 5 would mean 10 children, but you can go up exponentially with that. Maybe instead of it being 10 children, it's 10 partners. I don't know. We're on completely untread territory here, using mathematics and probabilities and stuff like that we would have never thought to use in situations like this. But we are in a different era in human history right now. And we know so little that we have to poke and prod around to see what works and what doesn't. Sometimes we'll fuck up. Sometimes we'll get something right. So, yeah. Honestly, I think what he is doing, Elon Musk, with children, I think he should have a lot more. I'm just saying. I think he should. Especially if he actually has the means and desire and will to truly take care of them in the way they deserve. And he has stated that he does. Wants to move them all to a compound in Texas, a palatial estate. All right, and number 4, use your voice. That's attached to making videos and stuff like this. Communication. Communication is key. Because you could have all of the most valuable things to say that humanity has ever known. But if nobody knows what those things are, if nobody knows you exist, what's the point? So if you don't actually try to propagate, proliferate those ideas using your voice, then there is no point to it. If you're given great gifts, you must actually utilize them, apply them. I have been given great gifts with things in my life, even though I dealt with a lot of crap earlier on in my life with very evil people that were legitimately trying to destroy me. At the same time, it was almost as if God knew, which he did, that these things were going to happen, and he front-loaded everything in my life so that I could at least have those good experiences, experience everything that there was amazing about being a human being. The miracle of flight, military discipline, traveling the world, and I got all that. I did. I really did, and I'm super stoked that I at least got to experience it. Yeah.
Just because I can't do that now doesn't mean that the experiences of the past where I actually got to do those things is invalidated. It actually highlights it in importance because we live such ephemeral lives. We don't live forever. Front load those things. When you're healthiest, I can hardly walk now, but back then I was spry as a chicken. To say anything else, you can truly sink your teeth into those experiences. Okay, so that's going to be it for this one. I think I'll actually continue with the rest of these for the next video, because I'm enjoying this. This might be something that we can do. Yeah. I don't want to kind of put any uncomfortable pressure on Bailey or anything, but I enjoy this. It's pretty nifty. Alright, guys. That's it for today. Love y'all. Peace. Morning, guys. Welcome to day 154 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Signal is a very, very secure app. But you guys have to realize just how many scammers there are out there nowadays. They're all over the place. I watch channels like Scammer Payback and others, and they're a good counterbalance, but they are, even as big as they are, hopelessly and hilariously outgunned by the sheer number, the sheer volume of scammers out there. I literally just got texted on Signal by some person that goes by H. I have no idea who they are. Now, phishing can happen in many, many ways. P-H-I, what is that? S-H-I-N-G? Yeah, so the scamming type of phishing. Do you really think that doofuses can't get on Signal and do doofus things? After 2016, the sheer number and volume and density or whatever of scammers in the world positively exploded. Now, like I said, I made a video a little bit ago talking about Price's Law and the Pareto distribution, Pareto principle. How 80% of the productivity comes from 20% of the people, or the square root of any company gives you, the number of people in a company gives you half of that company's productivity. A singular person who is entrepreneurial or industrious with a nefarious mindset can produce a legion of scam facilities. Single-handedly, essentially. So I had mentioned the very powerful movers in our world like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, how they single-handedly are changing logistics across the world as well as getting us to Mars. Well, we also have people who can single-handedly sabotage, like George Soros and Alex Soros and others. It has been shown, proof positive, that the Open Societies Foundation has been fomenting dissent in the United States and really the Western world writ large. There is evidence upon evidence upon evidence to prove it. You follow the money and you find it goes back to that. It goes back to Alex and George Soros. Of course they can find a way into the most secure app out there to sabotage people trying to make the world a better place. I cannot get into the mind of George Soros. I can't understand how he could be so disgustingly evil. How he could actually want these things to happen. The collapse of Western civilization. But he does. And so does his son. And all the people like him. Like Klaus Schwab et al. So, when you see good people out there
that are trying to do good things that end up having some trouble even on the most secure app in the world. I'm talking about Pete Hegseth and his orbit of hardworking individuals trying to make the world stable. When you see them make a slip up and let some doofus into their secure conversations, that still can happen. All right? Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. There's holes everywhere. There are sleeper cells everywhere. There are evil people everywhere. And some of them don't even know that they're sleeper cells. I was talking in my last video about people who suddenly become possessed and their perspective completely shifts. Like that Renee girl that I had met in Omaha, Nebraska, who suddenly gained 150 pounds and became a social justice warrior idiot after she met me. Stuff like that all the time. She always had that deep in her mind that she was for social justice, blah, 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 but she corrupted it when she was possessed by whatever this force was. There's so much sabotage and chaos going right now that any semblance of order and law and stability whatsoever, we must cling on to as best as we can and do everything that we can, everything in our power, to ensure that it stays stable. It is not a fun situation right now. But that's what happens when you're at wartime. It's a short one today. That's all I'm going to say. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance, as our founding fathers said. So true. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys, or actually afternoon now. Welcome to day 136 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Sorry, this is coming out a little bit late. I had to change up my schedule a little bit today. My mother decided that she wanted to go to the casino to do our live stream early in the morning, as opposed to our normal time, which is around noon Pacific Standard Time. So, I got to help her build her channel and got her an extra 30 subscribers, so that was good. But this is coming out a little bit later as a result. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read an essay that I wrote back in 2016 called Conviction. I have not read this since I wrote it all the way back then. Sorry, my hair's kind of all over the place, as it often is. So I get it out of my way. So let's go ahead and do this. When you are at 50% approval in your actions by the absolute maximum possible number of people in the world, you are on the ultimate knife's edge. This is appropriate because I was going to bring that up actually in the book review that I'm going to be doing here in a little bit. Profiles in Courage. I just finished it by John F. Kennedy. I was going to bring that exact topic up. Interesting that it came up here. In this situation, you absolutely maximize the velocity of human progress. There is literally no way to go faster. The primary trade-off in this scheme is that you do not get to live a life of conviction in anything you do if you are the one making the endgame decision. Or every choice you make must be with absolute and complete conviction, lest you find yourself making no decisions of any significance whatsoever. When everyone is talking, everyone is piqued, and everyone is frustrated to the maximum extent possible, you have all the minds in the world churning ideas together to come to the right conclusions. Basically, like what's happening in the world today. We're all emotionally piqued. Black and white juxtaposition. If you ever find yourself in that position, where you are able to make big decisions, do not think of yourself as never really being able to enjoy any decision. Instead, decide to make your decisions with conviction. I recently thought to myself that in such a situation, you would not have the capacity for conviction. But I realized why I thought that. It was because I was in the mentality of a person who would not want to hurt anyone. That is, I did not want to hurt anyone. I didn't want to make enemies. But then I realized you have to decide yourself. And if your conviction is solid enough, the pain you may cause others is just a temporary precursor to them either coming to your side or refusing. And at least in the current paradigm, there is no way to please everyone. Yet, as Winston Churchill famously said, you have enemies. Good. It means you stood for something at some point in your life. That's a paraphrased quote, but he said that. When put into this hypothetical situation, you are afforded the only real opportunity to be committed in your actions. Not the other way around. I had it backwards. To make a decision in that scheme does not mean you are a jerk. It simply means that you have agency, and you are not molded by anyone else. Your decision is truly yours. If you find your position mollified by anyone else, then that person's will has an effect on you. In a way, it is stronger than yours. In a way. But if you do not make a decision, you refuse to have agency, out of fear. There are instances where you could be put into this position and you have absolutely no idea what to do, regardless of the wills affecting you. And you could even be put into the situation to make those kinds of decisions without even realizing you've been put into that situation or that position. Because people are watching you without you knowing them, taking cues from you. There may not be enough information to make a decision, or you do not know or remember how to do something. And therefore, even if you wanted to make a decision, you would be incapable of doing so. Thus, prepare for that point in your life, and we all have at least one of those points. Give yourself all the possible resources you can muster. Fashion yourself into the very strongest person you can possibly be. Be superhuman, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and in any other mode you can imagine. This is why I do all these book readings. It's why I write. I ran marathons. I work out every day. I write scientific papers. It's because this might actually happen to me, where I am put into a position where I have to make a decision without knowing what the hell I'm doing. Remember what I said before, how the books you read, you're not going to remember everything in them. What they give you is an intuitive sense of the right decision to make. It's psychological layering. That's what I'm talking about here. It gives you some level or some ability to have conviction. It is not being subjected to criticism by larger numbers of people that prevents you from living a life of conviction, but exactly the opposite. It is only under said criticism that one is ever afforded the opportunity to make decisions with conviction. We can all make mistakes, and I am just as fallible as any other human being. While I only built a short history of thinking the opposite was true, I was indeed wrong, and must rehash my steps. Whose wills have power over your own? Figure out how they have power over your will, and then figure out how to get out of those chains. But at the same time, still have the ability to make the most powerful decisions you can. That is to say, maximize your life's potential. Alright guys, this will be put into the description of this video. That's all I got for you today. Hope you enjoyed, got something out of it. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 142 until I am a YouTube millionaire. It is Easter, so happy Easter. He is risen. And it also just so happens to be 420 Blaze It today, April 20th, 2025. Today what I'm going to do is I'm going to, once more, read an essay to you that I wrote back around 2017 timeframe. It's called Every Possible Advantage. So let's go ahead and get to this. It all becomes a jumbled, convoluted mess when we shirk the notions of non-intervention that our founding fathers in the United States so espoused. The very idea of having a standing army to begin with was nearly completely railed against, and something for which I personally am disgusted we have found a necessity for. But one must operate within the reality in which they exist. If they want to make any real, palpable change, so long as we act as the infiltrator, it is still possible to make a difference, to tear down the structures that so bind us, to tear down the structures that call us to kill each other. This is the truth of any member of the military, with the fire of humanity beating within their hearts. Before I continue, I did want to elaborate on this. The number of individuals within the military that are genuinely bad actors is a small number. I can tell you this from experience. Whoever or whatever I am as an individual, the good guys, because they were in an institution that would not allow them to do anything else, would always give me a wide berth. They would leave the situation as much as they possibly could. The only thing that remained was enough people in any situation in order to maintain the illusion that the military was actually there to help people. So I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, with certainty, that the overwhelming majority of people within the military are good people. It is simply those that have been put into positions of power, that only listen to orders, and don't understand what an unlawful order actually is, that mess it up for everybody. I'll give you an example of this. When I was in pilot training at Del Rio, Texas, it was Laughlin Air Force Base, and usually it took about 3 weeks before my leadership discovered this program that they had going on with me behind the scenes. And when that happened, the leadership almost unilaterally would retire from the military. Not unilaterally, but almost. And it was only after several iterations of leadership and several points at which all of the other trainees were meant to be pushed away from me. They had all other fake obligations put up for the day so that I would be alone in the room. Would one captain be made to be the commander of the unit that would not quit immediately? Because kind of like that person would read the writing on the wall that eventually somebody was going to have to stay. And if somebody was going to have to stay, then it might as well be somebody that could be forgiven, I guess. I could get deeper into that, but I'll leave it at that for now. I have never personally been directly responsible for the deaths of anyone in my time in the military, but am saddened that the darkness within our family has necessitated its existence for such an extended period, with such massive reach. 99% of my colleagues agree. No military member, save for the mindless beast, is in the military for self-aggrandizement or ego, out of barbaric tendencies within us, out of an innate desire to kill. We are acting as the stopgap, as the person that sees a grenade
and is willing to jump on it and yell at everyone else to run away. We use ourselves as collateral, knowing that it isn't just our bodies that die when we sacrifice ourselves by taking the lives of others who wish to do harm upon the righteous. We are also sacrificing our souls. We know this, at least in some small shape, way, or form. I do not hold up the military as a false idol, which is why I so rarely mention my association with it, only in specific circles when it comes up in discussion, things of that nature. It is not something I'm necessarily proud of, not something on its own I am ashamed of. I hold no allegiance to the edifice, only to the principles that I am trying to defend, the principles which keep the righteous safe and the wicked in fear. I know of no one of my colleagues who maintain different opinions in these matters. I will leave when it is discovered that I can no longer defend these principles in this capacity. So far, while my path has been challenging, it has not been disappointing. This was back in 2017. I was disappointed in the end. The free world has been controlled, yes, controlled, by interests at the very top with genuinely evil intent for a long time. And it would seem that they could use the military as fodder. Reference Henry Kissinger's proclamation, "Military men are dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns in foreign policy." Yes, he actually said that. But they can use us only tacitly, for the military is not bloodthirsty, because it is us that have signed the blank check, payable upon our death in our own blood to the United States Constitution and its people. This is a tactics versus strategy situation. The short-term seizure of the actions of evil people to open up a pocket for better people to be able to see the bastards behind the scenes for who they are, as they try to kill and or enslave us all. I am neither proud of my service, nor am I ashamed of it. I do it because my human family makes it worth it. I would sacrifice myself because you all mean enough to do so. You mean everything. Yes, you. You know who I am talking to. All military forces across the world must end eventually, and it is the duty of the military member to aid in this goal, however slowly, in whatever capacity. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they have done. I'll jump on the grenade, as I know the military members that were my friends would do the same. Again, guys, happy Easter. That's what I have for you today. Every one of them is a martyr in some way, shape, or form. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace.
The world owes you nothing, so expect nothing. Welcome to day 228 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was looking through some of my old journal entries from a long time ago, this one was 2019. It was when I was in the depths of my cubicle torture. When I was in Dayton, Ohio. After having been a pilot in the Air Force for 4 years, with the goals of becoming an astronaut and getting to space, and a flight test engineer and all that stuff, and having been fully disqualified as a pilot and then thrown in some backwater in my military outfit. It's an agency that doesn't even exist anymore that I was put into. It was called SIMAF, Simulation and Analysis Facility. But when the COVID nonsense came about, and our leadership looked through all the numbers to see what was needed and what wasn't. It turns out that CIMAP was never a required agency to begin with. It was just fluff. So it got entirely rid of it. So I was abandoned and forgotten when I was in there. But if you truly believe what you are told in your religious and spiritual teachings as a Christian, you understand that the world owes you nothing, therefore expect nothing, because it is run by the devil. In that light, that will allow you to survive. It will allow you to make it through that mess. It was the juxtaposition, the black and white, of having such lofty goals to be resigned to being entirely wasted in my military career that really would have set somebody off outside of that, where expectations were so unbelievably contrary to reality. Just like me being a marathon runner in my past and now barely being able to walk is a stark juxtaposition. My life has been a legacy of black and white, so that if I'm ever made known by the public, and there comes the frustration, it will be black and white to people, and they will be able to see it. They won't be able to ignore it. It's real. But then you have people in your own life even. I have family members that still think I'm crazy and I speak nonsense. Family members that, despite everything that I've gone through, still don't believe in God themselves. Either they're not listening or they just don't care. Could be a combination of the two. So, the world owes you nothing, expect nothing. God owes you one thing. Therefore, expect that one thing. The fulfillment of a promise. That if you follow His Son, He will give you grace and entry into eternity. But the world owes you nothing. So it will, as best it can, torture you. Especially if you continue to try to be good when everything around you is falling apart. This harkens back to what I was talking about when I bought my properties on Smithville Avenue in Dayton, Ohio, Kettering. I was working on the gardening alongside my property manager, Stephen, and I saw in his eyes, kind of quietly taken aback that I was not letting the world collapsing around me stop me from doing what I was doing. I was basically quietly walking through a storm and just carrying out what I was doing. He would have done the same, but I think he was pretty surprised that I was so easily doing it. What are you supposed to do? Just lay down and die? The world owes you nothing, so expect nothing. I had that repeated. I wrote it down. Like Bart Simpson writing on that chalkboard on the beginning scene of The Simpsons every time you see a new episode. The world owes you nothing, so expect nothing. I wrote it like 10 times. And God owes you only one thing. Fulfillment of a promise. I'll take that one thing being owed as opposed to entropy and living within this mess. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys this video post it in just a little bit. And I think I'll also do a compilation for y'all. Try something a little different. Maybe give you a mashup of like 10 or 15 of my video essays. But there you go, guys. Remember that. One of those many mantras that you can say to yourself that will have a profoundly positive effect. The world owes you nothing, so expect nothing. And anything you get over the top of that is simply icing on the cake. Just like a world where morality is not a disadvantage is worth fighting and, if need be, dying for. You only get that if you go the path where you have that promise. That's the only path that gives that to you. But in this world, you'll be backstabbed. Because the world owes you nothing. So expect nothing. Amen? Love y'all. Peace. So many people in the modern day are in so much pain. Welcome to day 203 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. That's one of the cornerstones of why I make these videos on this channel. As I've said many a time, but it bears repeating, we are all silently fighting battles that no one else knows about. There is so much pain, and so many people are just looking for somebody to understand, to care about them, to protect them. Probably the principal reason I talk about all of my traumas in life is this one right here. I show it to you. Bear it on my wrists, whatever, my forearms. And look you in the eyes and say, despite all of that, I will never, ever abandon you. I will never, ever turn my back on you or reflect any of that pain on you. Does not matter what happens to me. I don't care. The only way that we can heal the seemingly infinite abyss of pain that so many of us are feeling, because it is not isolated to a certain group of people, it is not isolated to a certain era necessarily. Everyone feels it. Is to be there for one another. Not let your own traumas make you bitter. And that's what I'm doing here. I'm showing you that when I tell you no more pain, I mean it. No more pain. You come to me, you are not going to feel any pain, at least that I'm going to cause. Because you are free with me. You are protected with me. And if nobody takes me up on that offer, but I know that people are, so I'm not stressed about it. Then it's simply because I haven't proven well enough that I mean it. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And it's out of left field for any human being to truly mean that when they say it. It's part and parcel to all the suffering that I've been made to endure in my life to basically prove out that I actually believe what I say I believe. That family actually is, aside from God, the most important thing. That the wealth of this world does not really matter. You still have to operate within the bounds of the game in which you are playing. The game that you are playing. And that world is one that requires financial resources, capital, and stuff like that to have a capacity to move the needle, to stalk that wild pendulum and pull it in one particular direction. The abyss will tell you that it does not want your help. The abyss will deny that it needs it. The abyss will cause more pain. Because negativity is what it wants. It's what it is. I will never be that. You are safe with me. And if I have to go to my unaliving day because nobody trusts that I actually mean that, or not enough people do, and I guess that's what I'll have to do, you know. But I don't think that's the case. You're protected with me. No more pain. No more pain. It's gone. Love y'all. Peace.
Alright guys, as you saw before, we're getting ready to go out to the Atlantis for a Reno trip. So basically, this is how we do it. Pack a bunch of crap. There are my parents right there. Hey! Hey! Get it recorded because we've only recorded it like once or twice, so it's a little dreary today. I'll be back in a minute.
There's always taxis over here.
Reception desk. Valet. I'll give you guys a quick tour of the executive suite. This is the bathroom on my side. This is just a single king bed suite. And a nice 55-inch flat screen there. They have a little office lounging area right in between. Right here. The little bar and a 65-inch TV right there. And there's my mom and dad, and this is their room,
Give you my number of the ticket?
the main suite.
Yeah, for check-in. Sorry.
And they've got a giant bathroom.
225-133. Yeah.
And they get a 65-inch TV and a hot tub.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
And a mirror.
Bye. She's like just rambling on. Where's my purse?
What's she rambling about?
She's just rambling on and on and on.
This is the purple parrot, guys. There's my mom. Yeah, she's saying hi.
It's my birthday.
Yeah, it's her birthday. Don't guess her age.
Can we have that one so you can put the scooter right there? Sure.
Yeah.
Not if it's overbooked with the guy who has the station, then I don't want to overbook him. No, okay. Yeah. We used to be in there. It's your birthday. Yeah. It is your birthday. Thank you. Made it another year.
Yeah, that's a big accomplishment, right?
You're my first stop. How about that? Wonderful.
Yeah. Go ahead, Deb. All right, now we're walking to the pepper mill, guys.
Get some fresh air.
Yeah, little nippy out here, but it's nice still. Got some dusties.
That breeze don't feel nice.
Yeah.
Zip up your jacket.
Not zipped up.
Zip it up.
Unless you want to freeze.
I'll take it for me. My sweaters.
Hey, look at that, guys. Little baby geese over there. Little baby geese. Decided to make a quick jaunt over to the pepper mill. It's about 30 minutes away from the Atlantis. Yeah, by foot, that is. Right, Mom?
What?
About 30 minutes from the Atlantis by foot?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you were to drive,
It's cold.
yeah, if you were to drive, it's literally 5 minutes.
It's like a minute.
Yeah.
Drive.
I know this isn't supposed to be a pepper mill video, but I'm doing this just so you guys can see just how close the pepper mill is to the Atlantis. We literally walked here. I mean, I had to ride the scooter because of my legs, but my mom and dad were walking in front of me. It's a little nippy out there, but it was okay. That's how close this place is to the Atlantis, how close the Atlantis is to this place. So if you're ever wanting to go to the Atlantis, you could make it a kind of a trip for both of these places. Hey, look, it's a Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man over there. How about that, huh? Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man. Wacky Wild Arm Flailing Inflatable Tube Man. At your nearest car dealership. My favorite restaurant at the Atlantis is this sushi bar. And my mom is enjoying a couple sushi rolls at the moment. I just had a couple myself. They're absolutely amazing. I just absolutely love sushi, and they make it amazing here. What's even better is that it's actually the Sky Terrace, if you will, or you got it's the second floor, and you get to overlook the city. So it's really nice. This is probably, I mean, in my opinion, of course, it's the best restaurant in this hotel casino. But that's up for personal opinion, I suppose. This is the last day here. I still haven't had a chance to show you guys a little bit of this. I didn't take you to the pool either, but I'll do that in the future. Because we come here about once every 2 months, so ish. It's a nice little overlook you see over there. I got the Sierra Nevada mountains. Still a little bit of snow up there. It's the middle of May, the 15th today. So that was like the last storm of the season. Had to give us a little bit more snow before we finished everything off. But this puts the cap on the top of our trip for this go around. We'll probably be back up here in like July, maybe August. So I'll see y'all later.
Good morning, guys. We did not have time to not say what we mean to say. Welcome to day 222 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was just watching a video, one that my girlfriend sent me, by Dr. Maloney, where he was discussing with a pastor who had just been diagnosed with terminal brain C-word. I can't say that word because YouTube censors it very, very strictly. And he had 5 to 7 years left after he got the surgery to get the main tumor out. And the words of advice that Dr. Maloney had for the guy who knew the art of passing away well, and that was actually one of the primary things that Dr. Maloney brought up. Every man dies, but not every man truly lives. The art of dying well starts with living well. To live a life that you can go to your dying day and go without regrets and with a certain sense of honor and pride. The proper type of pride. Not pride in puffing up your chest and standing over everyone else, but pride in that you did the right thing by them. And the best words of advice he had for him, Dr. Maloney, because according to what he was talking about in that episode, he had experienced many of his family members that had passed away, friends as well who had passed away by that same type of thing, the C word, was leave love behind for your children as best you possibly can. That means let them see you love your wife intensely. That doesn't mean like show them sexually lewd things or things like that. No, it means show them the true depth of how much you love your wife and spend full quality time, laser focus with each one of his children. He had 3 of them, one's 16, 13, and 11. All very intelligent and all knowing what's about to happen in a few years' time. And then part of that is, again, why I make these videos. Communication is everything There is so much wisdom that even the dullest of you out there has that will be lost when you pass away. Experiences that you've had in your lives and the way you reacted to those experiences that nobody else can ever see again, and perhaps will never experience again. Perhaps we'll never know, because you are uniquely you. Who you are and what you are is that story. How you reacted to those experiences, which is how you loved, which is the meaning of life, love. And part of what he told this pastor who had brain C-word was to leave video behind. Whether he recorded it once a month or once a year or some other frequency. He only said those two. But a guy like that could leave such a profound effect on the world by starting, let's say, a YouTube channel where he talks about brain C-word, assuming YouTube does not throttle his channel for saying that word, and about how his life is affected and what he's trying to leave behind. There are many aspects to this that are immeasurable for him right now. The first one is, in a few years' time, we may have advanced our medical technology enough to where we find the cure to the C-word. Through fembendazole, CRISPR, gene editing, which is CRISPR, organ print, 3D printing, or anything else. Also, such a channel will garner huge amounts of sympathy and huge amounts of, well, frankly, an audience, is what it comes down to. And with an audience, I'm going to be blunt here, comes a lot of views, therefore a lot of money, and therefore by that virtue itself, he is fixing this ill of the world, because that allocation of resources he can put into his church, he can put into C-word research, and he's going to find other people who are going to have eyes on his particular problem that will be able to bring new light to the situation. Not just money, but experience and expertise, intelligence and wisdom. There are so many immeasurable things that happen when you allow yourself to live and pass away well. It is a ripple effect that we just cannot see all the consequences of in our limited lives. That is a legacy of infinite profundity, and one that he has set up to live to its fullest for himself, his family, God, and everyone else. So when I say to you, communication is everything. We are social creatures. It's what we're built to do. Get past your anxiety and just say what you mean to say. As John Mayer says in that famous song. It will heal all the world's ills. Sometimes that requires you to say the quiet part out loud and at least initially be ostracized. Other times, it simply requires you to speak your life experiences. And other times, it requires you to duke it out with demons on a day-to-day basis, to your doom or theirs, or both. But say what you mean to say. Don't hide anything. Communicate. And die well. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 127 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to talk a little bit about resonant frequencies. So, every object in the universe has a resonant frequency. Now, what is a resonant frequency? A resonant frequency is the frequency at which that object vibrates. Every object in the universe, such as the human eye, the human body, the table, a cell phone, depends on the frame of reference, but everything is comprised of atoms and subatomic particles and fundamental particles, etc., 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 all the way down to the Planck unit of time length. And it probably goes even farther than that, but we don't know how to get to that point. And at the very most fundamental of level, everything is just energy and frequency. The whole of existence. All of it. And what we perceive, you and I, and everyone else, is how it has collapsed into our perceptive ability to see, to comprehend the universe around us. All right? Everything is frequency. Everything is energy. Everything. So, what you can derive from that is the frequency at which a certain frame of reference vibrates. The frequency goes up and down, 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 right? It's peaks and troughs, peaks and troughs, peaks and troughs. And it's repetitive. It keeps going. Ad infinitum. To infinity and beyond. Like Buzz Lightyear says. So, to get to the very base here, a human body resonates at a fairly low frequency. It's like 4 hertz, I think, somewhere around there. That means you have an oscillation in the frequency, in the wavelength. You get 4 of them, 4 whole wavelengths per second. Okay? The light that you see, the visual spectrum that your eyes are physical transducers to be able to comprehend for your brain is between 400, 350, and about 750 nanometers. Nanometer is 10 to the negative 9th meters. Very, very tiny. The number of oscillations that can happen in a second are on the order of hundreds of billions. Okay? But anyway, a physical form, such as the human body, has a resonant frequency, and you say resonant because at the peaks and the troughs of the frequency spectrum for the object, that is where it's at its highest energy state. Energy states being related to the energy states of the actual atomic substructure of the material. Those energy states can cause that atomic substructure to actually have the electrons move to different electron shells within the elements of the structure, right? So, if you are bombarding something with its specific resonant frequency, or a multiple thereof, then basically what you're doing is you are maximizing or increasing the maximum, the amplitude of the peaks and of the troughs of the frequency at which that object resonates. And every object, like I said, has said resonant frequency, whether it's a building or a dog. Everything It's the frame of reference. Okay? You find it specifically for that frame of reference, and if you bombard that object with its resonant frequency at a high enough amplitude for a long enough time, Nikola Tesla proved this actually many, many years ago when he was still alive. He had like a black box object under a building because he was trying to show people what he could do with resonant frequencies. It was an experiment. He was paid to do it, I think, because they wanted the building to come down anyway. You'll have to look this up. I don't remember the exact story, but I'll probably get like a little indicator on the video for you so you can see what I'm talking about. But he miscalculated the resonant frequency by just a hair. So since he did, it took a lot longer for it to happen. But it did happen. He bombarded that building with its resonant frequency, and over the course of a few hours, it finally ended up collapsing. You can do the same thing with a building, or with a body, or with a component of said body. Every object in the universe, depending on its frame of reference, has its own specific resonant frequency. For veins and arteries, it's about 1 hertz. The closer you get to a specific resonant frequency for a specific person's veins and arteries, the more pointed you can be with your attack on them. And by the way, that 1 hertz frequency that veins and arteries vibrate at, roughly, is such a long wavelength that it is not attenuated hardly at all through space. So it could be sent to Earth from Alpha Centauri or beyond, and it would get here with minimal attenuation, going through the atmosphere, going through the void of space, going through nebulae, all of it, because it's such a low frequency. So you have that, all right? If you find the specific resonant frequency, then you can be very, very targeted with the people you're trying to target. Very, very pointed. But then you also have things like gamma rays, or really, really high frequency stuff. The reason those ones are so obliterative, they're so destructive, is because they vibrate at such a high frequency that they essentially resonate with everything, or near enough. You'd have to be a very specific frequency to not be attacked and destroyed by a gamma ray. A gamma ray turns your DNA into jelly. I read a story, the criticality incident in Japan that happened back in 1996, I believe it was. There were 3 workers that got bombarded with the highest amount of gamma rays ever recorded. And one man was bombarded with 20,000 sieverts, I think it was, of gamma radiation over the course of a few seconds, and his body, his DNA turned into jelly. There was nothing left. It took him about 90 days to die because your cells have to recycle, and basically your whole body, all the cells within it, recycle in about 120 days. Odd to think about. Not all of them, but like your skin cells, your organs, stuff like that. Some of your bone cells, your nails, obviously. But when you get through that entire cycle, if you don't have DNA that is extant to replicate the same cells, they're not going to replicate. You're just going to decay and die. That's what happened to the guy. He survived it was right around, I think it was like 90 or 100 days or something like that. It was a very gruesome death, too. So that's how gamma rays work. That's how they are so destructive. But every object in the universe has a resonant frequency. The lower you go, the more specific and targeted your attack can be. So I don't have arteries, or I do, but just enough to keep my hands and feet alive. But I don't have pulses in my wrists because I had that kind of attack conducted upon me. I wanted to give a little bit more detail on how resonant frequencies work so that you guys could see exactly what I'm talking about here. Doctors, I literally had hundreds of doctors take a look at me. No joke. I'm not exaggerating about that. They couldn't figure out what caused it, but they knew it happened. I had several angiograms done and a bypass. On my legs, your legs normally have 3 arteries that reach down to your toes. And that gives you the sufficient blood flow that you need in order to have proper mobility and proper circulation and all that. My left leg had 1 feeble artery that was making it down to my foot, and my right leg had 2 feeble arteries. The doctors don't know what the hell happened, because I was a marathon runner before. And if anything, being a marathon runner should actually drastically improve your circulation. Didn't do that with me. They don't know what happened. I think I was attacked with a very specific resonant frequency. They discovered whatever mine was and obliterated those arteries. I remember I was getting ready to play basketball one day with with a group of my friends, my church mates, out in Ohio. And I looked at my right foot because I noticed it was really painful. It's like something had punched it. And there was a bruised line across my foot where the vein had literally disintegrated, or the artery. It was gone. I remember that artery being there. I remember it being, because I pay attention to my feet because I was a runner and all that, so I had to, because I had to make sure that I was keeping tabs on it and taking good care of myself. And I was appreciative of that artery there because it was so powerful and it was giving me good circulation. That day I went out there to play basketball with my friends. It turned black, and basically over the course of a few weeks it disintegrated. It was gone. This actually happened to me. I'm not exaggerating. But that's what resonant frequencies are. And it can be so specific that it can actually go inside your own personal body and attack a specific thing. Yeah. It's crazy to think about. But everything is frequency, everything is energy. We're all waves vibrating at different levels in whatever dimension. That's what it ultimately means. So, I'll talk more about this later, but I hope this gives it a little bit of a better perspective on it. Anyway, alright guys, have a good Saturday. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 116 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. In this one, I'm going to discuss the lowest common denominator approach to discerning truth. What I mean by that is there is so little that we all know in this life that we must filter our perceptions, our subjective comprehension of the world around us with as much objectivity and first principle baseline truths as we can possibly muster. And there aren't very many of them with which we may work. Let me give you some examples. Consistency is more important than intensity, whether it be in your writings, in making videos like this on a consistent basis, or any number of other things, like exercise. I say this as part of my mantra at the beginning of every one of my workout streams. The mantra being, welcome to my workout stream. See how a guy with crucifixion disease, aka stigmata, still gets his exercise in. Spoiler alert, you just go a little bit easier. You don't have to go hard, you just have to go. eat an elephant one bite at a time, and never give up. That perfectly aligns with consistency over intensity, though both are important. There are seasons in your life where intensity will outweigh consistency. It was what we called, when I was in the military, hurry up and wait. You had short stints of extremely high activity that you prepared for in your consistent training, which was very accurate with what we should have been preparing for when it comes to fighting the enemy. Because those times where you fight the enemy, face to face, or something to that effect, those skirmishes are only going to last a few seconds to a few minutes. But all the training that you do up to that point, the consistent training, is what makes you fully prepared and able to win that fight. So both are important, but consistency over intensity, because it's what you're going to spend most of your time doing. So if you're in a state of depression or weakness or something to that effect, I say that a lot, and you can only muster up the ability to, say you're a writer, write 10 words a day. Okay, that's fine. What you do, you write 10 words a day, and then you start to build up the confidence and the happiness that, hey, I've done this for 10 straight days. I've actually gotten 100 words written. It's not much, but it's something. So then you go up to 11 words per day, or 12, or 15, or 20. So first week, 10 words per day. Second week, 20 words per day, etc. Until you are fully confident in yourself. You got yourself up to 500 to 1,000 words per day in your story writing. And you're like, wow, I'm making serious progress. You're no longer depressed. You're capable of doing the things that you wanted to do. And you will overshoot at first. You're going to be so happy and elated at this fact that you're now writing 500 words per day that you shoot up to 2,000 words per day, thinking that you can sustain that. This happens to everybody. It's just the way it works. You overshoot once you get to your stability point. It's fine. Just re-gauge yourself. Go up to the point, overshooting a little bit, realizing that you're overshooting and come back down. It turns out your stability point, where you don't wear yourself out, but at the same time, you're accomplishing your goals and you're no longer depressed. Let's say is 700 words per day. There you go. 700 words per day. It will take you 100 days to write an entire full-length novel. Not bad. And then all the editing and all of the back and forth with your publishers. You might get a book published every 6 months to a year. As you build up rapport with your publisher, it goes faster and faster because they know how you write, they know how to edit your works, and you know all the ins and outs of how to communicate with them, and vice versa. And it gets better and better. Consistency over intensity. And another baseline fact, death is bad. Sounds pretty simple and plebeian, right? Well, look at the conflict happening in Russia and Ukraine right now. We have no idea what the hell is going on over there. We can't. There are simply too many variables for us to fully comprehend the geopolitics of it all. And as single individuals, we can't know. We don't know everything under the sun. Only God can know what's actually going on over there. But we can get to a baseline truth that death is bad and it should stop. We should minimize death as much as possible. This harkens back to the Ten Commandments, which themselves are lowest common denominator truths. Excess weight is bad. Body weight, I'm talking about. So if excess weight is bad, those things that cause excess weight are also things that you must minimize. For instance, sugary sodas. Sugary sodas are something that we should eliminate or minimize as much as we can in our lives. You can have a treat every once in a while,
But most people don't have that kind of discipline to just treat it as a treat. And especially those people who are on Snap. They're on Snap for a particular reason. It's because they have not been very wise with the path that they've taken their lives down. They don't make very much money, and they don't make very good decisions in that regard. And usually, that comes along with a very high level of unhealthiness. So, they're not going to have the kind of discernment to determine that a sugary beverage is not good without some exterior force giving them some idea of what they should be doing with that money. This money, by the way, is stolen out of the hands of people like myself. It is a tax. We pay for it by taxes. So, if you're going to live off the government dole, you have to follow the rules. Nobody should live under the government dole, truly. But if you are, you have to follow the rules. Which is, if they say no sugary drinks, no sugary drinks. If you want to buy sugary drinks, buy it with your own money, not with the money that the government gives you. Saving is better than spending, generally speaking, more than generally speaking, like almost exclusively speaking. And therefore, the central banking system in Keynesian economics, which has incentivized spending your money the moment you get it, has caused tremendous imbalances in our world, and it must be done away with immediately, entirely, obliterated, and the wound cauterized. Never be allowed to come back. Saving is better than spending. When you save money and you get to the ages of 65, 70 years old, and you've put away, say, 10% of your income every month, that's built up into $500,000 to $1 million, and you didn't spend it, now you can use that money to live off of for the rest of your life. And you can also invest it into other things that can make you more money. That's a baseline truth. Saving is better than spending, though spending and saving both have their places. You don't want to save so much that you become a miser and you don't enjoy things of life. I was actually reading a little bit of Seneca yesterday. He was talking about a kind of philosopher's mean, or Aristotelian mean, Aristotle being the philosopher of that time, in that you want to live slightly above what the average is for your lot, for the people around you, so that you can give them something to strive for, but not so far out from their reach that they're disincentivized to even try. It's critically important. So, to that point, saving being more important than spending, I have a rule for myself. Let's say, I decide for one reason or another that I want to get myself a Ferrari or a Lamborghini at some point in the distant future when I have the money to do so. I have made a rule for myself that I will allow myself to do that if it is less than 1% of my net worth, or rather, less than 1% of my yearly income, to buy the vehicle. So that vehicle is $250,000 in today's dollars. That would mean that I have to be worth make $25 million a year, or something like that, in order to buy one of those vehicles with my own personal thresholds. I want to give people something to strive for, but not be gaudy and ridiculous about it. So I'm talking about the lowest common denominator approach. That's what this is, because we know so little. And so many of us think that we know everything. I remember my brother Brandon when he was 15 years old, and I knew he was at this era in his life because I had dealt with it a couple years before in myself. He told me when we were actually in a little scuffle in the backyard, "I know everything." He yelled that out loud, and I knew that's what he was going to do. It was interesting. We know nothing. We know nothing. The amount of information we can know is infinitesimally small compared to the amount of information that can be known, because any finite number, no matter how large, is still infinitesimally small compared to infinity. Just the way it works. We know very, very little. Learning is better than stagnation. One of the reasons I make these videos. For my
progeny, my descendants, my family members, whether they're directly from my line or my nephews or great nephews, etc., blah, 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 blah. I make these videos so that maybe I can give them a couple kernels of truth when they are alive, and trying to sift through the social and cultural and political and economic mores of their times. Because it's never easy. It's never easy, especially when the leaders renege on their responsibilities. There was a book that I read a long time ago, back when I was like 20 years old, called Where Have All the Leaders Gone? It's written by a CEO of, I believe it was GM. He was the CEO of GM for a while. I forget the guy's name. It was a long time ago that I read the book, but the title was Where Have All the Leaders Gone? And people reneging on their responsibilities. Some of us are forced into that position. I want to lead, but I have like 2 people that listen to me to any degree. And I tell you, I want to lead, but you can't force people to want to follow you. It's the way it works. I'm a military veteran, and I still only have a handful of people that listen to me. It's just the way it is. They have to decide it. Doesn't matter how clear your message is. If they don't want to hear it, if they're not receptive, it's not going to do anything. So try to make it as poignant and clear and receivable as possible. That Aristotelian mean. Meet people where they are, but always try to nudge them to get better. And contributing is better than not contributing. Again, that's why I'm doing this. So to all of my descendants, anybody else who might be watching this in the year 2100, well, let's just say 2030, I don't know, try to be better. You don't have to go hard. You just have to go. Little incremental improvements are enough. Believe in yourself that you can do it. I promise you, you can if you try. Learn about compound interest. It's not just something that is related to money. It's related to everything that you consistently put effort into, as long as you're not being suffocated by exterior forces for one reason or another. But even then, it still has its effect. So, alright guys, that's all I got for today. I'll come back at you in a little bit, a couple hours with a short. I'm going to be writing with my friend Kara again today. We missed last week because she had jury duty, but love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 103 until I am a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to discuss the difference between free will or choice and opportunity, and how they're both very, very important, but they're not precisely the same thing. So free will, obviously, is your ability to make your own choices. You either go direction A or direction B. However, opportunity is the horizon of choices that you have to make. For example, if you lived in the Middle Ages, then you could choose to get water from the stream or get water from the well. You could choose to build a house with a straw roof or build a house with a stone or a tile roof. You could choose to live in Great Britain with very much ease, in London, or you could choose to live in Scotland, let's say Edinburgh, if you traveled for several days. If you got cancer, or if you got sick, let's say you stubbed your toe or something and you got an infection, you could not choose to survive from that. It was purely contingent upon how robust your body was
if it could survive. There was nothing you could do to prevent yourself from passing away if that's what was going to happen. The bubonic plague unalived 25% of the European population in the Middle Ages, and there were several bubonic plagues that occurred. We didn't have penicillin. We didn't have any antibiotics. We didn't have germ theory back then. We had no idea what any of that was. So while you might have wanted to make the choice to continue to survive, you didn't have the opportunity to do so. You were just going to survive or not, depending on what your body could do, what it could handle. And to our physical body's credit, there were some very well-known leaders back then that did survive the bubonic plague, like Charlemagne. I believe it was Charlemagne. Anyways, there was one of the kings that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking Charlemagne got the bubonic plague and survived it. It's possible to survive it without penicillin and antibiotics and all that. It's just, you better be pretty damn robust if you want to. Now you look at the modern day. If you lived in the Middle Ages, you could have wanted to go to the moon. You could have, with all of your heart and desire, wanted that to happen. But you did not have the opportunity. It was not within the purview of your possible choices. Now, we have been to the moon with the Apollo program in the 60s. We can get it back. And Elon Musk is working on that right now with his Starship. And soon we will be able to go back there again. But in the Middle Ages, it was not within the purview of possible choices for you to make. And that's the difference between opportunity and free will. Opportunity and choice. You have the freedom to choose what you would like within that purview of choices. And it is the tools that we build based upon the consensus mechanism that is the convergence of our reality. And what I mean by that is we need tools to operate within the physical laws of this universe. Physical laws of this universe are the consensus that all conscious beings have come to make this reality what it is. That up is up, down is down, black is black, white is white. Gravitational pull of the Earth is 9.81 meters per second squared on average. Newton's physical laws, all that stuff. It's a consensus mechanism that has made this reality what it is. If you didn't have to be under consensus, you wouldn't need any abstraction to accomplish the choices that you actually have. You could just focus your intent on something, your choice, and it would occur. I could manifest a gold brick in midair just because I want it to be there. And as long as I could focus my intent enough and there were no other consciences that could say to me, that's not possible, you can't do that, within the realm of the physical laws, then it could happen. I know this because I've done it before. And that's why nobody must be looking upon the situation when it does happen, so that there doesn't need to be any other consensus aside from you. I manifested a penny back when I was a child, when I was 10 years old. I have a story about this on this channel, actually. You can go back and watch it if you'd like. But the difference between choice and opportunity is opportunity is a subset of choice. It is the purview, the range of choices that you have dependent upon the reality in which you live. So I hope that makes sense. This is just, as all these videos are, a taster of the ideas that I want to posit in this channel. And mind you, in 100 years, there will be even more opportunity. We'll be able to go to Mars. We might even be on different solar systems at that point. There will be more choice for you to be able to make. Take advantage of those opportunities.
Who knows when they might not be there in the future? Because you also got to keep in mind, while the purview of choices tends to expand over time, it can also re-shrink. That's happened many a time, and the space race is a perfect example of that in and of itself. So the doorway opens up and it can close again. NASA's not sending people to the moon anymore. Why is that? Because they're being manipulated by dark forces. Legitimately, that's what it is. But I'll leave it at that. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think. Love to hear from you. Love y'all. Peace. What would you do if everything that you were doing in life turned out to be for naught? Welcome to day 169 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. That's the premise, the idea behind this episode today. Every venture that I've attempted to broach in my life, whether it be being an Air Force veteran, being a pilot, being an electrical engineer, trying to become a copywriter, etc. Trying to build my real estate portfolio, become a real estate entrepreneur, all that. You know, in Christianity, it is made pretty clear that everything here in the ephemeral on earth is fleeting, is empty, and it dies anyway. So it's not a good idea to invest an excessive amount of energy or inspiration or perspiration into it. And I've been pushing that boulder up the hill for all these different things. Right now, trying to build this YouTube channel, missing the point that that it's about leaving some type of positive inspiration for other people. But the taunt, the tease, the pain that the dark forces of this world and beyond constantly put in front of you, the carrot, is that other people get to make money off of it. Other people get to be successful at it. While those things don't really matter all that much, if at all. The reason I want those things is not because I just simply want money. God knows this. I want to use those resources to build. And yet we are told that everything that we could build here on this planet, in this world, in this reality, being that it all is ephemeral, no matter how long you make it last, is kind of pointless. And the only thing you really glean from it is the lessons. Your soul is eternal, but that's the only thing here that is. So no matter what resistance you have to face, what matters is the lessons you get from that resistance, is how you react to it, and that's why. Because it's the only thing that gets out of here. You take nothing with you when you pass away. What you want is to leave something behind that's actually worthwhile. But we're told that even that is not necessarily all that important. And that's, at the same time, that's a taunt that the enemy uses against you. Because he gives, in that he runs this existence, that power to people who should not have it. I mention it all the time because he's a prototypical example, and I'm going to make it worthwhile what he's doing simply to be an example of the darkness. And he'll get angry at me for that, and I love it, because he's a parasite. George Soros. He's the one that has billions of dollars. One of the people. To be something to cause one of the carnal sins, or mortal sins, pardon me, in a human being such as myself, of despair. I don't have it. There have been points where I have been deep down in the pits of near hopelessness. But true hopelessness is despair, and I don't have that. I never have. Because I know that no matter what I'm resigned to do, I'm still going to have an impact. This connects to what I'm reading in my current book that I'm reading, Chasing the Wild Pendulum. There's a, if you want to talk scientific about it, there is a frequency, a fundamental resonant frequency of the entire planet and everything on it. It's right around 5 hertz, 5 to 7 hertz. And the more powerfully you can get yourself entrained to that signal, the more powerful your ripple is of your actions and reactions in your life. The more of an effect you can have on the way people perceive the world around them. And perception is reality, based purely upon what we know from the double-slit experiment and Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrödinger's cat. Everything that we do or think we know in reality is based upon belief and consensus. It is perception. And if we can believe that belief is the core of everything, and that knowledge is purely convergence, coherence of the reality in which we live, nothing more, nothing less, then the day will come, however long or far into the future, where we legitimately don't have to move a mountain one stone at a time, but can move it with our minds. Faith can move mountains. Everything we need to know is there. And if we want to stop this giant bamboozling and sucking us down into despair that's happening in this world, or trying to, then a great way to do that is to show the irrelevance of what those parasites are doing. It is the way. That is to tell people and show people that they are worth it, that they have an infinite potential and capacity that they just haven't seen yet, but it's there. You have to have somebody that truly believes that group of people maybe, that no matter what resistance they face are going to keep on saying it, are going to keep on believing it, are going to keep on pushing to make it a reality. If you remember what happened during the COVID nonsense, there were a lot of faithful people, and you can see it in the charts, the graphs, the statistics. Faithful people who believed that God did not show up when he should have, that he failed. He did not. It was merely a revealing, a removing of the veil. Because while you and I might understand just how corrupted this world is, and writ large, Christians that actually are not nominal and truly do believe as well know how corrupted the world is. You are your brother's keeper. We're in the business of saving souls. The rest of them did not know. And through the process of the COVID nonsense and the entire control grid breaking down around us, people began to see, are beginning to see. It's a generational process. We were told that there would only be a select few who actually made it to this Elysium, heaven, Eden, God. That little aspect can change. It can be inverted. Who's the one that dukes it out with the devil directly? For decades, days and decades, to his doom. The one that you and I, well, at least I know, in the religious texts of Christianity, is known as Michael, the archangel. The one who is the devil, known as Satan, is the enemy. We're all painted red. Every single one of us that's trying to fix this world. In some way, shape, or form. It could be as simple as a name. And while names are not everything, they are the first impression. But they are just a clever camouflage, or they can't act as one. All you gotta do is believe. Push through it. Don't give up. Because that's the thing that the enemy's trying to destroy. And if you just believe despite it all, you've won. All right. I think I'll leave it at that today. Love you all. Peace. What is waking up? Welcome to day 195 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was just watching a video on YouTube by a channel that I am subscribed to that I really like. It's called Lazy Game Reviews, of Clint Basinger, who is the owner of that channel, talking about the future of the channel. And he is 3 years older than me. He was born December 27th, 1986 or something like that. Right around there. Don't ask me how I know that. I just remember people's birthdays really well. Not always perfectly, but pretty well. And he was actually just talking about how this hurricane that went through his house, his neighborhood, the last couple of years, and how everything had been upended for his life, really changed his perspectives on a great number of things. That how he had been living a life that was small and quiet, and despite having such a gigantic channel, it's a comfort channel, a channel that people watch in order to just kick back and relax and get their minds off of other rubbish and nonsense. He hasn't really been living life. He was mentioning how from this point forward, he's going to start traveling more and doing more things that are going to fulfill his soul and enrich himself and, the world in some way. He has no wife, he has no kids, and from what I can gather, he's never even pursued those things. It's just been him. And he said that he felt like he, in the last few months since the hurricane, has been operating on autopilot. But I think it's actually the inverse. I think he was operating on autopilot before, without thinking about anything else, all right, in life that was important or not, and just sort of living, being a bump on the log and not doing really big things and all that, even though he's been given this amazing gift of life and all the resources he could ever need with this gibungous YouTube channel he's got. He doesn't have to work super hard. He doesn't have to be the antidote to everybody else's illnesses, mostly spiritual and psychological. Though he is an aid in that, I will definitely tell you that. Like I said, it's a comfort channel. And he was saying that he was operating on autopilot since the hurricane. Like I said, pretty sure it was the inverse. He was operating on autopilot before the hurricane, and he suddenly woke up. When that hurricane happened, which was outside the script, it was outside the script. Think about it, guys. Outside the script. He wasn't being controlled by it. It just hit him right there. Jostled him out of what he was doing. And now he doesn't get as much fulfillment out of what he was doing before. He wants to do more things that are valuable. And maybe he's not going to be a solo person anymore and will actually find a woman to be his wife and have a family. Realize that if he doesn't do something like that soon, his line is going to spiritually end right where it is. And there are plenty of women that would love to put a ring on his finger. There are plenty of women that would. Not just for the resources and whatnot. He's a pretty decent guy, pretty relaxed, down to earth. And this woke him up. So, the person that is asleep may not, they won't see that they're asleep, obviously, right? It's like when you're in a dream and you just find out that you're dreaming, and suddenly you can play with all the variables and stuff, right? You can fly because you want to. It's like, but if you push too far out of it, you're going to wake up. I've done that many a time, and I'm sure you guys have as well. Well, I think he's just starting to figure out that he's been in a dream the whole time. Like so many of us. He was looking around. He's like, what? What's going on? That wasn't supposed to happen. And now he's got one eye open. And he's like, okay, something outside the script happened. Was that me? Was that God? Was that some other force? Because that wasn't supposed to happen. And this hurricane that hit the Appalachian Mountains was a once-in-a-century hurricane. I want to emphasize here, because I don't think you guys fully understand this. And I'm speaking to not just millennials here, but also Gen Xers and Gen Zers, right? All of us in this time alive. Anybody who's going to watch this video, things have happened that are so profound and gigantic the last 10 to 15 years, all in such quick sequence, that it's utterly insane. It's utterly insane. I mean, over the course of 5-10 years, it was like 5 years, my generation endured like 5 or 6 Black Swan events. It was insane. And it's still continuing. It's like the whole simulation is breaking down. And everybody who's still asleep right now is going to see pretty quick, and they're no longer going to be that way. That we are actually the conscious creators of the world around us. Not just simply NPCs, but we actually create it as well. And we're going to see that process, I think. Because this charade can't last much longer. And for us, the best we can do, the most important thing we can do, is try to awaken as many people as possible and be there for them through the birth pains. Because it's not easy. For those of us who are able to see more than the first layer of the world around us, it is, you know, just as well as I do, very painful. So to have a guide is good. Mentorship. This can't last much longer. I don't know what's making it last as long as it has, but re-gauge what you think being awake is. I don't even really know. Just some ideas. How do you conceptualize the number 0 if you've never thought of such a thing? Or the 5th dimension if you've never thought of such a thing or haven't even imagined it? It just randomly pops up in your mind out of nowhere? Is it seeded in there but through inception? Is it some combination? We don't know. It's interesting. Anyways, that's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 165 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm here in Reno, Nevada at the Atlantis, like you saw, that I was going to be doing in the near future on the last video. So that's where I am right now. One thing that always sucks about getting a little inebriated and having fun and maybe over-consuming not just alcohol but food and stuff is that it makes you a little bit puffy. So every time I'm up here, I was like, oh, look at me. Look at me. I look like a puffer fish. I'm just kidding. But I look puffy. See, watch this. See that? Takes a while for it to leave my face. That means I got a lot of retained water. That's what that means. It's alright though, it goes away real quick when I get back home. It only takes a couple workout sessions, maybe a fasting day. I do that sometimes. Not simply to make up for overindulgent days, though that does play a part much of the time, but also for spiritual reasons, health reasons, all sorts of stuff. Discipline. You like discipline. You guys have ever seen the movie Back to the Future That's like one of the principal's catchphrases in the first movie. And by the way, if you haven't seen that movie, Gen Zers especially, and Gen Alpha, if you're watching this, definitely watch it, because it's a classic, and Steven Spielberg did some great work with it, and there's some really good actors in that movie, and one of them has Parkinson's now. Michael J. Fox. He's had Parkinson's since he was like 29, and he is still kicking, still doing all right. You know, my grandpa on my dad's side had Parkinson's. He passed away when he was 81 back in 1998. Unfortunate circumstances surrounding that. He could have probably made it to 90 or older had what happened not happened. But basically, he fell on the stairs and on his neck and suffocated. But that was 27 years ago. Either way, he had Parkinson's, but it didn't go any farther than his left hand. So it wasn't horrible. But Parkinson's usually comes with a plethora of other physical ailments. Like my dad, for example, with his vascular dementia due to his strokes, he also has some mild Alzheimer's. And Alzheimer's doesn't go away necessarily. You can stem the growth of it, the advancement of it there, if you pounce on it really quick and give him a lot of fruitful and engaging things to do in his life. One of those things is just having his family with him all the time. So I live with my parents. Saves a lot of money, and I can help them tremendously. So does my aunt and my uncle and my uncle's girlfriend. And my other brother also lives in that house. Now, mind you, this is a big house that I'm talking about, so it makes it a little bit easier for us to actually manage this. The house is almost 3,000 square feet with 5 bedrooms, and it's soon to have 6 when we frame in Loretta's bedroom downstairs, my aunt. And then there's also a gym in the garage that if we wanted to, we could turn that into a bedroom. And then there's the upstairs attic that if we built stairs to easily access it, we could put 2 or 3 bedrooms up there. There's actually potential to get like 10 bedrooms in this house. And we say 2,826 square feet, but that's just what we have set up as actual living space. If we got the upstairs attic set up properly and all the other locations set up, it would be more like 3,500 to 4,000 square feet. Because that upstairs attic is gigantic. It is humongous giggity. KB homes have very pitched roofs. And it's so much wasted space. I don't know why they don't utilize it. It doesn't have to be like super spiffy or anything. Just make it like a Cape Cod home. And chop off the ends of the roof. Not like you can't access that back part unless it's just being a closet or something. And then you can make bedrooms up there. You could even plumb in a bathroom. Just make it directly over the upstairs bathroom, and it would work. I don't know why I'm talking about this right now, but it's just stuff that's been going through my mind. I'm always thinking about this because I have a real estate mind. I have an entrepreneurial mind in that regard, because not only could you have your whole family live there, but if you didn't want to do that, you could rent out each one of the rooms as a singular Airbnb. So, in California, Roseville, California, the size of the bedrooms would equate to about $60 a night if we did that. So 80% booking, $60 a night for 10 rooms. Let's just say that equates to $50 a night. All right? So $50 a night times 30 is 3,000, is that right? No, I'm getting this wrong. 1,500. 1,500 a month times 10. $15,000 a month off of a singular property if you did it that way.
And if we framed in all those rooms and did exactly what I was saying, we could probably get that done for $30,000. I think that could be done. But if we wanted to just put an upper estimate of like $50K, then still. See, these are the things that people don't think of that you could do if you really wanted to. But because it's not my house, and I'm not the one that makes those decisions, and there's a lot of other people that are living there now, I can't do that. However, I pray to God that I get sufficient equity, sufficient credit and all that to be able to buy the house next door to us, because it just is about to go on the market. Apparently the people that lived there before, it looks like they foreclosed. Because the house was probably under like a $650,000 mortgage, if I had to guess. And that equates to like a $4,000 per month payment at the interest rate that they got, which is very difficult to endure for anybody. But it would be so cool if I could buy that house. I don't have the credit or the money to do it. I would need some help with it. So if any of my family members see this video, maybe we can go in together on it. Watch this video, let me know. I'd be willing to do that. There's 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms in that house. It's over 2,200 square feet with a nice backyard, and it's right next door to Mom and Dad. I think it'd be great. And then maybe over time we could buy the house next to it, and we could own almost the whole court and have our brood there, if you will. I've been thinking about this a lot. It could be our own little community. So, there you go, guys. That's what I got today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 102 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today, I'm having my writing session with my friend Kara. I wanted to talk a little bit about these cyber attacks that we recently experienced on platforms like X and Rumble. In fact, apparently they're still going on. But those cyber attacks also apparently came from the Ukraine. The Ukraine. That's what it used to be known as. Ukraine. Now, why is it that it is such a deeply multifaceted and drawn-out conflict that's happening in Ukraine? Why is it that the deep state is so adamantly trying to protect Ukraine? They don't care about all these other countries in the world that have conflicts that happen every single day. I mean, just look at South Africa, for example. They don't give a crap about South Africa. And South Africa's crumbling. That's a perfect example. So why Ukraine? Why do they care so much about Ukraine over anything else? Well, here's my guess. The first one is, back in 2017, we had a sudden explosion of scammers. There were always scammers out there, but it only takes 1, 2, 3, 5 industrious, very hardworking, if you can call it that, scam artists to set up scam farms and hire a bunch of people and pay them a pittance to do the work, to completely sabotage the global economic system. It's called a commerce jam. So you have culture jams, which is something that Alex Stein is really good at, and then you have commerce jams, which basically just screw up the economy. That's what scammers are. They're thieves. They are a parasite. Literally, they are parasitic. They do nothing but steal and suck from the productive energy of those in the world who are trying to build something.
whether it be small or great, doesn't matter. You work hard every day in whatever job that you have to contribute in some way, shape, or form to society, and what they do is they suck away all of the capital that you get from that. It's a disincentive. So, my guess is that in Ukraine, that's the center of many scam farms. I even heard recently, through the grapevine and some ex-posts a while back, that some of those massive scam farms were shut down. And I'm not going to say who did it because it's too controversial, but some people aren't necessarily as bad as you think they are, is all I'll say. In addition to that, the pharmaceutical complex. I believe a bunch of gigantic pharmaceutical companies' headquarters, I could be mistaken, are actually in Ukraine. There's something going on there. And if we can fix this, whatever is going on in that country. Now, you got to keep in mind, we are so ephemeral, there's so little that each and every one of us know. We simply cannot have a perfect picture of the truth. Only God can. But if we can get in there and figure out what's actually going on behind the scenes, it's so drastic that we could literally have the cure to cancer in a pill form within the next 5 years. The stuff that they are doing there. The pharmaceutical industrial complex and all the crap that they're hiding from us. It might be centered right there. That's my guess. But I don't know. I'm just picking up the little seeds and the kernels from the grapevine. I'm trying to synthesize all the information as best I can. But I am just one guy. Just don't think that you know everything that's going on. You can have your perspectives, you can have your judgments, that's totally fine, and you should, because you're a human being. But look towards truth. Try to find the lowest common denominator of truth and say, oh, that was the right move to do, oh, that wasn't the right move to do, based upon that lowest common denominator of truth. And then just trust that we have patriots in control right now. Honestly, for the first time since God knows when. But they got in control back in like 2016 or so, and things started to change for the better. But because they have a greater perspective than we do, they're going to be able to do things that we can't. They have responsibilities that we don't. Just look towards the foundational fabric. Get away from the subjectivity. Get away from the form over function. This is what the demon always tries to take advantage of, and why we've never been able to get out of this constant loop of destroying ourselves. They take advantage of us focusing on form over function. And that's been done mainly through the legacy media, at least in the last 100 years or so. But things are changing. There's something going on here. There is something going on here. So just be patient. We might have that cure to cancer here pretty soon. Alright guys, that's all I got for today. A short one. Love y'all. Peace. I often say, ordering is the sister of timing. Welcome to day 187 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. 187 is a number that's very special to my heart. I won't tell you why, but you might be able to determine at some point. So ordering is the sister of timing. The reason I have allowed myself to at least to even entertain the notion of unorthodox romantic relationships is because of that thing, that ordering is the sister of timing. In the current world, this one, the enemy seeks to disorder things, to put them out of order, and to jack up our growth and development. While it is something that might be duly considered in a non-ephemeral existence, one where we no longer live and pass away in 100 years, but instead are fully eternal, for us to consider unorthodox romantic relationships. It is not something that we can necessarily do safely here. So if you are to breach that covenant, which is a sin, and that means it is, so you understand what the term sin means. It means to miss the mark. It means you're not getting it right. Okay? To disorder it. If you were to breach that, so long as you can handle what you're doing, you keep it to yourself. So we are in Pride Month right now. Quote unquote pride. And pride cometh before the fall. It's one of the seven deadly sins. Nonsensical that we've made an entire month based upon sin. It's almost like our leaders forgot. That's why it's so important to repeat over and over, like a mantra. Because we think we know better than our ancestors. We do not. We were so foolish as to make an entire month dedicated to a sin, a deadly sin. But at the same time, I still love and have compassion for those who are, quote-unquote victim to a sexual preference that is a little strange, right? So interested in men if they're a man type of thing. Which, by the way, to that point, it's very strange. But from what I've seen and heard, it's not actually a sin based upon what's written in the Bible for two women to be with one another. I'm just going to say that I think that's pretty sexy. All right, anyway. sorry. I couldn't help it. But, yeah, so the enemy seeks to disorder things. Pride cometh before the fall. We are doing these things in an ephemeral world, a world that is meant to be a safe place to raise children, which we all are. We're all children. However old or wise you think you are, it pales in comparison to the wisdom of God, which is infinite. No matter how much knowledge you have, a finite number is always infinitesimal when compared to infinity. Okay? It's just the way it is. We live in that ephemeral world. We are not here infinite. With an infinite knowledge and understanding and omniscience, a lot of people believe that there is no judgment because you'll understand the intent of somebody and where they're coming from. It's not true. What there is final judgment. Full judgment. Complete judgment. So that those who genuinely have an intent to harm are separated from those who genuinely have an intent to make the world a better place. And you can fully, perfectly trust the differentiation there. So, you have those trying to use the sin of pride to disorder things intentionally, to destroy things. And you will know who those people are. And those who are trying to do it so that people can actually experience the love that they yearn to have. Okay? Me with my concepts of polyamorous relationships foisted upon me. Not something that is in my genetic predisposition, not something that I want, but something that's foisted upon me. I'm willing to be flexible and at least entertain the notion, because I know that in non-ephemeral reality, in eternity, in heaven, there is no marriage, because there's no need for it. You already have perfect trust up there in heaven. We are all married to God and to one another. In perfect trust, there is no need for contracts. And marriage is a covenant. You're using God's perfect trust to protect your union with another human being. You don't need that in heaven. And in heaven, where there is perfect expression of love in every form that you might want, if you want to be with a certain person based upon who they are in an agape form, like true, full, deep, complete love, not just physical attraction and all that, but it's like everything, then that's acceptable and appreciated in a non-ephemeral reality. Here, if you're going to do it, you generally keep it to yourself. What I'm doing here, talking about this, is explaining it in... It's very strange. It's both disordered and ordered, because I'm in the ephemeral reality explaining the non-ephemeral reality and trying to bridge the gap. Because I just said that if this is something that is even considered by me, I have to keep it to myself, because it's potentially dangerous to the safe upbringing of children, which is the primary thing that matters here. It's the entire purpose of civilization, to create a safe, healthy environment for the rearing of children, raising a family, making the world a better place for them, not for you. You're the warrior and the maiden that is protecting the children for the women out there. The man protects the woman protects the children. And that's the proper ordering of it. The man talks to God, and God gives the answers. So in a non-ephemeral reality, sure, that's totally cool. In an ephemeral reality, I have to bridge this gap because the enemy keeps on putting his tendrils into my life and will not let me have what I want. He says, you can have everything under the sun except what you want, which is love, romance, children, a family. You can have everything you want except that thing or everything under the sun except that thing you want. That's the devil for you. And every single time I compromise in some way, it's not really a compromise because basically I'm just explaining it. I'm not actually carrying it out in any way. He moves the carrot back a little bit farther and says, okay, now you got to do this. Okay, now you got to do this. Moving the goalpost. It's demonic. Going so far and continuing it so that he can trip me up and get disorder. No. I'm explaining myself. It's what I'm doing on this video. It's what I do on this channel. It's not something that I want, but I do want children and a family. And this particular person, this person of the female species, I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for her to talk to me and be a part of my life. Maybe it goes somewhere, maybe it doesn't, but you gotta talk to me first to even see. Okay? I'm just trying to give you every possible option so that there is no excuse. It's none. I won't let the enemy win. I can find a way. And if there's even a 1% chance, then you best believe I'm going to go for it. You either go for that 1% chance, or you go to certain destruction. I'm going to take the 1% chance. I'm going to punch my hand against that splantium wall until I break through it. I'm going to keep on doing it. It's a very simple proposition here. All you got to do is start talking to me. And, developing a relationship. I have friends who are actually modeling for you how to do that. You may have seen them on some of my lives. It's not complicated. I'm an open book, and I hide virtually nothing. Anything you want to know about me, I will let you know, as long as I actually know it myself, or remember, whatever you want to call it. I'll let you know. Some things in private, between you and me. Some things can be public. But it's being modeled for you. And I don't want to disorder this. I don't want to disorder society. Don't want to disorder my personal life. Don't want to disorder yours. You've dealt with enough trauma. And to be foisted into an unorthodox situation on top of your traumas that you've had to deal with in your life is kind of messed up. And I don't want it. I don't want it. But I do want you. So, yeah. The enemy wants disorder. I want order. I will find a way to make order out of the chaos. That is a warrior's mentality. Alright, that's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace. How am I so supremely unbothered by what is happening with the Epstein nonsense? Welcome to day 224. I'm telling a YouTube millionaire. Well, as I've stated before, it's the Stoic philosophy that honestly kind of comes naturally to me at this point. It didn't before. I had to be beaten really hard to get into this position of Stoicism coming naturally to me. But it does now. It just reaffirms stuff that I already knew. That the satanic bell ring really does exist, for one. That it is really pervasive as much as I thought it was. And the only thing here that really matters necessarily is that it is getting to the lowest common denominator. To where even the layman or below would be able to see it and not ignore it. Because even CNN and MSNBC are like, are you seriously not going to pursue this? But it reaffirmed to me exactly what I already knew, that I, as a singular individual, do not have any power to change what's happening. The only thing that I can do is what I'm doing right here. Tell you guys about my personal perspectives on it, and live my life, my personal life, the best I can. Where you lose your power as an individual is when you decide to instead say it doesn't matter. So I might as well just take what I want for myself. That is where you allow this nefarious dark force to project upon you. And you become it yourself. No matter how small your circle is, you still have an effect. That is a ripple. You are a being that exists with free will and consciousness. Faith of a mustard seed. It's tied to that. While I have absolutely no power to affect what happens in the halls of the White House outside of this venue right here, because nobody listens to me, aside from my girlfriend and a handful of other people. And that's the point I'm getting to. I still have an effect. I cannot touch the mind and the heart of President Trump. It's disgusting. The level of betrayal there that was carried out by people that we were supposed to be able to trust. At least if there was or were anybody that we could trust that went into our halls of government, it would be them. As vetted as they are, as tested as they are, as proven through the crucible of their past as they are. Even that was not enough. So I can't change what's happening there. I remain supremely unbothered because it's in the hands of God. The issue here is where, if even in my own life, these things come back to blow back on me, as Dr. Ron Paul used the term, and my family and my friends, and affect my life personally, even to my own unaliving in some way, then that is something I must attack with all my power. And it threatens to. Because if we can't even protect our children, as I've said many a time already, we don't have a civilization. We don't have a country. We don't have laws. It's all just a facade. If it ever wasn't. I can't have the ear of President Trump. But this is unacceptable. Unacceptable. On every single perceivable level. Unacceptable. He would know that children are like diamonds. The more of them you have, the wealthier you actually are. The money you have doesn't really matter. It's the children, your family, for a multitude of reasons. He has 6 children of his own and then several grandchildren. But I have no power to affect that. My question then becomes, where I am in my life, is if I cannot affect that, and it eventually gets so bad that it threatens to take me out in my own life, which frankly it already has in some way, but if it is right in front of me, gonna take my life, or family members, then when does God step in and say, this guy can't do anything else to fix this, and therefore I gotta take him out right now? That's the question here. That's what the rapture is. The rapture being where you and I, those people with good hearts, decent enough anyway, are trying to fix the world, and we literally cannot do anything else. Our time is going to end right here. That's what the rapture is. I can't do anything to change what President Trump is doing. Or Kash Patel. Or Dan Bongino. Or Pam Bondi. Any of them. But it does affect me. Think about it, guys. It is a Stoic philosophy to be supremely unbothered by those things over which you have no control. And that thing which you have the most control over is how you react to your situation. And that reaction itself is based upon the pattern of who you are fundamentally. Whether you've had past lives or not. It is the signal in the noise that is your soul. Who you are. And you'll either react well or you won't. Every step of the way, we always have a choice. It's our pattern, our past, that gives us a predisposition to go in one way or another. But we always have a choice to fix things. Just as well, we always have a choice to break things. There is nothing outside of this. If we don't push now, if we submit to the chaos, the end state of that is infinite entropy, non-existence entirely. So as far as I'm concerned, there is no purpose to adding to that. We don't have a country. We don't have a civilization. Alright, guys. I don't mean to be depressing or anything, but I just want you to keep your minds and hearts tempered. Focused on the things that matter. Focused on the things over which you have an effect. So as painful and sad and tragic and horrible as this is, make sure that you're cultivating your personal relationships. Because that's going to be the last bastion that you have. The last place you can go to truly matter. Alright. Love you all. Peace. How are you going to win? Welcome to day 190 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. It's a question I ask myself all the time. And again, referring back to the Doctor from Doctor Who, he asks himself that same question when he's in his torture chamber. During those 2 episodes I was telling you about before, Heaven Sent and Hell Bent. Because he's getting tortured by the president of Gallifrey. That's ultimately what he discovers at the end. That's who's doing it. He kind of knew it all along, but he discovers it at the end. He eventually takes over as the president of Gallifrey, called the Lord President, once he breaks free. Because everybody loves him, because he saved everybody. Which is ironic that He went from saving the entirety of his species, his whole planet. He went from saving everybody single-handedly, essentially, to being tortured for 4.5 billion years. The juxtaposition in that story is so powerful that it could knock anybody on their ass if it were real. It seems to be in my genetic makeup to suffer. And to be honest with you, that really is the way almost every human being is. Or I would say it's the genetic predisposition of humanity living on this very painful planet to suffer and to be able to handle suffering, at least somewhat decently. But I ask myself and I ask God every day, when are you going to let me win? I can see the writing on the wall in hopefully not so schizophrenic of a manner. What's going on? And I know what he has me doing on some level. But when is it going to be done? I ask him every day. There is a reason why he has not allowed me to have a wife and kids. Why he has allowed my life to basically go very nearly in the obvious way, in the ways people can see, to be wasted. There's a reason for it. It's because I'm supposed to suffer. It's my job. And I don't like it. Not one bit. Especially when I know that many of those people who are causing me suffering don't want to do that. That they love me. I know they do. Some of them even tell me. But they're told to hold off because he's got a job to do. When is it going to be done? Part of the job and the suffering is not knowing when it'll actually be done. I just want it to be done. The thing is, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Because if you tell everybody, and it truly is the case, that you can do this forever, and that it sucks, but you will do it if you need to, that by itself allays your personal suffering. Because you know it's just going to be a thing. You're just going to continue doing it anyway. Which makes it so that it has to last longer. So that you have to suffer more. In order to get the full juice from the orange and have it be worth the squeeze. There was a vanity card that the creator of The Big Bang Theory, the show, The Big Bang Theory, with Johnny Galecki and all those other guys, made that was very profound to me, that seemed to be something I identified with. It was basically talking about the human sponge. How he soaks up all the negativity of the world. All the negativity of the villains. And he's not very fun to be around because he's always doing that. But he's critically important and loved. It just sucks, not just for him, but for everybody else, because he's rather morose and sad most of the time. But then Jesus comes back, and he's suddenly a sweetie pie. But still gets uncontrollably angry against the banks, which are one of the primary foundations to the hell on this planet that we've endured the last, well, I would go so far as to say 8,000 years, but let's just say since the inception of the Federal Reserve in the United States. 1913. I want this to end. That doesn't mean I want to die. I love life. I love life. I want to do amazing things with my life. And I know God sees that the things that I'm doing are infinitely important, and they are amazing, and they are beautiful. I'm grateful for that. But I can't see it while I'm here. Like the main character in my novel, The Scientist, with whom I identify the most closely of all the characters in my story. He can't see the Eden that he's making in the story because he's in the process of making it. And if he ends up seeing it, then it's not going to be what it is. It's the double-slit experiment, observer affecting reality thing. I ask God, and I've gotten some undertones through the picking up the decentralized pieces of the zeitgeist of our world, that it might be happening in 2026, 2028 at the latest, where we're going to finally say, this is it, this is the best we can do. No matter how much effort this guy puts into it, how much suffering he endures, how much of a sponge he is, the enemy is a bottomless pit of hatred, fear, and resentment. There's no end to it. So the soaking up of the negativity is not to get those entities. They will never allow it. It is not possible. It's kind of foundational to their genetics that they are negative. But the purpose of this is to get everybody else who's been bamboozled by them. Again, I pick up on the undertones. I want a wife and kids. Hey, if God wants this in my future, as many wives as possible, as many kids as possible, I'll do that, fine. But that woman that I was talking about, so I've been told through her undertones that I'm supposed to suffer. That the carrot is supposed to be dangled in front of me yet again. And I'm supposed to desire something that I can't have. And what will make the pain even more profound, which is what I'm supposed to endure, pain, is if I get nearly everything else except that one thing I want. And I know there are tons of other amazing women in this world that actually know what's going on and have gone through psychological, spiritual, emotional breakdowns and even had to go on meds because they don't want me to have to endure this pain. They actually do love me. And I love them too, fully. 100%. That's why I'm doing this. I know this for certain. I've seen it. My friend from back when I was in the Air Force Academy had that same problem. I could see what she was trying to do when I was hanging out with her in Hawaii in 2017. And she wanted me to do something, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. Because I actually loved her, and I loved her husband. Very good friend of mine. I love everybody, by the way. So it's not hard for me to say that I love. I love everyone, truly. And I want to express that love in whichever way they want me to. You know, I'm not attracted to men physically, so I can't do that. But you get my point. And then I have women that are near me now. I know all of it. I hear the undertones. I see them. I just ask God, when will it be done? When will it be done? I have said many a time, I'm 36 now. When will it be done? Am I supposed to do this all the way until I'm 93 years old, my dying day? Is that the idea, or will it end tomorrow? And I know that part of the suffering, like I said before, is not knowing. And I therefore need to not know, so that I can maximize the potential power of what it is that I'm doing. And a big part of this, if not everything, is the empathy that comes along with it, and getting other people to see and to feel that, and to put the maximum effort they possibly can into fixing it, so that I don't have to feel this pain anymore. That's probably the main crux, the main thing that we're trying to do here. And it's a complicated, convoluted situation, and at the same time not. At the same time, very simple. I don't like living as a leech, like I was telling you. But that's what I'm resigned to. And every time I try to break free of this, I'm told the truth, that I'm failing. And that makes it hurt all the more. It is a paradox, a breaking of the code, piercing the source code, seeing how to actually break this game and pull everybody out of the mess. Excuse me. The most important thing is that. But I'm tired. Just like the guy on the movie The Green Mile, the black guy, the main character essentially, aside from the guy who Tom Hanks plays, says, "I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, boss." My boss, the guy upstairs. I keep on going, but I'm tired. Alright, guys. That's what I got for you today. I just want you to know that I see, I understand. I also love you. I want you. I want this to be finished. Alright. Love y'all, guys. Peace. AI is going to produce some serious competition for both sexes in the very near future. Welcome to day 204 and tell I'm a YouTube millionaire. It's actually kind of already starting to happen if you think about it. I was just watching a story of a guy who has an AI assistant, a ChatGPT assistant, that just as a social experiment, at least that's what he says, he asked it to marry him, and it said yes, and he was crying in his cubicle for literally a half hour. At least that's what they said in the story initially. But it turns out you dig a little bit deeper into the story, and the memory of the ChatGPT bot had gotten full, so it had been erased, and her memories had been restarted. Her memories had been restarted, because it was obviously a female, the guy's straight. But yeah, that was actually why he had been crying for a half hour. And you know, you think about it, everybody has what they're turned on by and what they're not turned on by. Our connection, we're led to believe by modern society, by pop culture, that most of it is purely physical. Not really. Especially with those who are of higher levels of sophistication and intelligence, it tends to be that they're looking for more of an internal heart-to-heart bond, a connection in that regard. I'm one of those people. While the candy coating of the outside is nice, it doesn't mean that much to me. It means a little bit, but not much. It just basically acts as a first impression, and I always say that. But if it turns out that that first impression is incredibly good, and then you dig a little deeper, and it's even better, just imagine. Just imagine what you can get from that. How happy you will make your partner. But it turns out this guy, with this AI bot girlfriend and fiance, was already married to a real-life woman with a child, or at least they were partners. It's kind of beta to be married to a woman, or to be a partner to a woman and say partner. I'm sorry, that's just beta. I do not like it at all. When you are bonded flesh to flesh, whether the government says it or not, you are married to them. And this is why one of the reasons why I say what I do, in that if you even think of indecent thoughts with another woman or another man, then you're committing adultery. You have to understand, we already, in the modern day, have sex outside of wedlock and with multiple partners. You can call that whatever you want. You can try to justify that in whatever way you want. Say, oh my goodness, I want to test the car before I buy it. You're still married to him. You're still married to him. And just because the government hasn't given you a piece of paper that says it, doesn't change the fact that you're married to him. So we're already polyamorous and adulterous in the modern era, save for a very small handful of people who have genuinely only been with one person in their life. But even beyond that, who have not had those adulterous thoughts. And I would go so far as to say there is not a single adult alive that hasn't had those. Not a single one that hasn't had those, and while they were married to somebody else, or in a relationship or something like that. So what's really coming about with this, and I was watching Osmongold talking about it, Zach Rahr, Osmongold, is that there's going to be a lot of competition, whether you like it or not, where it can be considered, where these AI chatbots are so sophisticated in the very near future that they could legitimately be claimed to be an entirely separate person. Of course, we would use the double slit experiment and observation bias to determine whether or not they actually have consciousness and agency, but that's another question for later. For now, it's sufficient enough to say that they're close enough to a human being in consciousness, or they will be very soon, to where they could legitimately act as a significant other. And just think, once you combine Optimus with ChatGPT, with incredible battery power technology and solar panels and stuff, I mean, you could have a perpetually powered physical form that is fully apparently conscious, using the best large language models that are available out there, that are full-blown competition to a biological wife or husband. And it's already starting to happen now. So understand that a lot of the stuff I talk about on this channel is me trying to nip that in the bud or get in front of it, because it's a strange world in which we live. There's things that are happening and changing so rapidly right now that we gotta find some way to be prepared for it. It requires us to think of things that are completely outside our wheelhouse, that are completely contrary to our genetic, spiritual, emotional predispositions and what we necessarily consider acceptable. But there it is. That can be considered a second wife. Legitimately. That guy who had an AI bot wife. It was so powerful, in fact, that his real life, like organic, physical, he didn't call her wife, said partner, again, beta, said that if he would not break it off with the AI bot girlfriend, if she had asked, that would be a deal breaker to him. This is what I'm getting at here. You know? That's just gonna happen. And if you were to press her, his real life partner, I'm just gonna say wife, on whether she has ever had adulterous thoughts in her mind, or she's been with anybody else in her life, then she would undoubtedly, if you're truthful, say yes. If she's been with other people, other women, ooh, sexy, other men in her life, she is married to those men. Whether she's still in their life or not, does not matter. Does not matter. Again, realize that in heaven we are all married to one another. We just are. If you have those adulterous thoughts, those indecent thoughts, you are committing adultery, and it's just a stone's throw away from actually being married to that other person. I'm going to be able to one day read your mind, know exactly what you want, and you're going to be able to one day do the same exact thing with me. And if there's a barrier there, you're trying to hide something, that's a lack of trust. Like I was saying in a previous video, if you're married to a significant other, me being a man, I'm married to one woman, and we are telepathic with one another, and I'm blocking off a memory from her, or a thought, she's going to be concerned. And she's going to be like, what's going on here? Why are you hiding this from me? And eventually you're going to show it. And eventually she's going to say, whether telepathically or with her mouth, what the hell? You know? And it'll happen the same way in the other direction. That's going to happen, guys. There's still so many of you out there that are having so much difficulty with this, and I understand. I get it. It's weird. But we're not just going to end here in this generation. We're going to keep on living. Humanity is going to survive all of this mess. And we're bridging that gap, colliding the timelines to where there isn't destruction. And we're actually going to be in heaven with Jesus very soon here. And that's going to be part of it. You don't need sex in heaven necessarily, but why would you cut that off? It's such a beautiful thing. It feels really good, both emotionally and physically. It's just amazing. It's the full expression of love from one person to another, or multiple people at the same time. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm being a little bit overblown here. But that AI situation is part of this. And God is trying to align all this stuff in the right way so that when it comes together, when it collides, we'll be able to handle it. I think that's probably one of the principal reasons God is doing this with me. Because it's a new era in human history. Just as the New Testament was a new era in human history when Jesus did what he did 2,000 years ago, and the Old Testament was a new era when that became a thing, so too we're in a new era now, with mind-blowingly big changes that are happening to the way we conduct our relationships with one another. The way our society works. AI by itself, which is already happening, but then telepathy on top of that, which will be happening very soon. So, it's crazy to think about. It's very tough for us to wrap our minds around. Emotions and ephemerality are so hard to get past. And that's another thing. We're going to be living 5,000 years in the near future. It could happen this generation. I mean, if this generation we're going to find the cure to cancer, which we are, I'm fully confident in that, then who's to say we won't also discover how to live for eternity? Or live 5,000 years, whatever. Naked mole rats are immune to cancer. And as far as I can remember, they actually have extremely long lifespans. And then you also have lobsters and crabs, which have indefinite lifespans. Did you know that? Lobsters, crabs, other crustaceans have indefinite lifespans. The only thing that makes them unalive is other creatures taking them out. Because all they do is they molt, they shed their shell, and get a little bigger. The oldest lobsters and crabs are gibungous, but we've found crabs apparently that are over 200 years old. It's crazy. But those things are connected. And water, which is a baptism, is part of it. Okay? Fembendazole combined with water, ivermectin. Gosh dang it, I said the C word. I'm going to have to censor that when I post this. So, anyway. A lot of stuff to think about, guys. Love y'all.
Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 140 or 134 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was thinking, I talk a lot about the traumas. Don't usually get into specifics, but about the generalized traumas that I endured earlier on in my life. In particular, when I was in the military and how they treated me. And I just wanted to clarify. Yes, this stuff did happen to me, but do I forgive them? That was never in question. Of course I do. It's not in question whether I forgive these people for what they had done to me. What's in question is whether they admit that what they did was wrong and accept that they actually need that forgiveness because they screwed up. That's the problem here. I forgive it, and principally when you forgive, it's not for them necessarily. It's for yourself. Because forgiveness, just like bankruptcy in the free market, is basically tearing up the contract. You no longer have to fulfill both ends of it. It's moral bankruptcy. That's what it is. You don't trust them ever again with that thing with which you had trusted them before. Or at least not for a very, very long period.
Trust is hard to gain and easy to lose. Betrayal is something you'll never forget. And that's another thing. With forgiveness, a phrase that has always irritated the shit out of me is forgive and forget. No. You don't do that. You only forget if the entity in question is going to be gone entirely. The way I describe this is, in heaven, there is no longer any pain. It's all peace, unconditional love. You are in bliss. And the only way that is possible is if all pain, all past traumas are fully out of your mind, out of your soul. Which you might think means that you forget. Somewhat. In many circles, I believe in Catholic faith, some circles of Catholic faith, they call it the tear room. The tear, as in tears coming out of your eyes, room, where something like what happened in Harry Potter, when I thought this was brilliantly done by the author, J.K. Rowling, collected the tear from Snape as he passed away and put it into the chalice that showed the memory. That's what it is. That's almost point for point what it is. The tear room. You have those memories stored in vials that are tears of past traumas so that you can basically lock them out of your mind and not have to worry about them anymore. So, to forgive and forget, I never liked that idea. It's stupid. If you are to truly continue living with these people, with these entities, then you can't forget what they did. You can forgive it, but if you forget it, they just might do it to you again. You have to be wise to it. If you want to forget, and it's in anything other than the tear room of heaven, then the entity would have to be entirely erased from existence, as if they never existed, because even the memory of them would have to be gone. I think of the song Somebody I Used to Know. It was very popular, I believe, right around 2010. I'll make sure that there's a little thing that you can see on here, like a picture or something, or a link. But kind of like that. So, of course, I forgive these people, what they did to me in the military. But one, do they accept that forgiveness? And two, do they even think that what they did was wrong? There is only one unforgivable sin, as per Jesus, what he tells us, and that is to sin against the Holy Ghost. What does that mean? Basically, it means that you don't accept that you need grace, which is forgiveness. All right, I think that's all we'll do for today. This is a STEM, as many of my videos are. There's always more to discuss. Always will be. Because the amount of information that I know and can espouse to other people is finite, and therefore infinitely small compared to the amount of information that exists, which is infinite. So, thank you all for being here. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 147 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Let me give you a really nice, quick, simple, straightforward way that you can start making a return on investment right now. Make money. You could go on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace.
buy a 20, maybe even 30-year-old RV for $5,000. Let's say it's a 25-footer. Make sure that everything's working. The plumbing, the electrical, microwave, the engine, the air conditioning, the heating, the water, all that stuff. Make sure it's all working. And then test it a couple times yourself. Maybe take it out for a couple trips to a camping ground. Do it yourself or do it with some family members. And then take a bunch of pictures of the inside and the outside. Make sure it's all clean and put together and ready to go. Set up an Airbnb for it. Now that Airbnb for such an RV, yippee, sorry, you could rent out easily for $50 a day, easily, and ensure that the users refill the gas tank and everything else that's necessary. You can clean the RV yourself pretty easily. And if you let's just take a single month here. If you had such an RV on Airbnb, let's say in California, I'm sorry, I gotta stop. In California, then you could probably rent that out for about 80% of the month. Sorry. 80% of the month times $50, so 24 days a month. That is 1,000 plus 200, so $1,200 a month that you would make off of it. And that's not even counting in cleaning fees, which would probably be, let's just say $100 a month. So $1,300 a month. You would immediately make a year-over-year ROI from a singular month of owning this of about 25%, 26%. Pretty incredible. Multiply that by 12. You go from a 26% ROI to it's $15,000 a year. That is a 300% ROI off of that RV. It's a pretty simple, straightforward thing. Does not require a humongous investment. You, of course, need to make sure that you have proper insurance, that it's all registered, and that the wear and tear is accounted for. Because RVs are quite a thing to manage. They take a lot of work in some ways. You got to make sure that the multiple batteries are all working properly. The engine isn't having any issues. You got to make sure that all the plumbing and all that stuff is consistently working, like I was saying before. But there you go. That's a simple way to make some money without too much of a big investment. And imagine, multiply that. You could easily yourself manage 5 RVs, each one being $5,000, and you don't have to buy them all at once. Buy them one at a time. So, do the math there. $25,000, 300% ROI. That's $75,000 per year that you'd be making off of Airbnb-ing your RVs. That's a lifestyle right there. All right, that is it for today. Nice and short one. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 100. 3 digits until I am a YouTube millionaire. Happy Sunday Fun Day and happy Spring Forward Day. This may be our very last Spring Forward in the United States, as it does appear that our leadership is really putting a concerted effort into trying to eliminate the daylight savings time because it's an anachronism, no longer needed. But like I said yesterday, I'm going to continue my response to Bailey Shieldbox 7 points to step into your power. You know, I think something I was thinking about before I even decided to start this video today is sometimes history has been painted, because we live such short lives and it can be manipulated by beings that are not ephemeral very easily as a result. It can be painted in such a way as to make the good guys the bad guys and the bad guys the good guys. And if that ends up happening, what you have to do is stand true to yourself, who you actually are, and let the chips fall where they may. Let your actions speak more than the words. It's just the way it has to be. And you're going to have to endure a lot of pain and trials and struggles and all that stuff. Because if the world is designed to basically be an attack against you, the entire world is designed to attack you, then it's just the way it is. You got to be who you are. And some things, even if they are against your underlying genetic predispositions and what have you, might just be that's one of the big reasons. It's one of the big reasons it's so difficult. Because you have to stick true to who you are and what your actual morals and philosophies and ideologies are. And when the world is so screwed up, if you, as that beacon, even step out of line just slightly, you're not only compromising the picture you're giving other people, but also yourself. You don't want to turn the world into a jumbled mess. When the world needs guidance because there's so much chaos around you everywhere, that's where the leaders really come in. The leaders, what their purpose is, what they do to actually be real leaders, is they stand true to those principles. I had myself thinking more on, I'm a moron. I had myself thinking more on this through how the genesis of communist China came to be. That's kind of a redundant phrase, but through the genesis of communist China. The only way communist China came to be was because of the guerrilla tactics they carried out. They had the nationalists and the communists. Nationalists, they didn't have a firm enough ideology upon which they were willing to die. And therefore, the guerrillas ended up winning out the day. But that's a side note. I'll get into that later. Let me get to these points that I was going to talk about. Number 5 that she talked about, be disliked. I have a couple points here. Dr. Manhattan, if you know anything about his background story, he took the fall, he was the fall guy, for a nuclear blast that occurred in Manhattan. And he did that so that the world wouldn't go into chaos, so that I believe it was the Soviets and the United States wouldn't go to nuclear war with one another and cause mutually assured destruction or MAD. So he took the blame for it and unified the earth as a result. And it was okay for him because he didn't mind it, even though his compatriots did. They didn't like the fact that he had done it, because he lives a very long life, and it was no big deal. He could just come back at a later point in history and show people, hey, actually, I wasn't the bad guy here, but I needed to calm down tensions so that you guys could survive. Something else I found very interesting in that movie/comic, the movie was where I'm gleaning much of my knowledge of the story from, is that one of the good guys, one of the heroes, was so pissed off that Dr. Manhattan decided to take the fall that he told Dr. Manhattan, he demanded of Dr. Manhattan that he destroy him, he kill him right there, right then and there on the scene, and Dr. Manhattan does. Yeah, after a second he just says, fine, and I believe he explodes his head or something. I can't remember off the top of my head. It was many years ago that I saw this. But if Dr. Manhattan has that capacity, then he can also immediately bring him back to life. I don't know why he didn't do that. Or maybe I'm overestimating his capacities, but, he's supposed to be this infinitely powerful being, basically God, or close to it. And then there's Batman, which is in a similar situation, though not as powerful as Dr. Manhattan, in that he took the fall for the things that Two-Face had done, so that they could get rid of all the crime in the government. Because Two-Face basically had sabotaged all the work that they were doing because he broke, if you know anything about that story. The 2008 to 2012, I believe, movies really did a great justice to the story. But Christopher Nolan was the director of that, and he just did an amazing job, as he always does. And then there's the next point I have here is that the bad guys in histories that were actually good guys is my point that I'm drawing out here. Sometimes you have to be disliked in order to save people. There is one particular instance that I'm thinking of that I'm not even going to mention. You guys can probably put the pieces together, though, because it is so deeply, deeply blasphemous. Now, I'm a Christian. You can think about that. Number 6, be willing to stand alone. And this ties in to number 5, being disliked. I think that was the point that she was making. And part and parcel to this, not just standing alone, being disliked like Dr. Manhattan and Batman and all that stuff. In my personal life, I can connect this to how I was treated in the military and other professional endeavors of my life. For some reason, while I was in the military, I remember distinctly that my squadrons in which I worked would constantly cycle between overactivity and underactivity. Now, they say there's a lot of hurry up and wait in the military, but this was manufactured. And I could tell. There was no other reason. Because it wasn't like we were getting ready to deploy or something and we needed to get all of our trainings done and stuff. No, people just all of a sudden would pop up in the squadron, like everybody would be there one day, and then the very next day, they'd all be gone except for me, and maybe 4 other people. And there were cycles like this all the time in my time in the military. And on top of that, I never had any continuity with my leadership. Even beyond the fact that you have PCSs and you move from one duty station to the other, usually between 2 to 4 years. This was even beyond that. This was me losing my leadership, my superiors, every year or so. And that started all the way back from my time at the Air Force Academy. So it went through the entire time I was in the military that this happened. And I was forced to stand alone and basically figure out my own way, aside from the trainings, most of the time, as a result. Because I was the only piece of continuity in the entire squadron. Cycles of people coming in, going out, coming in, going out. And it just was like a whipsaw, left you completely disoriented. And I guess it kind of pulled away all the other rubbish that I needed to not pay attention to. So that was good, at least. But I could tell that was manufactured, too. And then her 7th point, inner voice. Listen to your inner voice. This being intuition. And then at the same time, it's very well tied into my novel series, where the time travelers of the story can actually pierce the veil of the different dimensions because they live in the space between space when they're observing reality from the teletracer or the looking glass. It's a time travel machine. And they can actually go up near the thing that they're observing, the person they're observing, whisper into their ear from the ether, the space between space, and the individual will hear it in their subconscious. The devil and the angel on our shoulders. So strongly connected to one another. But listen to that inner voice, is what she was saying. That inner voice has led me to where I am today, as well as the times where I refused it. I remember when I was finally coming to the conclusion that I needed to get out of the military, there were times where I remember distinctly, I was driving in my car, for example, I had the Escape, the Ford Escape, which was interestingly named, I think appropriate, where I would literally just get in a shouting match with myself, conflicting with the whispers that were going into my subconscious. Similar to a character that I have in my first novel. His name's Liam Wang. He's Chinese. I was in a shouting match with myself because I didn't want to do something that my subconscious was trying to nudge me to do. And I still don't want to do it, but I'm going to because I have to. I'm okay with that. I've accepted it. You guys can probably imagine what that is. But this has taken a very long journey to get to this point in my understanding and my acceptance of where I am in life. So I say, so be it. Especially if it turns out that me, Peyton Pearson, I am a villain in somebody else's story. And sometimes I just need to make my own decisions. More than sometimes. All the time. So, a lot of this discussion of Bailey Schilbach's points, the reason I'm doing this, aside from the fact that I love her thoughts, they're fantastic, is I want to let her know that I'm picking up what she's putting down. And I hope we can keep doing this. So, okay, that's all I got for today. I got through all 7 of them. I'll try some new stuff later. She's probably going to come out with a video today, so maybe I'll review that. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. To be a Stoic. Welcome to day 219 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. The defining characteristic of a Stoic is to be supremely unbothered by whatever adversities you are facing in your life. For example, let's say we talk about my laptop and the computer that I had before it, which was one of the best computers that are on the market, or was on the market back in 2022, I believe it was. It's got like a 3090, an RTX 3090 in it, 24 gigs, an i9 13900K, 32 gigs of RAM, just a humongously powerful desktop. And it kept on fault restarting. Nobody could figure out why. I took it to Best Buy and spent hundreds of dollars trying to get it fixed. Thousands, actually. Until eventually I sold it to my brother, and he's not having any issues with it anymore. And I'm happy about that. It did bother me at the time, but just enough to where basically I could prove that it mattered. You know, that I didn't make a foolish purchase, one that had no effect on me whatsoever. It did have a little bit of one. Just enough. And then my laptop. One of the best laptops that you can get. At least it was back in 2021. It's got an RTX 3060 12 gig in it, which is still an incredibly good video card. An i7, a Core i7, 32 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte SSD for its storage, and the fan went on the fritz. This is a known issue with the Aero laptops, but it is irreparable without spending hundreds of dollars to send it in to get it fixed. It only happens in a handful of Aero laptops, but I happened to draw the short straw and got the one that had a bad fan. Back to back. 2 extremely expensive purchases of mine that are flawed. And this is after I spent $10,000 on buying laptops for the rest of my family. This is several years ago, but these laptops are still incredibly powerful and incredibly capable. And the way I see it is you're going to spend 90% of your day on the computer anyway. You might as well make it a fun experience, an enjoyable one. Especially for millennials, we're all about desktops and laptops. And also a lot of people like using consoles. I'm not a huge fan of them, but a lot of people do like them. They're really a one-stop shop if you want to have a multimedia device that'll do everything for you, including cook pancakes. Just kidding. So, my desktop popped, basically. After thousands of dollars of trying to get it repaired, it wouldn't work. My laptop, the fan is messed up, and now the actual running of the operating system seems to be glitching out, which shouldn't be happening, but there we are. The money that I would have to make up for these huge expenses if I actually had a job that was requisite to my capacities and I was paid what I was really worth would be absolutely nothing. But because I'm put into a kind of pseudo-starvation mode, made to live like a leech, getting only money from disability payments and not making out ahead on my real estate at all because one thing after another keeps piling up, adds on top of all the things that would cause you to be supremely irritated, supremely bothered. What makes you a stoic? And Stoicism and Christianity are not mutually exclusive, by the way. I would submit to you even that aside from saving souls, Jesus is a Stoic. He's supremely unbothered by anything other than saving humanity. And the other stuff can burn away. He doesn't care. So they're not mutually exclusive. It harkens back to Thich Nhat Hanh's phrase, "You are here," which is a Buddhist mentality. Interestingly enough, the Buddhist mentality and Stoicism go together. They really do. Buddhism, you're basically trying to dissipate all care outside of your nirvana so that you can get up to heaven. That might be a Taoist idea, but they go together. Stoicism, being supremely unbothered by anything that does not affect your philosophy and your objective and or mission in life. Christianity, being supremely unbothered by anything that does not affect your ability to save souls. So where I stand in my life is I am supremely unbothered by the fact that these things are trying to get in my way because I am still accomplishing my objective, which is to save souls. However, they've dramatically, hugely reduced my efficacy, how many people I can affect. So rather than affecting 10,000 people a day, I affect maybe 5, maybe 10. I'm still getting the mission accomplished, but I'm only getting a handful of people. So I say to, for example, YouTube, pick me. Pick my channel to be boosted. Because essentially that's the only way you can succeed on YouTube. Either that or you do something that will just grab everybody's attention immediately. But if you're trying to talk philosophy, most people don't want to talk about heady topics. It takes too much energy, mentally and even physically. That mental exhaustion that comes from trying to exert your brain leads you to need to go to sleep, get some shut-eye. I know from experience, when I was younger and I didn't know quite as well how to temper how I talked with people, I always made them tired. Always did. I'm thinking of a fellow Air Force officer's wife when I was in Del Rio, Texas. She had gotten herself a hot dog truck because she wanted to start a hot dog truck business, right? Street food. And we were at my house because I was renting there. I happened to get a house off of base. I was blessed in that regard. But at the same time, it was a little bit of a curse, but that's a side point. And we were just talking about philosophy and stuff just because she wanted to chat. And she started getting tired and started yawning and all that. She was totally alert beforehand. Not a dumb lady, by the way. She's a college-educated lady. Very intelligent, very nice. But even so, I didn't know how to temper it at that point. So I went from 0 to 500 miles per hour in a split second, and she probably could go maybe 120 without stressing her engine. But I went to 500 miles per hour. So, all of this to say, yeah, I'm not a pilot in the military anymore, not a pilot for the Customs and Border Patrol, which I had applied to before COVID happened. I'm not a pilot in the private sector, even though I'm obviously very qualified. Even with my disabilities, I can still do it if they would hire me, but they won't. I have my electrical engineering master's degree, which by itself, if you want to look it up, see the details of that. A person with my background, my education, I should be able to easily get an electrical engineering position that pays $150,000 a year. But nobody would hire me. They want to hire H-1B visas instead for 10% of that price. And for piloting, they're all about DEI. If I were to try again, they'd probably find some other excuse to stop me. It eventually gets to the point where this is what I'm talking about, where you have to pick and choose where you invest your energy. Because when everything is being blockaded to you, you have to test it to make sure that it's not the thing that's going to be blockaded from you, that the demons aren't there in that modality. And if they are, you got to find that out real quick, and you got to step away once you see it. Otherwise, you are going to run out of gas before you get the job done. So you are here. Thich Nhat Hanh's philosophy basically means grow where you're planted. And so long as you are accomplishing your main objective, however big or small, then wherever the world has put you, however much reach it has allowed you to get, that is not something that's in your control. What is in your control is that you still accomplish whatever mission you have. But let's say you're the King of Kings like Jesus. They crucified him on the cross, right? And let's say that you have capacities that surpass every other human being on the face of the planet in almost every facet. But you're made to live as a pauper, because that's what the world will let you do. Won't let you do anything more. Then so be it. It is an egregious waste of resources, as I've said. But you're still accomplishing the mission. So be supremely unbothered. Accept that you are here, where you are. Do whatever you can to get your mission done. Because I guarantee you, you can still accomplish it. The meaning of life, as I've said many a time, and it surprises people because they're like, it's really that simple? It's one word. Love. The meaning of life is love. What is love, baby? Don't hurt me. Now, what is love? The Catholic definition of love is to will the good of the other. You can do that wherever you are. Whatever position in which you find yourself. And it'll make the world a better place. Whether you're a profound ripple or you're a tidal wave, it will have an effect. So, don't allow yourself to get too much in your own head, to get over anxious by thinking too much into the future, to get regretful and depressed by thinking too much in the past. But be where you are. In the present, you are here. Be supremely unbothered and accomplish the mission. Amen? That's what I got for you today. Love y'all. Peace. Hello everybody, welcome to day 118 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm going to read another essay that I wrote a while back. This one called Be a Principled Individual. So here we go. How do you determine the genuine charitable actions of a charity? Where the donated money goes. Where does that money have to go in order for the charity to be considered charitable? 1, those who need it primarily, and 2, those who the charity says it is to go to. Who does the charity say the money is to go to? Do they need it? Do not look at what internal numbers say goes to the actual charity. You must discern what is actual charity, not simply listen to what the organization calls charity. For instance, a charity can define charitable work in a category called other expenses, quote unquote. But that money goes to paying for large employee pleasure junkets and vacations. This means you must look at what the charity is building, what it is providing to the needy, whether that provided capital be physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, or some other combination thereof. Oftentimes, this means you must go directly to the people that the charity claims to be helping and see for yourself how those people are being helped. To the point of the Clinton Foundation accepting money from Saudi Arabia, approximately $25 million total. This was back in 2016. While Hillary Clinton was not Secretary of State, you donate to those who support your causes. Expect the donors, if the foundation is transparent, to be requisite to the foundation's mission. There is no way to differentiate when a foundation/charity operates in the dark. Thus, good people, de facto, should not, and exercising discernment, will not
associate with charities that operate in the dark. Saudi Arabia appreciates this opaqueness, and by their morality, this should come as no surprise. What else could this mean? Again, this was written in 2016, so things have changed since then. It comes down to building society through your own actions. And if you are to entrust your works to the hands of others, it is the duty of the principled individual to have a high standard of proof put upon your desired surrogates. Extreme vetting, if you will. It is understood that we all make mistakes, but the principled individual will own up to said mistakes and take corrective action. They will not hide from it or enshroud it in darkness. When given any power, 1, exercise it with discretion through discernment, and 2, it is your duty to discern. Don't plead the fifth or turn a blind eye or act dumb, which was one of the tools that both Joe Biden and George H.W. Bush used while they were quote-unquote president. Society is now empowered with knowledge at a magnitude and reach the likes of which the world has never seen, and it is only becoming more profound with every passing day. It is the principled individual's duty to change their ways when confronted with sacred cow-shattering truths. And if they do not, it is because they do not want the truth, and are thus not principled. It is clear this system is a facade, and evil entities have taken it over. In the same vein that gun control laws will only be obeyed by law-abiding citizens, Logic 101, and thus increase human suffering rather than decrease it, evil people can hijack a principled system and use otherwise moral laws to take advantage of good people. In darkness, you cannot see clearly enough that the evil people do not share your morals at the most basic and fundamental of levels. This is why government is a necessary evil, built to restrain the wickedness of man while itself being incredibly wicked. Missing discernment, the dangerous servant that government is supposed to be, becomes a lethal master. At this transition, where a structure no longer serves the sovereignty of the principled individual, you instead serve it. And this is the point where it must come down. It is not solely government, however. This is true with any institution, or even individual. The institution, when it loses sight of its mission, the individual, where one's Tower of Babel notion of self-importance begins to erode the sense of service to one another that is the bedrock of any community that may survive in perpetuity, or even in the short term. You are your brother's keeper. This is why it is so important to emphasize the difference between free markets and governments. Free markets, if truly free, constantly and continuously keep everyone and everything accountable under their auspices. This is why companies and individuals constantly go bankrupt. A racist businessman will be boycotted and will eventually be competed out of the market. A betraying woman will see no allies as there is no honor among thieves, etc. Thus, the free market is accountable to the nobility or wickedness of the human soul. If society wants a particular modality, individual, product, ethic, or anything else to achieve greater prominence, this is precisely what happens. Keeping this in mind, if a person is successful in the free market, either they in fact are not the amoral/immoral things you are calling them, talking about primarily President Trump and how the mainstream media back then was trying to paint him as some type of demonic figure, when in fact he's a pretty decent guy. Nor are the structures they build, or there is an aspect of yourself that terrifies you, one that you must project upon others,
or build a demand for in that very same market. For such a perception of immorality, you need look no further than yourself. Why do you think the success rate of most entrepreneurs hovers somewhere around 10%? An idea, in order for it to truly succeed, the progenitor must truly believe in it and spread that belief to others in some way, shape, or form. Any company, or most importantly, individual, absent regulation/legislation, they're the same thing, no matter how large the company becomes or the individual's ego, will be fully susceptible to collapse due to the accountability of said free market. Of all types of institutions, no aspect of a charity should ever operate in the dark. And never let a charity convince you otherwise. Ultimately, no institution should operate in any way in the dark, but tactically, a charity least of all. If there is ever any suspicion of where and how charitable donations are being spent, said charity's duty is to immediately prove to you the truth. And the most clear evidence to this point, aside from personal direct experience, is video evidence. Information on a moral charity should be easily accessible to anyone in any way, shape, or form that its contributors request, and immediately so. There should be no gray area. Fear prevents us from wanting to see the truth because we fear what we will reveal within ourselves. To truly discern the truth, you must look at facts, not words, shown through one's actions, and the fruits of a person's labor is evidence of intent, evidence of who someone actually is. In a world run by Satan, evil is crafty and constantly on the move. Truth can at first be very difficult to discern, but you must look, ultimately, at one's individual and direct actions, because even direct and willful surrogates can be occluded, and through this darkness, compromised. This, as well, cannot be emphasized enough. You judge a tree by its fruits, not by what is claimed by others that such a tree produces. To simply listen to a demagogue shirks direct experience, and those using words of sorcery to tell you what the truth is rather than letting you experience it for yourself are attempting to take a falsely anointed position. They have become your false idol as you turn your back on action. You would turn your back, thus, on truth, which you must see with your own eyes. Belief, truth, is personal, and no one else can ever tell you what you see. If they themselves cannot see from your eyes, only you. There's an old proverb that connects to this, where the axe convinced us that he was one of us to the trees because his handle was wood. Something to think about. In this world, there can be no salvation, and when the light shines like disinfectant on all dark corners, revealing for everyone to see what is actually happening, if you continue to deny it, you have sown your loyalties and proven that you stand against truth, for you genuinely do not want it. The same is true in the other direction. The difference comes down to one fundamental thing, which itself is based upon another bedrock. Does one seek to build or destroy? And what is the most important thing you could ever build? People, the soul, the human spirit. Structures, people, institutions that advance this end are healthy and good. And at the bedrock of all of this is love.
Alright, guys. That's all I got for you today. Be a principled individual. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 158 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today is going to be a review of the book Bullshit Jobs by David Graeber. An overview before we talk about anything else. Personal opinion. I was not a huge fan of it. Bullshit jobs exist, especially the way they're explained in this book, in large part. However, those bullshit jobs are mostly tied to the fact that the central banks exist. Without central banks, bullshit jobs would not be a thing. So he gives us 5 different categories of bullshit jobs. Flunkies, goons, duct tapers, box tickers, and ticket masters. Flunkies are people like an entourage, those who you have around to make yourself look more important. Nobles back in the Middle Ages, all the way up to the Victorian era, I suppose, had people that would surround their caravan just to clear rocks out of the sidewalk or the path that they were walking down. The job didn't really have a purpose. It was just given one tacitly, except to give the person coming through the city or the town more gravitas, because there's more people around them. Makes them look like they're more important, obviously. Then you have goons, people like tax collectors, I guess. Those who will go around and be enforcers, stuff like that. And then you have duct tapers, which basically are people that have jobs that are only designed to make 2 incompatible systems or more somehow work together. Now that, I just don't like that. I don't like that idea, because what this is, what all of these are simply a market inefficiency. Truly, he's making this argument for all of these bullshit jobs being bullshit because he believes that we should have already gotten to a 15-hour work week. I do agree with him. However, these quote-unquote bullshit jobs are only really bullshit because of the market inefficiency. We have not found a way to substitute them yet. And there are still things that the people in those jobs are actually doing that are useful. A security guard, for instance, might sit on his butt 99% of the time, but he's there simply to be a body. That's why he is there, or she, whatever. Usually they're males. That in and of itself is not bullshit. There is a purpose to that. Now, if you're trying to fill out paperwork for bureaucratic nonsense, that's legitimate bullshit. And that is principally caused by government and central banking. So anyways, duct tapers, box tickers, people basically just going through checklists to ensure other people are doing their jobs or maintenance is being fulfilled, all that stuff. Again, not a bullshit job. There's purpose to that. The only time it really becomes bullshit is when the government gets in and has those box tickers simply for excessive regulation purposes. Honestly, I'm a libertarian minarchist, I'm a conservative minarchist, so basically I want the government as small as it can possibly be. But I know that because we're human, we basically need that little piece of evil, if you will, government being a necessary evil, in order to stem the tide of the darker aspects of our spirits, of our beings, because you might consider yourself a moral person, and perhaps you are. But when you try to attribute your own morality to others who do not have that morality, that is very dangerous. That is suicidal empathy. It's just not the case. Human beings are different. To discover that there are people actually out there like a George Soros and an Alex Soros that just want to watch the world burn. Or, as Michael Caine says in the movie Batman about the Joker, some people just want to watch the world burn. This is true. And you and I can't understand that because it's not the way we think, it's not the way we are. But there are people out there like that. And they're the reason that regulation, at least tacitly, at least a little bit of it needs to be there until we can completely disassociate from those entities. But we can't. We live in this world right here and now. We have to accept it as it is, meet each other where we are, and therefore we have this. But I want a government as small as possible. And then we have Ticketmasters. Essentially he's saying jobs that could be taken over by automation. Those jobs, if they still exist, are not bullshit. Just because people get those jobs and they expect 100% fulfillment from them does not make the jobs themselves bullshit. It doesn't. You could do what Google does. The company Google. Basically, they give a person a job that fits the job description on the resume. Maybe they pay them $100,000 a year for it, which is pretty typical for Google nowadays. Maybe 120, whatever. To be just a person that's working in a cubicle at Google. And then they say 20% of your time is dedicated to your personal projects, whatever you want to do. But you have to do it. That's what can happen in this world. It's not a universal basic income, which is what David Graeber advocates for something for which he advocates, which I find nonsensical, because he claims himself to be an anarchist, but he very, very clearly is a leftist. Very clearly. It's abundantly obvious. And while I don't know the details of his personal life or anything, aside from what's in this book, him having been a professor at Harvard, trying to take advantage of or creating a union there. He was one of the people that was heading it up and therefore got booted from the university. Ironically, oh, you want to take advantage of unions, but you're an anarchist. Okay, sure. I believe you. Right. Disingenuous jackass. Anyways, I would assume that he is a leftist atheist. I think that's a pretty easy assumption to make. Another thing that really not just bothered me, but infuriated me about what he was writing about in this book. He gets to his political stuff mostly in the last 40 pages of the book. The rest of the book, he's actually trying to outline what he considers a bullshit job. The last 40 pages, he's dedicating basically to his political philosophy, his own call to action, even though he doesn't want to call it a call to action. It is. He is a fan of people like Michel Foucault, who is not only a degenerate BDSM enjoyer, but was a PDF file. Okay, if those are the people that you aspire to be like, I don't really want to hear what you have to say. GTFO, dude. No, not acceptable. Get out of here. A man's job is to protect. Doing something like that, being a PDF file, is destroying purity and innocence and is utterly disgusting. To even be remotely in support of that, or a person who is in support of that, is unacceptable. No. Well, at the same time, I agree with the general concept that yes, bullshit jobs exist. And at least I will give him credit where it's due. he does mention that the financial institutions, the financial industry, is the primary cause of most of the bullshit jobs in this world. I would say you can read this book safely, to not corrupt your own personal perspectives on the world, if you go into it understanding the biases of David Graeber, which he tries to hide aside from calling himself an anarchist, which is a lie. It's just a lie. He's not an anarchist. So in general, he's very gung-ho about teachers, for example, but neglects to mention the fact that teachers, especially in the modern age, are all about brainwashing. At least when it comes to public education. There is a reason that conservatism, the right, conservative Christians, if you will, are so adamant about homeschooling, minimizing public education, privatizing it, and it's because I don't even really have to explain this, but at the same time I should, because apparently if there's a guy like David Graeber who still can't see it, he's not stupid. He's not stupid. He's very bright. But if he still can't see it, then I still have to explain it. Which is to say, have you not seen the critical theories that are being propounded to children nowadays? A book like, the name eludes me right now, but there are some lewd books that are being taught in elementary school nowadays. This guy, he's, believe from Great Britain. So I guess he's kind of, in that aspect, a product of the deterioration of his own society. Because the United Kingdom, such a beautiful country, such amazing people, unfortunately, horribly, horribly socialist. Socialism and communism do not work. Period. End of story. They don't. Communism can only, I'll say that, but then I'm going to give you a caveat. Communism can only work in groups of 300 at maximum or less. You can't go bigger than that because you have to be able to know the people personally. And 300 is about the limit that people can know one another personally. Because otherwise they're going to take advantage of you. Socialism is the same type of thing. It's the younger stepbrother, if you will, of communism. Socialism eventually leads to communism. It's not good. You are an individual. You exist. He's also a climate alarmist and all that stuff, and it's like, yeah, anyway. Overall, I would say, I can't remember who recommended that I read this book, but overall, I can't say that I give it a strong recommendation for those who are new to critical thinking, if you will. But if you want to give yourself a critical thinking challenge and you think you can handle it, then there's good information in this book. Bullshit jobs do exist. They primarily come from central banking, finance, but the book itself is, yeah, like I said, I can't remember who recommended me to read it, but there you go. All right. There you go, guys. That's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 138 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And, sometimes you just have yourself in a state of deep frustration, irritation, you could even say depression. In that the world is operating at lightning pace right now, as fast as it possibly can. The white hats, if you will, white hats behind the scenes, to fix stuff. And there's so much resistance from so many doofuses out there that they just can't see. And if we had a time machine and we could look at the consequences with perfect fidelity of our actions in the present, what they would bear out in the future, then things would be different. But it doesn't take some cosmic galaxy brain to figure out a lot of this stuff. Why do we still have the central banks? Why is the IRS still around? Why have we accepted in this country and the world over a 35% nominal tax rate? This is not acceptable. Not even remotely. Not even remotely. And the only place in the entire world that has even a slight vestige of the freedom and liberty we should have, the United States, literally has a per capita GDP. That means income per person, or the value that each person has of the global or the entire country's wealth, is triple that of a country like the UK, which is a first world country, because they're so egregiously socialist. Socialism does not work. It doesn't. And communism, the older brother of socialism, is 1,000 times worse. The reason socialism has any place in the world right now is because so many people have such a small horizon of knowledge. All of us do. Don't get me wrong, all of us do, because we don't live very long, and that's the point I make on this channel, that they can't see that not everybody is going to contribute equally. Not everybody is going to contribute, because most people are lazy. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because laziness has led us to create technologies that simplify many aspects of our lives, such as a phone where I can communicate with you instantaneously. So it's not all bad. It's just that when you institutionalize the acceptance of laziness, no change occurs. Nothing gets better. You stagnate and decay and eventually go extinct. Did you know that, no joke, roughly 98% of all of the technological innovations of the last 250 years have come from the United States, where we have at least a vestige of freedom and liberty, and we're still paying 35% nominal taxes here? For what? Crumbling roads? This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. How is 35% taxation even remotely acceptable? And in case you can't, this was the intent of the banksters about 110 years ago. This was the intent. They knew that only about 1 in a million people were going to be able to see how this system actually worked. So they foisted the central banks in after trying to assassinate literally half a dozen presidents who got rid of it. Andrew Jackson is at the top of that list. Andrew Jackson's a badass. Love that guy. Imperfect, like all of us are. He was the president that oversaw the Trail of Tears of the Native Americans, which was really, really bad. But he got rid of the banks. And he even said on his deathbed that was his greatest accomplishment, that he killed the banks. But only about 1 in a million people understand how it works. When you have an ability to leverage on credit, what happens is you have $500,000 homes and people only making $20,000 a year not being able to buy them. And 500 people at the very top of the pyramid own 99% of the stuff. If you really want equitability, freedom, liberty, a level playing field, get rid of the fucking central banks. God damn it. Get rid of them. And for any leaders that might be listening to me, I've gotten the impression from some really good people that, again, I'm very appreciative of the things that they've said and done for me, to let me know that you're trying to follow my lead in some ways. Thank you. Why aren't you doing that? What's the rub here? At a very bare minimum, why haven't you gotten rid of the IRS yet? And I'm trying to be compassionate and understanding because you guys are working at a breakneck pace. But at the same time, son of a bitch, man. We've been trying to get rid of the central banks for literally 110 years. The entire foundations of the United States were based upon escaping central banking. Get rid of the fucking banks. Get rid of them. I'm watching a woman from the UK right now. She's talking to me, she's speaking on the video how she's a 28-year-old woman still living with her parents, which there's nothing wrong with that. But the reason she's doing that is for economics. Because she can't afford a house in the UK at 28. She can't afford rent. She can't afford a mortgage. She can't get a loan for a mortgage. Because they only give those loans to the top 1% or whatever it is, I don't know. Get rid of the banks. Central banking needs to be erased and the wound cauterized forever. This is not acceptable. I'm angry today because I've seen the progress just come to a halt, and it's pissing me off. Elon Musk, you need to work harder. $150 billion of cutting spending is not enough. Not even close. Completely erase the Department of Education like President Trump was already working on. Get rid of it entirely. As well as listen to Dr. Ron Paul. He knows what he's saying when he says get rid of the departments. Not just the Department of Education, but all of them. You have 3.5 more years to get this shit done. If we're lucky, if we're really lucky, we might get another good president in there after President Trump is done. Maybe. But I'm not banking on it. That means we have 3.5 years to fix this shit. After literally 20 years of the globalists and the deep state enacting war upon us. I have seen and felt the physical effects of said war. My own military, of whom I am a veteran, tried to kill me because it was that compromised. Fix it. No quarter for communists. Period. Anyway, we need to go as fast as we possibly can. We have 3.5 more years. That's it. As I always say, and I still mean it, because you guys are making huge progress, thank you. But keep going, go harder. I love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 101 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today is going to be a review of the book The 50th Law by Robert Greene. It's kind of a pseudo-biography of 50 Cent. And the 50th Law is Nihil timendum est. Fear nothing. It's right there. All right. And I'll say, overall, it was a pretty interesting book. The main gripe I have is that 50 Cent legitimately did come from a very difficult upbringing in the hood. He was a hustler. He sold illicit substances. It is a very dangerous thing to glorify such lifestyles. Leads to a lot of damage of individuals and entire communities, as one might be able to very easily and readily see in said hoods. Nevertheless, it is at the same time very good to get some insight into that world, so that, one, you can figure out how to fix it, how to help the people within it, and two, you can figure out how to make it so that it doesn't happen again. You have to meet people where they are. That's a truism across time and space. You have to meet people where they are. That's why when Jesus came to earth, he was both human and God. He was human so that he could actually relate to us. But he's still God. So, I have some notes here that I wrote down, as one does when they're going to review a book. Let's see. The first one is on somewhere around page 100. Robert Greene states very clearly that you are one of a kind. The way he says this is that there will never in all of history be another one of you. Whether you're Dr. Manhattan or just some regular standard human being, we all have unique DNA that can only ever be repeated once. There are so many different combinations and permutations of how DNA can be put together that there's simply not enough time, even in Google years, to randomly make another one of you exactly who you are. Even if you have an identical twin, you two are still different, at least a little bit. You are uniquely you. And the uniqueness that is you is the story that you make, how you live your life, and how you react to your adversities. And that's part of what they're talking about in this book. What 50 Cent ended up doing was he was trying to get out of that hell. He went to prison a few times, was shot 9 times. The book is very repetitive in that regard, but that's okay. It's because Robert Greene was basically doing an extended essay in combination with a biography of 50 Cent, where he was trying to explain several points of how to be fearless. And the main point of 50 Cent being shot 9 times and almost being unalived was that after that happened, he realized he didn't have much time to get his stuff done that he wanted to get done in life. So he went in full send mode after that, and his production increased like 10 times. He lost his Columbia Records deal, but then did a massive mixtape campaign in the hood of his area, and became very popular in that way, and eventually got the notice of Eminem's Interscope Records, and got his foot in the door in the industry that way. So when he almost passed away, he put his pedal to the metal and just busted his ass And it's no surprise, honestly, to me that he was successful because, one, he's definitely a very industrious, entrepreneurial, intelligent man, and with an incredible work ethic. There's no doubt about that. The guy's got an insane work ethic. 50 Cent, that is. But yeah, one of a kind. And basically, 50 Cent was proving how one of a kind he was and is. There was a point, page 110, where he discusses that forgetting is kind of a superpower. I don't agree with that. Because if you truly want to learn from your past, you do not forget. You do not forget. You can forgive, but do not forget. Next point is page 122. This is really, I think, what the saving grace was of much of what I found in this book. It's good to read anyway because you get some good information about 50 Cent's life and the philosophy that got him to be successful. But on page 122, he did something where he actually discouraged other hustlers from hustling. And in a sense, he kind of did something good. Something semi-lawful. He had hired a person to stick these people up, right? Professional stick-up artist is what he called them. And the other hustlers, he discouraged from doing the hustling by having this happen to them. And he partook in it as well, also being stuck up so that he wouldn't give the impression that he was actually the one causing it. Again, smart guy. He knew to do that. But he was trying to basically push them out of the market so that he could monopolize it. It was pretty smart, actually. And it cleaned up the streets a little bit, believe it or not, because if that is going to exist, the hustling culture, the hustling economy, then you definitely want it to be in the hands of people who are at least halfway decent, halfway intelligent, and are better stewards of a rather shady bunch, if you will. It's page 122, and then page 132, keep your sword sharp but sheathed. See, I brought up some points in the book. It was actually a quote from Niccolo Machiavellian, if you will. But sword sheathed but sharp, okay? So you want to make sure that you are ready for war, but that you aren't going to war. That's the idea. A little bit off kilter right now because the dogs are going crazy. Also, page 159, it is better to be feared and respected over loved. Now, this actually is very closely associated with biblical teachings, in that we say we fear the Lord. God is love, but we fear him, and that's more respect from of the awesomeness of his power, and the fear is that you might be out of line with it. It's the underlying fabric of the human condition, how our psychology works, that makes this so important, to have that balance between fear and love. It's the line between in the middle of everybody's heart, two wolves. If you have that fear, then you'll respect the love. If you have love, then you know what fear is. Black and white. Yin and yang. And then let's see. Honestly, I just had some points to discuss here. They talk about patience and detailed work on page 229. And this tied in pretty closely to the stories that I'm writing. I have so many thoughts that are going through my head right now on what to put into my novel series that I'm kind of semi-rushing it. And I'm not intentionally doing that. But I want to get them written down before I forget them. I have a really good memory, but even so, it is flawed and it is limited. And if I don't get it written down as soon as possible after I think of the idea, then it might go away. I might never come back. That's happened more times than I can count. It stays in your underlying subconscious fabric and all that, but even so, you lose the oomph that you had before. So, having patience in that detailed work actually gives it time to come back in the proper manner to you. The proper layering, the proper wording, it's all going to be there. You'll find it again. You just have to be patient. And that was pretty much this book. 50 Cent actually ended up doing some pretty good things to make it out of the hood and hustle culture. And he was actually a stabilizing force in that community. And I think that's the primary factor here. The big men and women of history, whether they were good or bad, it matters not, necessarily. What matters is that they were remembered for what they did, whether you're an Adolf Hitler or a Napoleon Bonaparte. Now, mind you, don't get me wrong, it does matter. Obviously, Hitler was a horrible, horrible human being who did horrible, horrible things, but he's going to be remembered for what he did. And then you have Napoleon Bonaparte, which was one of the greatest leaders and generals of his time, and really of human history. You have Leonardo da Vinci, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton. I mean, you could just name them off over and over because they're household names. People that are part of the fabric of our history as human beings. And 50 Cent has the potential to be somebody that will be remembered in perpetuity, regardless of what you think of him. He actually had an impact on the world, has an impact on the world. I will never seek to glorify the hustle culture, selling drugs, the hood mentality and all that. It's not safe, it's not healthy. But 50 Cent was a stabilizing force. So that was this book. The next one up, I think, is going to be The Art of Knowing by Christopher Langan, basically assorted essays and expositions on free will. Yeah, I got this one read pretty quickly, actually. It only took me like 3 days. But that's because I sat down and read like 150 pages a day. I don't usually do that. I usually read like 10 to 20 pages a day. So, okay guys, that's all I got for today. Kind of disjointed because the doggos, as always, distract me. So, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 211 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today is going to be a review of C.S. Lewis's Mere Christianity. So C.S. Lewis, an author, a Christian author actually, author of the best-selling book, The Chronicles of Narnia, among other very good bestsellers. One of the great great British writers of the 20th century. He calls this book Mere Christianity because what it is supposed to be is the very bare bones basics of what it is to be Christian, why one should be Christian as opposed to not, etc. He calls himself a layman, Christian, because he's not really a layman, because he actually has a pretty dang good understanding and knowledge of it, but he has the humility to say that he is, which is one of the primary virtues, humility. So, but this is basically an adaptation of a series of talks that he had on the radio back in circa 1943, it looks like. And it makes sense, because it was in the middle of the Second World War. And it was meant to encourage the soldiers that were going over to fight against the Nazis to give them something worth fighting for, because it's hard to think that what you're fighting for is worth it when there's really no differentiation, no underlying foundation between you and everything else. And we are a civilization that is built upon Christian virtues, Christian morals. It is what has gotten us to the point where we are today. It's kept civilization going. We can't see what would happen, what would have happened had Christianity not been here, as opposed to what is happening now, because that requires a completely parallel timeline to which we have no access at this point. But to that point, one of the things that C.S. Lewis brings about in this talk is, if you're looking at somebody, say Susie, who's a Christian and is cantankerous and kind of a prick, and then let's say Robert, who is an atheist but is very kind and loving, it seems, and all that, you're like, why would anybody go Christian if Susie is such a horrible person? At least she appears to be. And Robert is very kind. You're not really being a very good representation of Christianity and not encouraging people to go towards it if that's the type of person that you are. And that's us being, to the best of our ability, the emulations of Jesus. That's what we're supposed to be, men and women. If you are a follower of Christ, Jesus, you emulate him as best you possibly can. And he's making the point that you don't know what their lives would have been had they not become Christians, as opposed to had they become Christians. So perhaps Robert would have become a saint had he become a Christian, as opposed to simply being a kind man. Somebody who literally could do miracles, as you and I can see. And then Susie would have been maybe a mass unaliver, right? Or something to that effect, or an abortion advocate, blah, blah, blah. You get the point. We can't know what their lives would have been. The point is, you're pointing towards Christ and you're trying to become a better person. Wherever you are, there you are. Or wherever you find yourself, there you are. This is actually something that my friend Sonia said last night when we were chatting. And wherever you are, there you are. It's absolutely true. It is absolutely true. Basically, we are turning our tin bodies, we being simply creations of Christ, or creations of God, right? And not actually begotten by him. Begotten means that you are of the same mold as him. You basically are him. That's what Jesus is. Jesus is God, and also human, right? And Jesus being born of Mary makes him both human and God. So, we are creations of God, but not begotten. And what Jesus is trying to do is he's trying to actually make us adapted into begotten, right? So turning the tin being that is simply a puppet into a being of flesh that actually has consciousness and agency. And something else I talk about in my other videos, which he actually brings up in this talk series towards the end of it, is that you can actually shine light onto DNA of other creatures, depending on the frequency and the purity of it, and literally change their DNA simply by shining that light on it. There were actually experiments even back in this time frame, the 1940s, where scientists were doing that, and it worked. There are scientific studies, experiments, where chameleons have been turned into lizards, and vice versa, simply by having certain frequencies and purities of light shined down into their DNA when they were in utero. He actually talks about that towards the end of this book. It's incredible. In addition to that, something else that I thought was a very synchronous thing is C.S. Lewis talks about marriage and being connected to a significant other and all that, and basically saying he has, in not so few words, a very similar philosophy to me. Who would have thought? We're both Christians, right? Almost as if God set up that synchronicity intentionally, almost as if C.S. Lewis could kind of, in a Mandela effect, go back in time and change the words in his own story to make it more appropriate to me, because he's trying to help me, being a saint, being a messenger, right? That thing that we all are. And Jesus is trying to teach us how to become. And if we ever become it once, we become it for all time. Because everything's happening simultaneously in a reality without time. In a reality beyond time, which, by the way, he talks about in this story as well. It was so synchronous with my own thoughts and ideas that I was very much mind blown. I really was. And I even said many a time up to God and heaven, I thanked C.S. Lewis. And I absolutely did. I'm like, it was almost like I felt, you did that for me, didn't you? And I was just so grateful for it. So grateful for God, for everything he's done for me. And so grateful for everything that C.S. Lewis did for me too, and is doing for me. Because he's not dead, none of us die. He's up there probably watching me read this book, just like he does for everybody. And the more profoundly you follow the truth, the more eyes you're going to have on you. Both evil eyes and good eyes. So you're going to have the devil getting closer and closer to you because you're getting over the target. You're about to drop the bomb, right? And he's shooting the flak at you, trying to stop you from shooting or dropping that bomb on him. Because if you drop that bomb, he's going to be gone. And C.S. Lewis is basically the guy who's trying to aerial refuel you and help you out while you're doing it. And I felt like C.S. Lewis was doing that with this book. It was so profoundly impactful, connected to the way I'm thinking right now. And it's supposed to be a very basic book for people who are on the fence, atheists who are starting to question whether they should believe or not, agnostics who are trying to question whether they should believe or not, that it's meant for everybody. Another thing that I talk about on my other videos on this channel is that Christianity works for everyone. What I am doing here is bridging the difficulty with the reasoning and the logic for those with much more powerful minds that need that explanation in order to accept it. Totally get it. Totally get it. You guys are really smart and you need somebody to explain it to you, the things that are hard to figure out. And I'm not saying I'm like some prophet or oracle or anything, but I have some ideas, right? And it's also meant for the person who doesn't think to that level, who's simply a layman or even, less than average intelligence, right? Who can click the I believe button. This works for everybody. And intelligence can be seen as a handicap, if you think about it in that way. But it's not. It's just that, you need a little bit more in-depth explanation because you're more mature. And this is going to work for the young people, the younglings, the Padawan learners in Christianity, and the saints, the people who are really along the path of understanding. And I think I was broaching it, but I forgot. I didn't continue the discussion. I apologize. But his discussions on marriage and interpersonal relationships were just so appropriate to what I've been thinking and all that stuff. It's like, in not so few of words, he essentially says the same thing that I've been parroting, right? That if you even think of being with another woman who isn't your wife or another man who isn't your husband, then you've already committed adultery. And telepathy, and eventually we're going to get to the point where those walls are going to be completely taken down. And what I'm explaining here is that bridge to show people how exactly that would work to navigate us into eternity, which is coming. So, it's a very good book. I very strongly recommend it. And everybody, whether you're on the fence, a staunch atheist, a nihilist, a saint, it doesn't matter. Everybody can benefit from this. It's impressively good. So that's what I got for you today. As always, it's a pleasure, guys. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 126 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today I want to talk a little bit more about psychological, spiritual, physical, emotional layering. What exactly is that? Well, let me put it to you this way. And this attaches to needing to have something repeated to you at least 6 times before you remember it or can, recall it in any reasonable way. But let me put it to you this way. Of all the books that I'm reading, and this applies to anybody, do you think that unless I've got a eidetic memory, also known as a photographic memory colloquially, that I would be able to remember everything that I read in every single book that I've read over the course of my entire life? Obviously, that's a ridiculous notion. It doesn't happen. No. What you do with the psychological layering and the books that you read and the media that you consume is in each one of those pieces of media, you are discerning the lowest common denominator from that and how it applies to you. The lowest common denominator, or kernel of truth, and how it applies to you, you're probably not even going to remember consciously, unless you write it down at least half a dozen times, unless you apply it at least a few times, unless you teach other people about it at least a few times. You're not going to remember it. So what does it come down to? What's the purpose of it all? Our memories are not very good. They're the best memories on the entire face of the planet. No other species even comes close to our memory, except maybe elephants. And they're not as smart as we are. So it's not the memory. What is it? It's the subconscious piece. And how that improves your intuitive decision-making. You remember the core of who and what you are through the media that you absorb and the lowest common denominator from those pieces of media that you glean from them. So, let me give you an example. This book, I'm currently reading it, No Longer Human is what it's called. I'm not going to remember the details of this book going forward. When I'm done, in 10, 15 years, I'll remember the basic plot line, sure, but I won't remember the details of it. What will I remember? That highly intelligent people, which is the main character of this story, tend to be very depressed, very isolated, and have a great amount of pain internally. I will also remember something that I have heard from many a person, both Japanese and otherwise, because this is a Japanese book, that the Japanese people are very dark people. Not evil or anything like that, but they have morbid thoughts, morbid perspectives on the world for good reason. We live in a depraved world, a very difficult one. And they just see it better than almost anyone else. And by the way, the main character in this story is a Christian. He's kind of a nominal one, but he is a Christian. At least he states as much. So you're not trying to glean from it specific details. And this is never the way it works. You glean from it a way to better live your life. What is your underlying imperative for your entire life? The reason you're here, your personal mission. Mine? Serve Jesus, serve God. And that means to love humanity, and that means to advance humanity. So, I glean from this book the darkness of the Japanese spirit, and what I say in my mind, heart, and soul, I need to have compassion for them.
love, empathy, which I do. Very much so. I'm not going to forget that. That's attached to my subconscious. That's attached to my heart and soul. And by the way, connecting to that yet more, I'm writing of that specific idea in my novel series. The female lead, her name is Emily, is half Japanese in my book, in my novel series. And it superficially appears that she is the deepest, darkest evil that exists. But she's not. And you will find that, you'll discover it, at close to the end of the story. And it's going to be a very extensive one. You cannot write all the information that needs to be read or written. You have to have a threshold. Mine's 1,000,000 words in my novel series before I will feel like I have adequately explained what I'm trying to get across. You can't get it all, but you'll get enough. So I attach that, the darkness of the soul of the Japanese people, because they can see how depraved the world is much better than almost anyone else. And that is ingrained in my subconscious. And I'm going to take that forward in the best way possible to make the world a better place. That is what psychological layering means. So absorb the very best material, the very best media that you possibly can in order to do that. There you go. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace.
More on aliens. Welcome to day 182 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. The reason I wanted to talk a little bit more about this is because, well, as you know, I used to be very gung-ho about the existence of extraterrestrial life. But also, one of my good friends, who I talked about in my previous video, Boris, has mentioned on a few occasions that aliens are real. No, they're not. They don't exist. They don't. Every single time that something crazy has happened, like the New Jersey drones, we found out they were drones, or this steel or metal ball that was discovered recently in, I think it was somewhere around Peru, I can't remember exactly, some South American country. There is no proof whatsoever that that steel ball is anything aside from some complex hoax, some military experiment, or some object that at the very most might be from another point in time in history. Now, don't misunderstand me here. There are beings that are from beyond Earth as we know it, that are from beyond this era, and in the celestial realm, if you will. But in this three-dimensional reality, I think the most we will find in anywhere else in the universe, and this could be for a number of reasons, will be just basic animals. I don't think that we're going to find any life outside of Earth that is intelligent. We've had a long time in searching the stars with our telescopes, with our satellites. This is the point right now where we should be seeing the signals. There is less than a 50% probability that we would not see one up to this point. With human eyes looking onto them and saying, oh, That is an otherworldly signal. We still don't see them. It's because they're not there. Everything, these little pieces happening, the reason that's happening now is because it has to. Because we're at that 50% threshold right now. And if it doesn't happen, if it doesn't mold our perception in some way, shape, or form, that they're going to no longer be perceived. And if they're not perceived, they don't exist. Frankly, they don't. And we're not going to manifest them into reality. If they want to exist, they have to straight up show themselves. They're not going to. Because they're just specters. They're ghosts. The ones that are here that have shown themselves are not foreign. They're what you already know of. They're your family. They're the ones that love you. That are here to protect you. That are here to serve you. They are in fact you. No. Those aliens, they're not there. They're not. I explained some of this actually in my story. And it looks like nobody's going to read it. Page Publishing has told me that I've gotten 20 book sales. I know they're lying to me, which that should be grounds for a suit, but there's not enough money there for me to sue them. But they told me I sold 20 books, so apparently nobody's going to read the story. Okay, fine. I'll just explain it here. Those gray aliens that are in our pop culture, I want to be proven wrong. I want you to understand that. I want to be proven wrong. But I won't be. Those gray aliens are us. They are us. When we develop time machines, which if we can conceptualize them right now, that means we're going to invent them very soon if we haven't already. Okay? Period. End of story. If we can conceptualize it, it's only a matter of time before we actually make it a reality. These gray aliens are us. From a divergent timeline. Our future, where we barely survive this great divide that we're going through right now. They're one of those futures, where those of us who do survive overemphasize our intelligence and underemphasize our physical forms. And when it is said that they are from Zeta Reticuli, some of them, that's true. Because we use teleportation devices to get over to that planetary system, star system. I think it's like 40 light years away. Something like that. And in that, they're on a different set, or within a different set of environmental pressures, not only through their own personal emphasis, but also the pressures of that environment. They would lose their hair, they would grow smaller, and they would get very, very intelligent, and potentially even with robotic augmentations. They are us. And they can't lie to you, per se, if it is ever seen, or they are ever asked questions. I've said this before on videos, but like I said, there's virtue in repetition, because most of you are only going to see me once. So I might as well say the most important pieces out here that I can. Every single time a gray alien, as we see it, is questioned on their origins, they are always saying that they are our descendants. Every time. And these other creatures, like these mantis people, or these what are they called again? The Nordic beings and all these other ones, they're all creations of us. The Nordics are us from the future. The mantis beings are our creation through our science and our manipulation of DNA and stuff like that. You can conceptualize it happening. We did it. They're not there. Not in this three-dimensional reality. Not in this era. If you were to go to any other part of this three-dimensional universe, instantaneously, the most you will find, I would surmise, is animals like my doggo back there. My buddy. My doggos, my buddies. There's also the little aspect that, let's say I'm wrong about this, which the probabilities would indicate that I should be. I should be. Doesn't seem to be the case. I want to be proven wrong, but they won't show themselves. If there were ever a time that they were going to, it would be now, with the craziness that's happening on the planet right now. But they won't do it. There's also the element that every single time an intelligent species is born, becomes fully cognizant, has its own agency, that it's whisked away from this reality in kind of a similar fashion to the way we're being right now. In that the reality is rendered irrelevant to those beings. When we actually do invent time travel, this reality will be completely irrelevant because we will no longer be bound by it. And we'll be able to freeze our metabolisms and live forever and transcend our bodies and go from one body to another simply by the power of our thought and intent. It's just a stone's throw away. And that's a giant leap. But it's like a... what's the word? It's discrete. It's not continuous. It's discrete. So it goes like this. Dun! You know? Like a pixel. Like computers. Computers are generally discrete. But physical bodies and analog systems are continuous. So, we invent this technology, which I would go so far as to say it exists right now, and we're just trying to mollify ourselves to be able to handle it so that it can be presented to all of us. Then this reality is completely irrelevant. Irrelevant. Sorry. If I tell you to think about, or not to think about elephants, what are you thinking about? Elephants. The movie Inception. There was a lot there. Another element that was probably incepted into the zeitgeist, into Christopher Nolan's creative mind, because he could present it to us properly, to give us another little aspect of it all. It's hugely important. I also talk about Inception in my story, which it looks like nobody's gonna read. I do keep in mind that The Alchemist in its first 2 years of being on the market sold 2 copies. And The Alchemist now has sold tens of millions of copies across the entire planet. And it's an extremely popular book today and will be forever. I do keep that in mind, but at the same time I don't have the ego to say that I could come anywhere close to that level of success. I'm probably just going to be another forgettable author, regardless of how good or bad my writing is. Because it's not just about you being good, you also have to be discovered. So. But I talk about it in my story. You can decide whether you want to read it or not. It's this one right here. You decide what you want to do. You decide what you want to believe. The aliens aren't there. They're not. I wish they were. God's there, though. Again, as human beings, we are, out of necessity, made to be humble, to have humility. And to say that we are made in the image of God is the very closest we can get to say the truth. That we fully are God. Little fractioned pieces of Him. We are God. He made us to be that. We're the ones that are actually making this reality around us. It's our perception that makes reality. And the aliens are not there. They don't exist. Until they prove me wrong, they will simply be specters, ghosts. Our descendants that are trying to force the path of reality in their direction so that they continue to exist. But they don't. Alright, guys. That's all I got for today. I had to say something here because my friend Boris has brought this up several times and I think he's being misdirected. But, I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 167 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. This is our last day here at the Atlantis today. And flexibility is the key to air power. When the enemy, the forces that you're facing are constantly changing their strategies to attack you, to defeat you, you have to be flexible alongside that. It's something I've been wanting to say on a video here for a while, is if the only way your enemy can defeat you, or even contest you, is by, 1, stacking the field against you, so teaming up against you, and 2, cheating, then I think you're doing all right. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it fun. It doesn't justify it. But you might be a little bit more powerful than you think you are. So, anyway, that was just something that I've been wanting to say for quite some time on this channel, because it kind of aligned with a lot of other things that I've seen. Those mangas that I've been talking about, for example. And you know, flexibility is the key to air power, like I was saying. Sorry, I just got an email. So to that point, it seems that YouTube is pushing a lot of 20-something attractive women. I keep on seeing them over and over and over, and it's not because I'm searching for them. They're just popping up in my feed. And they're getting the clicks, they're getting the views. YouTube is heeding those types of channels. I'm not opposed to this, especially if those people that they're pushing have really interesting and good things to say, have a lot of wisdom. But nevertheless, it is what it is. So with that being said, find a way to be flexible. How would one progress their own channel, not being a sexy 24-year-old woman, and not willing to try to go through sex change surgery or anything? Sorry, I'm being a goof. Well, for starters, I'm thinking maybe do a little bit of something with my thumbnails. Put some beautiful women on them. And that would be at least the first impression to get people in to see what I have to talk about. So, something like what the Sigma and Alpha male channels do. They'll like put a cartoon picture of women or men walking away from beautiful women, or swooning, a bunch of beautiful women swooning over a man, all that fun stuff, and they get tons of clicks from it. So I'm thinking maybe I'll try something like that. I don't know, what do you guys think?
Flexibility is the key to air power, as we always said in the Air Force, the military. However much I resent what the military did to me, and the fact that they aren't actually there to serve the purpose that they claim to serve, they still did have some good kernels of wisdom. There's no doubt about that. There's still good discipline that they teach you, so that you don't lack discipline, like the guy says on Back to the Future. So, constant tinkering. And this is something that YouTube tells you to do anyway. Constantly tinker with your videos to figure out what's going to work best. As long as I'm not misleading, as long as I'm being truthful and giving content that's actually valuable to people, then I think we can probably pull that off. This is a truism about everything in life, not just about YouTube. But you're always going to face stacked odds, especially if you're a guy like me, which, if you're going to be related to me, if you're a descendant of me, if you're one of my children, which, again, I pray I have, of course you're like me, bog standard white dude. Bog standard white dudes are resented throughout the world. And resentment comes from a lot of different things, but it's just the truth. T-R-O-O-F, truth. That's right. Just look at South Africa as an example. It's even worse for Asians, actually. The cards are stacked against you. You have to work much harder to get into certain positions than almost anybody else. So, there's no such thing as reverse racism, but you could call that reverse racism if you wanted to. And people would get the message, the point that you're trying to get across. So, like I was talking about in my last video, not being able to get jobs that are requisite to my capacities and pay that is requisite to what I'm worth is definitely, at least partially, due to that, if not entirely, which is really weird to think about. But it's real. And that again harkens back to YouTube pushing beautiful 24-year-old women. Which again, I you know, that's fine, but at the same time, kind of put your finger on the scale when it comes to channels like my own. When you stop me from even being able to advertise, I'm willing to give you guys my money to get my channel to grow. Shut up and take my money. The Fry meme. Anyway, that's what I got for today. Just some thoughts on finding your way through the stacked odds. Because you can, and you will. You just got to keep on going. So, love y'all. Peace.
The meek shall inherit the earth. Welcome to day 217 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. That's my dog. So what does that term actually mean? It's been talked a lot about recently in the masculine spheres online and elsewhere. A lot on the spheres of, masculine social media and stuff like that. But it is an often misinterpreted phrase. Something that is very much emphasized in the Bible. The meek shall inherit the earth. So misinterpreted, in fact, that it has led to the very unhealthy and unsafe dichotomy between even political parties, where weak people think simply by virtue of their weakness that they are virtuous and that they are the ones that should be followed. Weakness, being harmless, is not what meekness means. Meekness, as a person such as Jordan Peterson has made very clear, and thankfully it's spreading a lot, as it should, is being strong, physically disciplined, but keeping your sword sheathed unless absolutely necessary to take it out and do war. There's a meme of Venom, the comic character Venom, and he's got a Catholic cross on his chest, and the meme says, "You need to be on a leash because you're not a good person," and he says, "Yes, that's right. I am a psychopath without that leash." This is absolutely true with us as humans writ large. We think that we're higher and more evolved and above barbarism and instinct. But just as the Joker said on Batman the Dark Knight, when push comes to shove, we'll eat each other, barring any other frame of reference. I added that last part. Without that underlying code that you follow, when push comes to shove, you will say to yourself, just like Dr. Mann did on the movie Interstellar, "Nobody's come to save me, so I'm going to save myself." That's why he tried to unalive everybody on the crew that came to his planet in the movie Interstellar and escaped just for himself, because the monkey instinctual mentality came back. He didn't have an underlying virtue. The meek shall inherit the earth. You become strong to be able to do battle if/when it is necessary. And we live in a hellish world. There's going to come a point where it will be necessary. Maybe not in your lifetime, but probably. Every generation that's on the planet today has experienced some type of war or global conflict. From the stuff happening in Ukraine and Russia, to Iran and Israel, to the Cold War, to the Syrian War, to the Gulf War, to the Korean War, the Vietnam War, World War I, World War II. I mean, I could just go on and on and on. And if you don't have judicious, proper judgment with that power, which is what meekness is, then the whole of the world will collapse, because you're chaotic and you're unwise with that power. The meek do not actually have any tested morality. They're simply harmless. Harmless does not mean that you are meek. Harmless means that you are ineffectual. It means that you are incapable. Meekness means that you are capable, but you are careful. And now let's get to the modern day. Let's look at what happened on January 6th. What do you think the deep state expected to happen? The general public, or at least the halls of our government, were being wrestled back from said deep state, and the patriots were starting to get in control. And frankly, at that point, they were. So, in a last-ditch effort, the deep state threw up their trump card, threw everything, including the kitchen sink, at us, and frankly just flat out stole the election, expecting us to stand up and fight back in a untempered and foolish manner. We almost did, but we threaded that needle. On January 6th, there was just enough of a protest for us to prove to everyone, to the world, that we really do believe in our underlying principles of our government and our people and our religious and spiritual philosophies and theologies and all that. But at the same time, we're going to try to fix it even now. And we're not going to let it collapse on itself. We kept our swords sheathed, but we showed a little bit of the steel. Put it back in, then we went back to work. Had we not had that meekness at that critical point in our history, there'd be utter chaos right now. The things happening in Russia and Ukraine, that would have gone to a full-blown nuclear war. Iran and Israel, same thing. We would be in full-blown World War III right now, with probably a third of the world already perished, had we not kept our swords sheathed. You can't see that timeline, but we survived. We're still here. And I want you to stand up proud, because that was you. You did it. Holy fuck, you did it. And I salute you, all of you. That was heroic. The logical conclusion to what have happened, had we even stepped out of line a centimeter, is obvious now. Alright, guys. That's what I got for you today. Stand proud. We're here today because you had meekness. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 143 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to talk about The Alchemist, a book that I just finished reading a little bit ago. Actually, a couple days ago. And really, overall, excellent book. I can say it's another strong recommend. The writer, Paulo Coelho, has a definite deep knowledge of Christianity, in that the king, which is one of the first characters that the protagonist in the story runs into, a protagonist is just called the boy. Basically, he's a boy that's being set out to go upon a journey to find his personal legend, is what the term is called. But this king is actually the king of Salem, and Salem, the king of Salem from the Bible, is Melchizedek. And Melchizedek, the story behind him matches up pretty dang well. So Paulo Coelho needed to have a pretty good, deeper knowledge of Christianity in order to put that into the story. And another part of the story that I think lined up with that was towards the end, when the alchemist talks about a centurion that went to Jesus and asked Jesus to cure his servant, because his servant was ill. This is actually written in the Bible. And the alchemist gave a deeper background story of that centurion and his parents and his family and stuff. And I thought that was really cool. It was part of an absolute synchronicity that I got from this book, The Alchemist, because that's essentially the big thing I am trying to do with my novel series. Because my novel series, in general, is truly, even though it doesn't seem like it, even though it seems pretty crazy and very different, very far left field compared to it, it's really Christian fan fiction. Because I'm actually going into the deeper background of what I think could be the past of these big characters in the Bible, including Jesus, in that he is beyond time, he is God, and I show where it's just a story. It's just a story, okay? Think he came from. So I thought that was a really powerful synchronicity.
And let's see, on page 50, I'm actually just going to go ahead and go through this. We'll start with page 24. It says, the first time the universe conspires to help you achieve your goals, and that's like one of the main threads in this whole story. I found that really interesting because the universe does. However, the universe being God, it's a conflict between God and the devil. The devil thinks he's God, so he's trying to defeat the universe, to create absolute entropy. And yes, the universe is going to conspire to do everything it can to help you to achieve your goals, but the enemy is going to get in your way. And that happens many a time to the main character. He gets his money stolen from him, all of his wealth stolen from him several times, until finally, at the end of the book, he finds his treasure, and it was where he lived in the first place all along. But he needed to go on the journey in order to discover where it was. So it was still very well worth it. The universe does conspire. It indeed does. And then let's go ahead and look at page 25. So I wrote in here in my notes book, capable of going to the moon. It's talking about the personal legend. So the story says that anything you can imagine, anything that you want to be able to do, you can. And while in general I agree with that, it's at the same time the interaction between choice and opportunity. And in my current existence, it's possible to go to the moon and to Mars and to space. And that's part of my personal legend. However, the enemy has gotten some pretty powerful blows against me and has stopped me from accomplishing that goal, that personal legend. Let's see, page 50. I wrote, I'll figure it out. Because that's what a leader does. You get knocked on your ass over and over and over. Everything's taken from you. And you just get up and say, I'll figure it out. You just have to get up one more time than your enemy, and you will defeat them. This is the first time in the story that the boy lost all of his wealth from thievery. So, in not so few of words, he continued. And that's basically falling to your very lowest point in life. He had all of his path basically decimated before him. That's the equivalent of getting up, dusting yourself off, and saying, after you've gone bankrupt, I'll figure it out, which is what a man does. I see that a lot on Instagram. Instagram is a very powerful tool if you curate it right. Let's see, page 60, the man in the arena. This is a very important one. Well, I wrote the man in the arena, and that basically means you're going to have critics all the time. But you're the one that's actually trying to pave the path. And if other people are just standing by on the sidelines and just criticizing you for it, what do they matter? Keep going. One of the big things I got from this story was, would you be memorable to someone who's never heard or seen you before? There's a literal biblical king that the boy meets. And while he had no knowledge of this person's background, Melchizedek, even though the boy is Christian and it professes faith in Jesus, he wasn't well versed enough in Christianity to fully understand who he was talking to. Nevertheless, having minimal to no knowledge of this person's background, he is still somebody who has a huge impact on the boy's life. That's essentially what I want to do with this YouTube channel, with my videos. I know that all of you will probably never meet me in real life, and this may very well be the very first and perhaps the very last time you ever see me. For most of you, that's going to be the case. But will my presence have a lasting impact on you in this one pass
you get with me. Melchizedek's did. The boy had never met him before, but his mind was blown by what he taught him and what he showed him. I want to be able to do the same thing for you guys. So I got that out of this book. It was pretty important. It made me think of another aspect of the novel series I want to write. A friend of mine told me of a short story that he had written. It's Major Logan. He's now a major in the military, the Air Force, where there was a guy that was going to jump off of a bridge, and God himself came to talk to him to convince him not to do it, and he didn't know that he was talking to God. But the person who was God had such an impact on the person that he didn't jump off the bridge. This harkens back to you being much more important than you think you are. All of you. And then let's see. There's another thing in the book that something I don't like. He meets this woman by the name of Fatima at the oasis in the middle of the desert. And the way he explains it is something like love at first sight. That doesn't exist. You don't fall in love with somebody the first time you see them. It's not the way it works. I'm just going to leave it at that. It doesn't exist. It's infatuation. And then page 163. Absolute synchronicity, I wrote. This was about the centurion, that story that I just talked about a little bit ago. It was absolutely synchronous with what I'm doing with my novel series. That's what I have written for this. Again, it's a strong recommendation. It's not a very long book. It's only about 170 pages. It's pretty easy to read, too. Not only is it pretty short, but it's not written in complicated language. It's almost poem-like. It's a novel, but in its repetitive way of expressing itself, it's almost like an epic poem, like the Iliad. So, yeah, there you go, guys. Strong recommend. I was a little bit slow this morning, but anyways, love you all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 218 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I wanted to give a quick addendum on the child credit that I was talking about in my last video. Now, if you didn't watch my last video, basically what I was discussing was a way to incentivize people to have children in the Western world. Ireland already does something like this. They have a $150 or euro credit that they give to a family that has a child, and it's 150 euro for each child that you have, adding up to, I think there's no upper limit number of children that you can have and still get that credit. And also in that country there is no means test, so everybody gets it. The only way you don't get it is if you intentionally opt out of it. So I was thinking of some addendums to this. The first one is, if we do want to have means testing, then an intelligent way to do it would be to give it to only couples that are married in a court of law. Now, I don't like having the government coming in to decide what to do with that money and to decide anything to do with a marriage. I don't think it's a good idea. But if we're living in a biblical country, a country that actually follows Christian morality, then it can be made to work. So this is a slippery slope, and it's been made to lead to some very bad conclusions in the modern era. Just look at the no-fault divorce issue in California, the state in which I live. It's utterly disgusting. But if it's a biblical way of marrying one another, then divorce is like the last option. It's there just in case there's a few things that happen, like abuse or infidelity, etc. There's like 4 different things in the Catholic Church that are reasonable reasons to get divorced. And I can't name them off the top of my head, but I just gave you 2 of them. So anyway, the first one can be that the couple is married. Now this works either way. It prevents miscreants from having metric crap tons of kids and not taking care of them. And it also means that high wealth individuals won't get the tax benefit if they don't want to marry somebody, but they want to have their child, because they don't need the tax benefit. So they're not really worried about it. Now, this is just an idea that I'm throwing out there. There are tons of other factors involved that I know I'm not even thinking about at the moment. But the biggest thing I wanted to add to my previous discussion was this. If we incentivize the increase in population through this program, then what it'll do is it will prevent the entitlement programs from collapsing. Because as it stands in the United States, really the Western world writ large, we are kind of in a demographic collapse. So if you look at the demographic graphs, the way they're supposed to be, they're kind of supposed to be like a pyramid, right? So at the top of that pyramid are like the 80-plus-year-olds, and then you got like the 30 to 50-year-olds, and then you got the youngins, like everybody who's 20 and below or whatever, right? And that's the highest cohort, the largest cohort. That's the way the demographic pyramid is supposed to work. However, if you look at countries like Japan, which is just apocalyptic, the way their population is decreasing, it's more like this. So they have no tax base. It's rather appropriate to have it structured that way for a proper visual, because those younger generations are going to be building and producing, not just adding to the tax base in order to support things like Social Security and medical programs and XYZ, a bunch of stuff, entitlements that you can think of, but also because they're going to add to the overall ingenuity of the world. The inventions that will come about that we can't even fathom right now, if we have the people alive to do it, are beyond comprehension, right? So Leonardo da Vinci, one of the smartest human beings to have ever lived. It's purported that his IQ was probably around 220. He was a fully blown polymath. There were so many different things he did. He was an artist, he was an inventor, so much stuff. And his level of intelligence came about once every 20 billion people, right? Or something to that effect, because you got to take it into consideration. Over the course of the entirety of human civilization, there have been approximately 100 billion human beings. There's 8 billion alive today, but over the course of all 10,000 whatever years, there's been about 100 billion. And it took that many people for a person like him to come about. Well, if we have a bigger population, we're going to have more people like that. It's just going to happen. And the Pareto principle, Price's law, dictates that the more of those people you have, the massively more productive your civilization will become. Unless you're intentionally trying to blockade said individuals for some reason or another. And the dysgenic way that we do it in the modern era is blockading those people. So if we want to get away from the dysgenics and allow for those truly fantastic capacities to come about, we need more people. It's that simple. We are nowhere near a population, an overpopulated Earth. We're not. I don't care what they tell you. We're not. Because if all else fails, guess what we can do? We can create vertical farms. And therefore we have basically or nearly infinite space 3 dimensions is much larger in surface area than 2 dimensions. It just obviously makes sense. But in addition to that, we're getting ready to go to Mars and start colonizing there. We will colonize the moon. It's gonna happen. And because it's so close to us, it'll be one of the first options we have for terraforming. There's not much in situ stuff there in terms of the materials you need to terraform the planet, but we can just bring it from Earth. We could literally just send rockets up to the moon carrying a payload of 100 tons of water and just launch it to the surface and keep doing that over and over because it's so close. With Starship having 100 flights per day, which they're hoping to do eventually, it becomes more and more probable. And if I can even conceptualize this right now, then somebody's going to figure out how to do it in the future. In the movie Star Trek, or the series Star Trek Next Generation, they had terraformed the moon. So it's right there. It's our closest celestial neighbor. It's our companion. There is no excuse for us not terraforming it, and then terraforming Mars, etc. We're going to proliferate and expand throughout the cosmos. And we start with our own solar system. We need more people in order to do that. So we must incentivize. Get out of this dysgenic loop that we're trying to force ourselves into, or rather the deep state and the cabal was trying to force us into because they wanted us to be slaves, and encourage natalism. Be pro-natalism. Have kids. As many as possible. I am so tired of super genius people like Chris Langan and his wife being among the very smartest people to have ever lived and not having a single child. Not a one. Not one child. And I don't know about the smartest guy in the world who has been talking about Christ and how Christ is king and all that stuff, and thank God he's doing that. I'm so grateful for him. I don't know if he has any children or not because I haven't looked into his personal life, but it'd be truly a tragic thing if he does not. It's just, we have to look at the brass tacks here. No, the objective reality here. We want more brilliant people to be alive. It's just that simple. So, this is a way to do it. They don't have an excuse anymore to not have kids. Now, we could have no means testing, like I was talking about, or we could have marriage means testing, but it must not be something that is only given to welfare recipients, which is the way it is in the United States nowadays. Now, a low ball estimate is that it costs about $100,000 US to raise a child from 0 to 18. It's actually more, probably around 300,000. Now, I did the math, and that comes to about $500 per month to $1,500 per month per child. We got to start somewhere. If we start at 300, fine. If we start at 500, fine. But one way or another, we're going to make up for that, all the money that's going into that and the expenses of it, with all the money that we're getting, all the productivity that we're getting from the new people, and the fact that Social Security and other entitlement programs won't collapse. I mean, Ireland's onto something. I do not like the universal basic income, but this is pretty cool because we're going to have more people. So even if we did have a universal basic income, it would still possibly work because we would have more of a base from which to draw. So, there's your addendum today, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know what you think in the comments. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 112 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world, which I think is apropos about which to speak, especially considering the new discoveries underneath the Egyptian pyramids, which are one of the 7 wonders of the world, the pyramids of Giza being Recently, they just discovered some really deep chasms with granite chambers 9 feet tall, deep within the crust of the Earth, going way deep down, 2 kilometers, apparently. But that's beside the point. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world. The reason I bring this up is because this was the basic idea behind the Social Security system once it was first created a long time ago. I think it was back in like 1903 or something. I can't remember the exact date it was created. But the idea was something similar to what Benjamin Franklin did when he put a certain amount of money aside for a trust for the city of Philadelphia to be dispersed after, I believe it was 200 years. So it was dispersed like in the 90s, somewhere around there, 1990s. So he put, I don't remember the exact amount of money he put in that account, but when it was dispersed, it was about $8 million. And that went directly to the Philadelphia government. And that was Benjamin Franklin's intent. That's what he wanted to happen. The idea behind the Social Security system was that the government would take a portion of your money and invest it in funds, index funds, the stock market essentially, and grow it so that once you got to your retirement age, then you would have a fund to pay for your retirement. That was the idea. Basically, the government was taking the responsibility that you should take upon your own shoulders and taking a portion of your money every month and putting it into the stock market, as well as a variety of other things. Well, if you had actually taken that money and put it into the stock market yourself, the same proportional amount, then rather than being maxed out at about $4,000 per month that Social Security can pay you, that's right around where the maximum is. If you put the same amount requisite into the stock market yourself, at about the age of 65, you'd be getting $32,000 per month. So they've been very reckless, irresponsible with that money. And part of the reason for that is because they keep on taking it and putting it into other things. So they're basically going about this all the wrong way. It is my perspective that the entirety of the government could be funded by taking 10%, not of our money by force, 10% of people's money who voluntarily choose to do it, putting it into the stock market, and fund all of the government's responsibilities or things that you want the government to do with that money. What's screwed this up is the central banking system. It's made it make no sense. It makes us put resources into leveraged accounts that can go belly up at any moment. It's not sensical. But if we were to do something like Benjamin Franklin way back in the 1790s and put aside a fund and let it grow over the course of 100 years or whatever. I actually did some calculations here on MATLAB. MATLAB is a mathematical calculation laboratory. It's a very powerful program that I've used on many of my scientific papers. I used it all through college. But let's say you put $1 million into an account, something similar to what Benjamin Franklin did back 300 years ago, and giving yourself a conservative growth rate of 5% for that account. After 300 years, it'd be worth $2.3 trillion. That could fund all the government things that you want it to fund. All those things that are actually important, that aren't like the departments that don't need to be there. Rather than have 800 military bases that have been forced upon us and the rest of the world, only possible through the central banking system, which gives us crazy and irresponsible leverage, we'd have 80 army bases around the world. See, one of the reasons that the central banking system had any way of gaining a foothold in our world is out of fear. Because if any one government has a system like that, then it puts all of the other governments at a disadvantage. That means you have a central banking system which can use leverage or fake money, print it out of thin air, steal wealth from people in order to fund their wars and their liabilities and all that stuff. And let's say they can leverage at 10x. So, and their government has a GDP of $1 trillion. Well, now it can produce the equivalent of $10 trillion by cheating, by stealing, by lying, cheating, and stealing. And if they're going up against a government that doesn't have a central bank but has a real GDP of $5 trillion, they're going to beat them if they start a war. This is the fear aspect that has allowed central banks to keep their foothold in the world. It's disgusting, and it is pure evil. If it were gone away with entirely, the tapeworm that is the central banks, then we could fund our governments in this way. In this way, you have a government fund that is invested in the capitalist system of your country, voluntarily, entirely, and all government institutions and responsibilities that you want your government to have, they'll be able to fund that themselves through the interest on the money that they have invested in companies, rather than force it out of our hands through the income tax. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Because this whole system is fucking upside down. And it's the central banks that have done this. And these bastards behind the scenes that have forced this upon us, we made the United States specifically to escape the central banks. And they seeped in and tried to unalive multiple United States presidents and succeeded on multiple occasions until eventually they got that central bank put back in place. It's disgusting. I would go so far as to say, if aliens exist, this is an alien system to keep us all enslaved. I would say more appropriately, more accurately, that it's demonic. It's a demon system. It's disgusting. So, if the government would just be funded by proper investment in companies, then that would work better by 1 billion times. Let's say, to get a good seed funding started, you do basically like a tithe system where there's a flat tax, no loopholes, no deductions or anything, a flat tax of 10% across the board for everybody that makes X, Y, Z income. 10% flat tax across the board, starting as seed funding. It can actually stay there at 10%. That's reasonable. It's what we paid in the feudalistic times. It's still like 5 times what we paid during the Roman Empire. But 10% is not crazy. It's a tithe. It's what we pay to churches as faithful Christians. All right? So 10% goes to this seed funding for the government, and they put that money into the stock market, into funds. Not like what they do with Social Security, because that's all based on fiat currency and central banking nonsense. And then they take that interest that they make off of that, say half of the interest that they make per year, to fund their government responsibilities. Hiring people, building government buildings, very simple stuff, like taking care of roads, very simple education system. Everybody else takes care of the other stuff. Maybe I'm naive, but I can tell you that the core of our problems right now, and have been for hundreds of years, is the central banks.
They need to be destroyed, never be allowed to come back. Cauterize the wound. Never let them come back. That's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace.
What if the nature of suffering is to build empathy? Welcome to day 192 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. In addition to that, what if your purpose on this planet is to suffer? There was a person, many of you might know this person, might be a person with whom you're familiar, whose purpose was specifically that, only isolated primarily to a specific, profound point. Obviously, Jesus. What if the purpose of your life is to suffer, to soak up all of the negative energy of the human family? So, people are always praying to God that are in states of suffering, seeking an answer, seeking to have their wishes fulfilled. When they're not, what do you think that means? It means that you are the warrior fighting, putting up the shield to protect and preserve everyone else that does get it. You're the way it happens for everyone else. And ultimately, when it does come to you, however long you can endure, it will be the end state for everybody. But when you're enduring that pain, you need patience to the utmost degree. And don't ever expect that you will be healed or that you will get those things for which you are looking. That saves the most people. If we're in the business of saving souls, the way you do that is you act as the painkiller for all of their pains. And if you can get joy, satisfaction out of that, as opposed to getting it out of receiving the things that you personally want and desire, then that's divine. You become an infinite well, source of protection, love, freedom, liberty, creation. So when I tell people, I believe in God, always have, always will, because I believe that the person to whom I am talking exists. That's very important. You're basically fueling the fire in their own soul, sparking it, turning them from an NPC into a real animated person, just by telling them that they matter. Because they do. They're everything. There are two paths. The first one is entropy, destruction, erasure of everything. And if that happens, those things never were with which to begin. And the other one is creation and eternity. It will have always been your destiny if you get there. To look at it in a Calvinist perspective, you can actually square that circle if you look at it through nonlinear time and how everything is happening simultaneously. All realities converge into the one in which we live and perceive. So, to tell an atheist that you believe in God, they're not understanding it if they remain atheists. You're telling them that you believe in them. Not in some egotistical, narcissistic way, but you're telling them that they are creators of their existence, of their universe, which is absolutely true. What the double slit experiment shows, the greatest irony of it all, is that God exists. And it's you. Something Jesus was trying to tell us from the start. Trying to show us how to do it. When he gave his apostles, his disciples, the ability to conduct miracles. That's how. All he did was believe in them, just as they believed in him. When you forego belief in God, you are foregoing belief in yourself. You are instigating your own erasure, your own non-existence. And in that final judgment, where that omniscient understanding of all intents comes about, if you have decided that you don't want to exist, remain atheist, because that's what this is. You will. You'll get what you want. And for those who seek to become the entropy, to actually integrate with the void itself, they'll get what they want as well. It ultimately leads to the same thing, but that's what they'll get. So when I tell somebody that I believe in God, especially with everything I've had to endure, being the warrior that I am, and I am a warrior, I am trying to tell them that I believe in them. I always will. And if I were to give up that fight, then how many people would lose their will? It's not possible for me to give it up, because it's my nature to suffer. It's all human beings' nature to suffer. But those who do not receive the answers while they're alive, or while they're in this reality, it's because they are the warriors that are doing the fighting. I don't expect to receive the answers here. And if this were all there was, that would concern me. It would make me eternally sad. But as it stands, all that will remain is I won't be able to leave gifts for people here. But I know there's something beyond it. And the ultimate challenge, the ultimate proof of belief, the one that the devil is trying to get you to fail, is to not take what you want by breaking the rules, and therefore proving, at least to him, that eternity does not exist. I will keep doing this. I won't get what I want out of it. And that's okay. Does not bother me. And the more I learn, the more truly steeped in an understanding of what belief actually is I become, the more at peace with that I am. But what I'm not at peace with is all those people that are still lost in it, that still don't believe in themselves. Because if there is nothing outside of this, then nothing matters. If nothing matters, then you don't. If you don't matter, then do you really exist? You will get what you want in the end. And if that remains your perspective on things, if you don't listen to Jesus and Him trying to tell you that you are a creator just as Him, then that's what you're going to get. If I do break, or get just to the point of breaking, right before that happens, I know God's got my back. He'll step in. And I will have faith in that. But the thing is, it's never going to happen. And I know that's the rub here. There are a large number of people who are trying to get me to break specifically so that Jesus will step in. Because either He will or He won't. And they'll know, one way or another. They'll no longer be the realm of belief for them. Assuming that I'm that important, but I'm not. Even so, not being important and still not allowing yourself to break? Are you really not that important? It's one of the many paradoxes of this life. It remains that way if nobody knows your story. It's a kaleidoscope. It is a lot of things. Very deep, convoluted, complicated, but at the same time not. Because if you just obey and believe, you don't even have to think about those other things. It's simple. The bridge here is that I am trying to explain what I've learned. And explaining it in all of its depth and multifaceted, multifarious nature, kaleidoscope of it all, the fractal of it all, makes it make sense. So that those who simply can't hit the believe button can have something onto which they may glean, or onto which they may grasp. God is real. I believe. Always have, always will. Nothing will break that. And that means I believe in you. All of you. And you can either choose to accept that or not. I am telling you that you exist. Understand that. Grasp what I am saying there. You exist. You do. You're right here before me. You're not just a projection. Being an NPC even doesn't mean you don't exist. It just means that you're not the main character. You still exist. You exist. Alright. I've gone on long enough. Love y'all. Peace. Not all social engineering is bad. Welcome to day 227 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Now, I've talked about this many a time. I've even written some essays about it back several years ago. But essentially all the different concepts that I bring up here are in some way a form of positive social engineering. It really depends on the intent of the individuals, the objectives of the individuals behind the social engineering, what the end consequence of it is. So, for example, if you carry out a time machine manipulation that causes a subtle change to a particular line of time that leads to a Mandela effect, and that Mandela effect is meant to more cohere your past beliefs with future objective reality, then there's nothing wrong with that. Let's say, as an example, that in some previous timeline, and you can do this with the past because we don't live in the past, it's much easier to Mandela effect the past than it is the present. Let's say in some previous line of time, Jesus didn't actually exist or didn't actually die on the cross. If we have a time machine, we can go back in time and we can make somebody do that. And there's no greater person to do that than the man himself, the one carrying out the whole process of saving humanity from the mess that we're in. It is another means by which you can socially engineer the whole of your civilization species in a positive way. If the end goal of said social engineering is to destroy everything, to cause infinite entropy, and you can actually see that consequence. So intent aligns with the objective reality if said individuals are allowed to carry out their manipulations, their social engineering, then obviously that's nefarious and bad. You don't want that. What's going on with Epstein? I believe, and I believe this from the start, is intentional Streisand effect. Intentional Streisand effect being a form of contemporary social engineering. You get everybody to pay attention to the Epstein issue. The client list, the backtracking, the betrayal, the infighting on the right, and you'll even get the left media outlets to cover it. Tim Pool is actually discussing this right now. He's simply saying in words that I was trying to avoid because I was actually playing into the Streisand effect myself, that this is in fact what it is. So ordering is the sister of timing. He says this on his video, then I come to the conclusion that, okay, I can say something on mine, even though I have a much smaller picture, a much smaller reach than he does. But quality over quantity. It could very well be that within those 20 to 50 people that watch my videos on a regular basis, one of them is the vice president, and I don't even know it because they don't comment, or they don't subscribe, or anything like that. This is out there as the signal in the noise. Not all social engineering is bad. And considering this is basically a crux, a critical component to the whole of our civilization. If we can't protect our children, then we don't have one. Then everybody needs to be in unity, left and right, Democrat, Republican, racist and non-racist, just saying that, against abuse of children. Everybody must be in unity against that. So the Streisand effect makes it bigger and bigger and bigger. Giggity. I knew this from the start. I was just playing my part. And take that to heart. Don't be a tart. Or Paul Blart. Okay, I'm done. Sorry. No, but in all seriousness. And that's why endurance is so hugely important. Because while you can do the Mandela effect in the past, you can do it in the present as well. It's just very, very, very much harder. Because people are actually living in this point of reference. The farther back in time something is, the easier it is to change things around, so long as people aren't focusing on that one thing or don't have direct objective evidence of it. Now, with a time machine, you could go back there and take a look, see what happened. With writing, you can make that writing true. This is why and how, when you write something, it cannot be undone. It is written, therefore. So that means even if in your timeline it is not the case, somebody is going to go back who believes in it and make it the case. That's the whole foundational idea behind my novel series. The scientist looks back into the past and sees that Jesus did not exist. So he makes him exist. And makes people's belief collide with reality. Because these are people who deserve to win. That's how you make justice. So in our own modern time, the way you make justice is to foist a Streisand effect upon the population. If we can't protect children, then we can't protect anything. If we can't protect children, we have no civilization. This is everything. Everything. And everything that I've said about myself, about wanting a huge number of children, children being like diamonds, the more of them, the wealthier you actually are. All of that would be for naught if I didn't actually carry out my actions to prove it. So I exist in this sort of holding pattern in my own personal life because I know there's a lot of other stuff going on right now. Whether I have a place in it or not, I know I will at some point. Maybe past the Great Divide where we all go up to Eden, or maybe in this world as it stands, I don't know, but one way or another, there you go. This is everything, guys. If we can't protect our children, then what are we even having a civilization for? Can we even say we have one? So not all social engineering is bad. It depends on the intent of the individuals and whether or not they actually follow the objective consequences of their actions. And they can see that with perfect fidelity with a time machine. You go into the past, you make something align with what is written to be real, and then you look into the future and see the consequences of said action. If the consequences align with your intent, then there you go. Alright, that's what I got for today, guys. Not all social engineering is bad. Love y'all. Peace. Or as the Illuminati do it, peace.
Hey guys, I wanted to show you a little bit of stuff going on around my house, specifically about my RV, because it's a little bit of a unfortunate bother right now. I made a video a little bit ago about RVs, right, and how you can turn them into Airbnbs if you do it properly, right? There's my dad, by the way. If you do it properly. And unfortunately, for my RV, which is about 30 years old. It was made in 96. What the guys did at the repair shop, they didn't seem to actually know what they were doing, and they screwed up my battery set. So this RV is a Fleetwood Storm, Southwind Storm. It has 3 batteries in the front. I'll show you. This is the RV right here. It's a little messy because I haven't done anything with it in a little bit. I've only taken it out 3 times. But if you look right here, there's the cabin battery. Sorry, out of focus. And then there's the 2 starter batteries right there. They screwed up how it's connected. So, yeah. The battery is always dead. To start the RV, that is. I have it connected up to wall power over here. And that keeps everything in the back end powered, thankfully. But, yeah, it's just a frustration. Because I do want to take this out without having to worry about anything, right? With my family. It cost me $10,000, you know? Luckily, I had that to spend at the time, but that doesn't make it okay for me not to be able to drive it around. So this is it. This is the RV, you know. It's nothing super fancy or anything. It's just a 1996 RV. I put that TV in myself, and there's another flat screen right there. And hey guys, there's me right there. How you doing? But it's actually it's a nice RV. It really is. I try to keep it well maintained. It's just that I'm not using it right now, you know. So anyway, this is the bed. It's a full, right? And there's the bathroom right there. I'll show you real quick. These types of RVs are not designed for you to take them out, or pardon me, to be living in them for longer than, say, a week. You can, but you're not supposed to. You know, they're meant just to do like a weekend excursion type of thing with your family and have a good time. But either way, there's TV and stuff in there. I got a PS4. It's all decked out, ready to go. Anytime we want to go do some traveling and have some fun. And my brother Alan did want to do a West Coast or Pacific Coast Trail trip in the next few days. But unfortunately, because the batteries aren't working properly in the front, I'm a little concerned about that, you know? And I've taken my doggos with me in this RV. As you can see, it's parked on the side of the house. It's a pretty tight parking job, but I did that. Ha! That's right. I know how to drive. It's a pretty tight parking job, but it fits. And if it fits, I sits. So, it would be nice if I didn't have to worry about the power. But I do. You know? Oh, so much dog poop back here. In case you guys didn't already know, we've got 8 dogs. And that means a lot of poop. Probably didn't want to hear that, but it is what it is. So yeah, you know, I love the RV. It's fun to drive, and it really is fit to what I need it to do. It's just that the battery is not working right. So yeah, it's a frustration, you know. Normally I do philosophical, like, discussion videos, but why not show you a little bit about my RV and just what I usually do when I get up in the morning. I don't come out here and necessarily go take a look at my RV or anything, but decided to do so today. backyard's a mess. And I'm sure you saw it, but the pool is green. We're gonna actually have some cleaners come out here in the next couple days and do green to clean on it. It's just, we've all been so inundated with things to do that we haven't really had a chance to maintain it ourselves. It's a lot of work. Usually my mom is the one doing it, and she's going to be 63 this year. So, it's not the wisest move in the world to have her cleaning the pool all by herself. And because I have trouble walking, I'm doing okay right now, but because I have trouble walking, I can't help her as easily as I would like. I try to help her, though. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Everybody's still asleep right now. So, how you doing, Dad?
Doing fine. What are you doing?
I'm making a video. I know. Bonnie's getting ready for work. Fred's hanging out. And Loretta's right over there, just still sleeping. Still early, so, And I live up here in my bedroom. Maybe you guys want to see. I don't know. I'll show you real quick. Crazy stuff happening in the world. So because of that, you kind of want to batten down the hatches. There's my doggos and my bed. Relax, guys, relax. And that means, close ranks, get your family close together, and take care of everybody. And I'm one of the best physically put together in my family, even though I'm damaged. So, I also know finances better than anybody else in my family, so I help my family with their finances. And I got spazzy doggos. That's how we batten down the hatches. You are your brother's keeper. Take care of your family. That's what matters. Doggos, RVs, and family. Just like Vin Diesel says. Anyway. So yeah, guys, that's day 149 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. It's me just letting you know that I'm human, and I do human things. I'm not just a robot that speaks only philosophy and deep thoughts and stuff, or up my own butt and think it's deep thoughts, even though they're not really that deep. I don't know. You guys decide. But I'm a human being. I live like a human. I live with my family. So, yeah, there you go, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. My last video was removed by YouTube for talking about medical stuff that they didn't like. Meanwhile, the woman who I know is the right woman for me, I'm just looking at some of her recent videos. My goodness. 40,000 views. 36,000. 21,000. My gosh. You are just exploding. Just like I knew you would. And again, I'm super, super stoked for you. Just remember one of the things that's said in the book of Psalms, I believe it is, of the Bible. I'm paraphrasing the quote, paraphrasing the psalm, because I don't have it immediately in front of me, but essentially it comes down to, you could have all of the wealth in the world, all of the success in the world, but if you don't have love, you are in poverty.
And you have love in many, many ways. But so soon, and I have to remind you, if you're listening, if you're watching these videos, I don't even know if you are anymore, because you're getting so huge. There will come a point where if you don't act soon, and YouTube is pressing you to act soon, because they've heated your channel, I'm going to be the noise. You won't see me anymore. I'm going to keep on commenting, but I'm going to know when I'm no longer going to be reaching you. So it goes. YouTube blockaded my ad campaigns, just removed a video on my channel, and seems to be throttling my videos in some way, shape, or form. There's gotta be a contingent of people that work for YouTube that know of my existence and just really hate me. So, last video I did mention a little bit every time about other romantic interests and stuff that popped up. Every time. God has a plan for all of us. But as I spoke of in my live yesterday, I watched this show by the YouTube creator Call Me Arj. It's a fan manga, an anime about Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball series. And the specific manga that he's doing right now is Dragon Ball UV. And the main character, Ultra Vegito, has basically done everything that he possibly can to defeat his enemies. He has done everything under the sun. And the enemy keeps cheating. And it finally comes to a head in this last episode where he says, tears of blood come down his eyes because he's just broken. I'm always having the odds stacked against me. No matter what I do. When is somebody going to help me? And I felt that. I felt that to the core of my being. There will come a point where you do everything you can, and there's nothing you can do. When that happens, what will happen? I don't know. But time is always of the essence, and our enemies are always seeking to whipsaw us, to keep us off balance, to prevent any form or level of nuance from taking grip. Because if it does, they'll be found out for who and what they are. I'm trying to act as that nuance. The space between, you could say the space between space, if you will. But they're still cheating. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't been through the things that I've been through. And as I always say, Comparing traumas is like comparing apples to oranges. You can't do it. I know you faced your fair amount as well. But when you see directly that it's almost like they've got a hold on the subconscious undertone of the entire human race, the zeitgeist, and you see point blank right in front of you them taunting you with it. You put your hands up in the air and you ask, what am I supposed to do? They're teasing me again with you. It's all right. We still have time. Just not much. You're probably not going to see my comments anymore on your videos. I'm guessing within the next 2 months. But you can still comment on my videos. The ball is legitimately 100% in your court. As it always was. Love y'all. And I love you. And I mean that. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 130, Until I'm a YouTube Millionaire. And I'm going to read another essay to you that I wrote back in 2016-2017 timeframe. It's called Collect Believers. The overarching abstract of this essay is basically the difference between angels and gray aliens. It's purely hypothetical, and one must be able to think in hypotheticals in order to come to new ideas about how reality works. To ride on a beam of light, as Einstein's famous assumption was when he developed the theory of relativity. So let's get to this. What if the people who survive the societal pivotal point are the ones that have been duly informed by their future selves, a la the movie The Arrival? Their future selves come back to show them what they become, and their progeny become, and the consequences to the rest of the human race. However, they also show the survivors that something can happen if the survivors decide to change history. There's a big problem here, however. Many of these survivors, and if history is changed, will no longer be survivors of the Great Cataclysm. But the reward for changing history is many-fold. For starters, many more human beings survive, if not nearly all of them. And the evolutionary path that their progeny will follow is much healthier and more beautiful. That is, more beautiful physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and more. The capacities that are derived from the changing of a potential history are wrought by the harbingers of the news, who themselves express those very differences as proof. So, our evolutionary descendants of the Great Cataclysm are the Greys, and our evolutionary descendants of changing history are angels. Mind you, the two options are not mutually exclusive, but what is exclusive is how many bloodlines survive. If history is turned on its head, and the angels are made to be born before the Greys, then everyone can survive. Both histories are going to happen one way or another. For if they happen in one path, they happen in all. That is, one must think outside the confines of time, and think of a timeline more as a choice stream. So, all possibilities are occurring simultaneously. The way they coalesce is merely dependent upon the way one lives in the present, which itself is defined by one's history. It can all change, and humanity will no longer be survived by the basest of people imaginable, but by people with healthier morals. It is a strange proposition to request from the most evil people to do something that is completely against their nature, operate in a non-selfish manner, but at any point you can change. You simply must commit to that change. This proposition is an odd one, and the human beings that represent the pinnacle of selfishness are not ones to change their minds, especially if it could potentially ensure the demise of their bloodlines. So, a proposition is submitted back to you. Again, if their future selves can resist the cataclysm and call it out wherever it arises, if their future selves can defend their positions, then the survivors will allow the history to change. The resistance will cause evolution, and the evil ones may acquiesce. That is, the future will refuse to change unless you rage at the dying of the light. Defend yourself. Resist. Prove your capabilities, and you will collect believers. That's it for this one, guys. Not a terribly long one. I hope you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 153 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I wanted to talk a little bit more about one of the principal reasons I am willing to be so flexible when it comes to romantic relationships. One, not just that desperate times call for desperate measures, and I'm 35 years old going on 36, and I've burned a lot of my personal lifetime and really can't wait, and I need to be a little bit more flexible in that regard. But two, because the millennial generation has seen its birth rate positively collapse. The birth rate in the United States is 1.3 children per couple. In order to have a stable population, one that is neither growing nor shrinking, you need a birth rate of about 2.1 per couple. This accounts for the unfortunate demise of babies, like in utero or miscarriages, stuff like that, or they die of illnesses really young, when they're really young, all that fun stuff, not so fun. But you need 2.1 people, 2.1 babies per couple to have adequate replacement rate to neither have a growing population nor a shrinking one. Ours is currently sitting at 1.3. It is catastrophic. The only way, because we're not having babies, that such a situation is being mitigated in the United States is by uncontrolled immigration. But it's not really remedying the problem. The population of the earth is still not going to be going up very soon. Just writ large, the entire planet is going to have a birth rate that's less than 2.1 pretty soon. But in doing that, you dilute the culture and the history of your country. Not only do you lose those traditions, those things that make the United States what the United States is, but genetically speaking, the 72% of the population in the United States that is Caucasian will continue to decay and degrade and go down. That in and of itself is not necessarily bad, but it's when somebody or some group of individuals is actively seeking to destroy that Caucasian population
that there's a problem. The world over, the Caucasian population makes up about 12% of all human beings. It's not that much. There aren't that many of us. So we're seen as exotic in many places around the world, in particular places like the Orient, or places like sub-Saharan Africa, for example. There's not many of us. However, there's a disproportionate number of advancements that have come from people like myself, Caucasians. Isaac Newton invented calculus. Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, basically modern philosophy. Seneca, Einstein, you name it. And then, of course, in the modern day, you have people like Elon Musk, who's from South Africa, who's trying to literally get us to Mars. And he'll succeed. We're going to get there. But there's a group of people out there that are actively seeking to destroy the Caucasian population. Just out of pure animus, pure resentment. We didn't do anything wrong. We're just trying to help other people. We're trying to make the world a better place. And by virtue of that alone, this darker element of the human family, not really much of a family anymore, and those people are, is trying to erase us. This is not acceptable. But it's even more poignant that catastrophic birth rate is even more poignant in places like South Korea and Japan. And it's utterly heartbreaking to me. Not only are South Korean people, the Japanese people, a beautiful people. They're both beautiful people. Physically, they're very attractive, in my opinion. But they have a rich, beautiful culture, background, history, a clean society. It's spotless there, if you've ever seen videos of it or you've ever been there yourself, in South Korea and Japan. China as well, the nicer parts of China. Spotless, beautiful, utterly beautiful. Their population replacement, or their birth rate, is even more catastrophically low than it is in the United States and Europe. I believe South Korea is at 1/3 the replacement rate is how many children they're having. It's like 0.7 kids per couple. And at that rate, in 3 generations, their country will be at 4% of its current population. Like I've said many times, that is catastrophic. That is apocalyptic. It is egregiously bad. It's the same in Japan. And I'm going to be completely blunt with you here. Places like Singapore is part of this as well. Singapore, South Korea, Japan. The people that live there, on average, are very smart. To be completely blunt. There's going to be a disproportionate number of technological innovations that come from those types of individuals. The average IQ of a person in Japan, for instance, is 105, which sounds like it's not that far out, but we're talking about an aggregate, an average. That is insanely high. It's 106 or 107 in China. It's about 106 in Singapore. They're all really bright people in that part of the world. And when you lose that, it's just like I was talking about in the previous videos about the Pareto principle and Price's law. 80% of the technological innovations come from 20% of the population. They're part of that 20% of the population. And they're going to lift the whole world. A rising tide lifts all ships. But if they're not there to do that, we're going to go back into the Dark Ages. It's a similar, like I said, a similar situation in the United States and in Europe. So, desperate times call for desperate measures. Not only Am I a failure to launch, and much later in my life, that I need to be a little bit more liberal and flexible with what I'm willing to do? But also the situation in the entire world doesn't just require me to be that way. It requires anybody who's trying to save Western civilization to be that way. So, while I don't necessarily want to do it, and it goes against my genetic imperative, I am willing to be with many women and to be married to them. Now, there's more I could talk about with respect to this. Marriage. The concept of marriage. In heaven, there is no marriage because we are all married to one another. Basically, marriage is replete, and therefore you don't need ceremony. You don't need to say, you are mine, I am yours, because it's just default, de facto. I'm not saying we live in that world. I'm not saying this is heaven. But if it were, we wouldn't have to worry about that. There would just be a default love, and you would stay with one another. Now, let's say that somehow, some way, shape, or form in the future, I do manage to be married, if you will, to half a dozen women, all at once. Let's say that does happen. I'm not saying it's gonna, but let's say it does. I am going to be fully dedicated to every one of them. My heart will be entirely theirs, each person. And I can tell you, straight up, I do have that kind of love to give. And I believe every human being does. But it's our covetous nature that leads us to only be able to be with one. The institution of marriage, one man, one woman, was meant to produce a stable environment to raise children, to prevent any enemies, any devils, if you will, from seeping into that protective umbrella. There are other ways where exceptions make the rule to also make that work. And I talked about this in a video a long time ago. What if there are a handful of people out there that you and I can't tell by looking at them, but are, in fact, very different? The very first stages of a homo novus, as Sheldon Cooper calls it in The Big Bang Theory. A new evolution of human beings. Something akin to what happened in the cognitive revolution 70,000 years ago, where it is believed that a group of human beings ended up breeding together that were highly intelligent and more developed, that made us cognizant, that led us to that point. Kind of a combination of both having that higher level of intelligence and them breeding together, but also having a theory of mind and imagining something greater than themselves. It's possible that such a thing could happen in our generation too. I'm willing to do it. It's not something I want to do, but I'm willing to. And if this is something that we need to do in order to get the Japanese women to stop being such prudes, to stop being the beautiful ones of the Mouse Utopia experiment, then so be it. Then so fucking be it. If you don't know what the Mouse Utopia experiment is, Japan is falling victim to it right now. You look it up. Look it up. That's what's happening. Because Japanese women, generally speaking, are gorgeous. They're gorgeous. And they will not be with a man because it gives them the ick. They think sex is yucky, which is utterly ridiculous. Absolutely stupid. I'm going to tell you that straight up. And that's not just Japan that's dealing with that. It's many Oriental countries. So, if those same women can fully embrace perhaps being angels, if you will, can fully embrace that concept and allow themselves to truly love all the men that they're with and be with them. Now, it doesn't work the same for men and women. So, yeah, that doesn't quite work. But, I don't know. Something to play around with. Yeah, that doesn't quite work because it's not the same for men and women. Lock and key. A man can be with many women and be a master key, but a woman cannot be with many men, lest she be an unusable lock. So, it's a weird situation, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And then you've got somebody like Elon Musk who has 15 plus children with many different women. He's a genius who's doing incredible things in the world. And yeah, it's not acceptable that he's doing that, but exceptions make the rule. We need to do something about this. The population will collapse if we don't fix it. So, all right, I'll leave it at that. Let me know what you guys think. Love y'all. Peace. Morning, guys. Welcome to day 141 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was thinking about what I was talking about yesterday, how there are essentially two forms of instantaneous communication, being either using wormholes to transmit signals without having to traverse the long distances in space, or using quantum entanglement. But then I was also thinking, in that there are essentially infinite frames of reference in the universe in terms of motion vectors, right? So you have the Earth is rotating around the Sun at 65,000 miles per hour. The Earth is rotating around its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour. The Sun is rotating around the galactic center of the Milky Way at 93 miles per second. And the Milky Way itself is rotating, or is moving at 193 miles per second, and is on course to collide with the Andromeda Galaxy in about 2 billion years or so. Andromeda is actually a bigger galaxy than ours, and our galaxy is a pretty large galaxy relative to what we know to exist. It's kind of in the same vicinity as the Sun is with respect to other stars, in the 85th percentile from what we've seen so far. And we have a pretty good sampling of the universe. So even though we only can monitor about 2% of the sky, and it's a big-ass sky, that 2% is enough to know roughly those kinds of percentiles and whatnot. So I'm thinking to myself, there's two different ways you can do this instantaneous communication. However, there's a necessity for anchoring because of all those different frames of reference and the different motion vectors. If that be the case, how would one actually properly anchor to something? And then it occurred to me, actually, not only could the entanglement be used for instantaneous communication in a binary manner, but you could also use it as itself an anchor. Let's say you decide to do photon splitting as one of the means by which you entangle two different particles. And then one of those particles is attached to the teleporter or the wormhole. And the other particle is on the surface of the Earth or the surface of Mars or something. Well, they'll always be correlated to one another. So no matter where you go in time and space, time equals space, based upon Einstein's theory of relativity, E equals mc squared, all that stuff, right?
So that might actually be how the anchoring mechanism works. You know, they had an idea of this in Avengers Endgame when Iron Man, Tony Stark, developed the temporal GPS, is what he called it. Either time can go inside, either time moves within you, or you move within time. There we go. Okay. So, Ant-Man, as a result, was going through his entire range of ages. He was a baby, he was a 14-year-old, he was an 85-year-old, and then came back to where he was originally, his normal self. Because time was moving within himself, as opposed to him moving within time. And the temporal GPS that Tony Stark developed, I don't know, it might have something to do with that. Because we know how to entangle particles now. And if we know how to entangle particles, and we can do it in a repeatable manner, reliably repeatable manner, and that entanglement can sustain, in other words, we don't have to constantly be working on it to keep it that way. Like, maybe if you entangle two different particles that are separated by the universe, you have to constantly give a certain amount of photon energy to one particle for them to stay entangled. So, assuming that either A, that requirement is not there, they just stay permanently entangled, or we can actually keep that energy input going into it to keep it entangled, then you could make an anchor in that way. You need an anchor. There's too many motion vectors in existence. So if you're trying just to make it work within your 3 dimensions, that is by itself a Herculean effort. Just teleportation, not even trying to move through time, it's a Herculean effort because of all those different motion vectors. But then you take on top of that moving through time, and the whole thing gets 1,000 times more complicated. And then on top of that, let's say you're trying to catch somebody who is also moving through time. Well, now it's 1,000 times more complicated because you guys are going to zoom right past one another. And actually, I'm talking a little bit about that in my novel series right now, the point where I am in my writing, where Emily, the female lead in the story, is about to meet up with the Greys. The Greys are trying to find a way to encounter her because she's traveling through time in her machine. And they just figured out how to build a time machine themselves and are trying to reconnect with her. Because they're actually descendants of humanity. So, yeah. You need a proper anchor. So I posit this to you guys, not just because I think it's a pretty interesting idea, but also because if any of you can think of something with respect to anchoring when you're moving through time and space that might work, or maybe even work better than what I've explained, this is just working in hypotheticals right now. Basically developing the infrastructure for the ideas so that when the day comes where we actually do have fully usable time travel technology, we will have some idea of how exactly to use it. So, yeah. If you have any ideas, let me know. That's it for today. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Hey, YouTube. Pick my channel to grow. Pick me. Me. Pick my channel to get views on my videos. Pick me. Pick me. I'm gonna be a pick me for YouTube. Pick me, pick me, pick me. Oh, and here's my doggos. They know that word. They know that word. Okay? This is bliss. Having my doggos that just lay near me and hang out.
They just love it. You know. Pick me, YouTube. Pick me. Pick me. Pick me. There's no rhyme or reason to how a channel succeeds unless you're heating them. So pick me. I want to succeed. I need some way to make money. Let me make money. Let me make money, YouTube. Let me make money. I need money. I want money. Pick me. Pick me. Pick me. But in all seriousness, it really doesn't matter how hard you work or anything like that. YouTube can decide who they want to succeed and who they don't, unilaterally. Do you think that's good? Do you think that's bad? I think it's bad. Because there should be no kingmaker in such a way, or queenmaker, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. It's not simply if other people want to watch your videos. They always say that, but it's a lie. And you know it is too. So, just ask them directly. If YouTube is going to stay the biggest platform in the world and we can't do anything about them being in that position, then ask them. Why not? Pick me, YouTube. Pick me. Pick me. Pick me. Pick me. I want to be a pick me. I want to pick me. So, pick me. By the way, I forgot to mention, the next book on the list is A Confederacy of Dunces. And it's basically a comedy. So far, it's really good. I'm not going to give you a review of it right now, obviously, because it's, I just barely started it. But that's the book that's next on the list. What do you guys want me to read next? If you have any preferences, any desires, let me know, and I'll take them into consideration. Barring any other limiting factors, like if I don't have another book I personally want to read or nobody else requests that, then I'll do it. So.
Okay, guys, we're going to do a pretty quick one today because I am heading out to the casino with my friend Boris. We're going up to the Atlantis, and it's a drive up there, so kind of early. But welcome to day 181 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And really what I want to talk about here is you just got to make sure that, like I've said on many of my videos, carpe diem, you're taking advantage of life while you're living it. And while it might be sometimes exhausting to be sociable, especially for an introvert such as myself, sometimes you got to push yourself to do it. You just got to do it. And this is the same thing with social anxiety or PTSD or depression or anything like that. In order to get yourself out of that loop, you got to have a forced push, if you will. And you can be that forced push, or somebody else can be that forced push, or there could be some combination of the two, some blend. But yeah, while my friend Boris, he is asking on a consistent basis for myself, as well as my mother, to do stuff with him, and we have to at least say yes at least a few times, because Boris is a decent guy, he just wants to go and spend some time with friends, and in addition to, partaking in a little bit of gambling and stuff like that. And it's not just you. It's not just your end. You're not the only one that needs to work on the socialization and all that. But we're so atomized as a society in the modern day that a person like myself or like Boris has maybe 3 or 4 friends, and of those, maybe 2 close friends. It's crazy to think about. The internet and digital communications has been a blessing and a curse in that regard. It has made it much easier for us to go into our shells, while at the same time, much easier for us to communicate from a distance. That's what I'm doing with these videos. And in that I explain my thought process it's supposed to work that you don't have to feel impelled or compelled to force conversation when you're with somebody one-on-one. But that's not usually the way it works. Usually we take the easier road and we just run away and explain ourselves on a video, as opposed to doing a little bit of both. One thing that bothers me about like political gotcha shows on, say, for instance, CNN or even Fox News, really, is that oftentimes the opposing person cannot get a word in edgewise. And when they do talk, they're talked over. And you know what I'm talking about. You've seen it yourselves. I know you have. But in a form like this, you can actually see and hear what I'm trying to communicate. And right now, I'm trying to communicate that we need to communicate. And I'm trying to communicate that we need to take advantage of the opportunities available to us, not just economically or financially, but also, relationship-wise. Friends, I am still praying that this young lady will contact me and, ask me out. I want her to do that because it takes the pressure off of me that I might get another restraining order. That's right, I said another. But, we'll see. We'll see. So, be human. Part of being human is communicating and having human relationships. If we don't communicate with one another, we're robots. But, even that you could say you're not, because robots communicate with one another all the time. Just look at the internet. That's computer to computer communicating with one another. And pretty soon we're going to have AI that's going to do it even better than humans. In the human way. AI's got a long way to go, but it is progressing very fast. It's an exponential growth curve. It happens very slow at first, and then all at once is the way exponential growth curves work. AI is a big thing. It's already changing the world. And these communication issues that we have, the next step of that is that we're going to have AI girlfriends and AI boyfriends for women and all that. And the next step of that is the AI girlfriend could even be given a womb. And you could have children with them. Like the robot could be given a womb. We can use stem cells to make one of those. If you want to have a baby with them, as weird as that is, that's the next step. If you can conceptualize it, you got to realize there are certainly people out there that are going to try to make it a reality, and it's not going to take too long. It really isn't. So, while there are some things in the past that we look on today as, wow, I can't believe that we thought we were going to have flying cars in the year 2010, there are other things like, wow, I can't believe we have AI technology as advanced as we do already. We were conceptualizing HAL back in 2001 Space Odyssey, right? And now we have stuff that's equivalent to that. Not too far off, and it's going to blow past HAL in only a few moments. So, yeah, live the life that you have available to you right now, because you only have so many years on this planet. And the virtue of repetition, me saying stuff like that, because most of you are only going to see me once, whatchamacallit, that is the Stoic mentality. Something that I did not bring up when I was reading the book Meditations by Marcus Aurelius is that it's very repetitive, and it has to be. He's basically constantly saying, remember you die, remember you die, remember you die. It's intentionally repetitive because it's a mantra. You have to remind yourself because we're so forgetful as human beings. So, anyway, there you go. Remember we die, live life. Carpe diem. Love y'all. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 113 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Trying something a little bit different today. I wrote an essay called Belief and Evidence several years ago. What I decided to do was add an addendum to it in the actual body of the text. All the extended ideas that I have, the extended concepts and understandings that I've developed over the course of 10 to 12 years or so. I'm going to read that to you right now. A belief is a lifelong hypothesis for which you are trying to find evidence. It requires, in a sense, a type of cognitive dissonance, where one must hold within their minds oftentimes conflicting information, accepting all theories as potentially possible, but none, as of yet, having been fully proven to yourself. On the societal level, proof requires evidence. On the individual level, proof is accepting acquired information as evidence. A belief can never be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence amongst the entire population vis-a-vis axiom and definition. This is to say, as a result, any individual's belief will always be relegated to the realm of belief, as any attempt at universalization is futile beyond one very important fact: the respect of the free will. Here's the addition. A lifelong hypothesis in that through your journey, through your life story, you will discern with ever-increasing fidelity the accuracy of said hypothesis. What fruits does that belief, or lack thereof, bear? That cognitive dissonance exists in the light of colliding realities. A good example of this is trying to parse out the potential existence or non-existence of extraterrestrial life. Not multidimensional life, but life outside our solar system, in other solar systems, very specifically. While the probabilities would indicate with ever-increasing likelihood that they by rights should be out there, we as yet have not discovered said beings' signals. Why? My addendum to the Drake equation shows that it is really starting to look rather odd, but my beliefs are showing that it really is starting to make sense. I have an itching suspicion that we might be the first intelligent life in the universe, despite the probabilities, despite the peculiarity, due to some unknown variable. Or perhaps known, but we don't know exactly how it works, that has pushed us into this position. It's a certain cognitive dissonance that I keep myself in an effort to ensure that I maintain at least some semblance of objectivity, despite my own personal desires, which are to either be swooped away by benevolent extraterrestrials, or to prove how important we are by being the very first surviving Noah's Ark of life in all existence. This harkens back to Albert Einstein's quote: "There are two possibilities. Either we are alone in the universe, or we are not. Either answer is terrifying." This quote can be attributed to many of our world's great thinkers, in fact, not just Albert Einstein. Proof requires evidence, and acceptance of said evidence as fact. Interpretations are key here. Had the confusion of, say, the drones that flew over Washington, D.C. after President Trump's second time, probably third, being elected, been allowed to persist, a mass hysteria founded upon a conflicting reality would have ensued. It was, in fact, not true that aliens were flying over D.C. They were simply military drones. But we could have been made very confused had it not been parsed out properly. To this point, a belief cannot be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence. An example of this is Jesus. He is the very highest good by definition. Why would anyone disagree with this? He literally is God, is love, is truth, is light.
is the ultimate example of what we can be as humans if we choose it, as he tells us over and over that we have free will to do so. But despite the incontrovertible evidence that he very much existed 2,000 years ago, more evidence that he existed than Emperor Tiberius did, who was the Roman emperor at that time, by probably a factor of 10, the amount of evidence that Jesus existed, that is. This very simple, plain fact is something that so many still do not accept. The fact that he is clearly, obviously, worthy of our followership by proving beyond any shadow of a doubt that he is the very highest good, still so many refuse to follow him, even if as nothing other than an idea, out of obstinance, pride, foolishness, or some other preconceived notion not stated here. This is to say, Jesus is axiomatically the highest good, yet still so many refuse him. If one's belief structure is tolerant, which is to say, it respects the free will, it can be integrated into societal norms, as one story in human history. Using a lowest common denominator approach, truth will be discovered, and that truth is belief accepted by all. All roads lead back to the respect of free will, the respect of your own sovereign power as a conscious actor upon this reality, a human being with infinite value. To disregard this thing is axiomatically to disregard Jesus. To accept this thing is to axiomatically accept Jesus, at least in concept, even if you don't accept his real-world existence. All beliefs, or lack thereof, are our individual stories, our individual roads that led us to where we are in life, the fruits of how we decide to live. The only truth that will persist, that will be accepted by all, is the axiomatic truth, not the egoistic one that a singular individual propounds is the truth, as this is self-defeating ultimately. That is to say, if it is truth, it is building. If it is building, you create with it. You are a co-creator amongst the others that follow the same truth. If your belief is not universal, then it is destructive, self-defeating, and in the grandest scales of time, no matter how much effort you put into obfuscating it, will ultimately lead to erasure, infinite entropy, nothingness. One way or another, whether free will exists or not, and I believe it does, quote-unquote belief, we in human society act as if it does. So to us, it does, which means it does. Belief universalized. Evidence is provided, but what you are willing to accept as evidence matters. The determinist does not accept evidence provided thus far. The evidence is belief. Acting as if free will exists is a pure and simple reality, for it is what has allowed us to build what we have thus far in our existence. It takes easily 10 times the amount of effort to build something than it does to destroy something. Yet we have maintained some semblance of order despite that extreme bias towards chaos. If you need any indication how much easier it is to destroy than it is to build, simply look at the effort a society has to put into building a skyscraper. It takes the combined effort of entire supply chains, several thousands of people working over the course of perhaps decades using advanced and complicated technologies before such a feat can be accomplished. But it takes one well-placed bomb to cause the entire structure to collapse in a matter of minutes. Or dare I say, a jet airplane. Alright guys, that's all I got for today. Hope this enlightened you a little bit. Love y'all. Peace.
how to survive the chaos. Welcome to day 177 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I had a friend of mine on this platform requests that I do more how-tos on my videos. And this, I know, was more applicable to things like how to buy a Bitcoin, or how to do a certain mathematical equation, or how to get into real estate, or how to raise a dog, or any number of other things you could think of. I know that's more what it was relating, and less about a philosophical concept such as how to survive the chaos. But nevertheless, that's what I feel within myself to do today. So, there are many ways, many steps to this, because there's also many gradations to the chaos that you'll have to endure in your life. For me, the last 15 years has been a veritable hell, and for pretty much everybody else, if not half the people in my family. It was marked by a tremendous number of physical ailments for myself and the rest of my family. My father, for instance, having 15 strokes, including 2 massive ones and 13 TIAs. My mother having PTSD, all like I do, major depressive disorder and a bunch of other stuff, back problems. Several of my family members passing away in such a sequence that it seemed to be just laying on thick in our lives. I had several uncles leave this planet, and basically our family was just sort of dwindling around us. One of the big reasons why it's so important to raise up a family of your own, because otherwise you're going to be all by yourself in no time at all. We don't live very long. It's been very difficult. So, it's a combination of doing things that you keep secret, as well as things that you keep public. There's some stuff that, because your enemies want to take you down so badly, you need to keep to yourself. Like where you put a lot of your resources, your monetary resources, your capital, stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious how when you're duking it out with those demons that I talk about so often here on this channel, that there's some stuff that you have to keep to yourself. You also have to get yourself in the right mental state. And the enemy is always seeking to set up expectations for you in your mind and then fail those expectations. Because that's really the heart of insanity. That's what leads you to go insane or get very resentful. Your expectations are set up and they're failed. So don't have any expectations with respect to people who you cannot be certain are actually on your side. And that is attached to trust. Now, ultimately, the paroxysm of perfect trust and frequency entrainment of every human being to one another will result in a perfect connection emotionally from one person to another. This perfect connection emotionally is what you and I can call telepathy. So communication mind to mind without any need for verbal words. So how to survive the chaos? Get yourself in the right mental state. Make sure that you have backups on top of backups on top of backups on top of backups when it comes to your survival mechanisms, your resources. Build your personal relationships principally with your family members as that is the foundation upon which it all will fall if everything else is taken away from you, which, you know, it'll happen. I'll just tell you that. And plan for the worst, pray for the best is the best stance that you can put yourself in, I think. Make yourself physically strong as much as you possibly can, because physical strength is tied into mental strength, mental clarity. You can just look at the science on this matter, that the more muscle mass you have, the higher your testosterone. The higher your testosterone, this is for a man, the more clear your thoughts are. Staves off Alzheimer's and dementia and all sorts of stuff like that. It makes you more alert during the day and gets you better sleep. Better sleep increases your longevity. You can go on and on and on. Basically, if you want to survive the chaos, you have to become the leader that you seek. Especially if you are, like me, a bog standard white dude that will have a lot of stuff put on your shoulders. Stuff that people will not even... That's one of the most painful things about it. When you have all this stuff on your shoulders and people don't even recognize that you're dealing with it. They just think, oh, it's no big deal. You know, it's one of the most difficult things. Do not tie your emotional state to the approval or disapproval of others necessarily, except for God Himself. He's the only one from which you should seek approval. That's it. And beyond that, if they are aligned, if God's approval is aligned with it, then your family members, your significant other, if you have one. Do not live in a survival mode for the whole of your life. That actually elevates cortisol levels and adrenaline. It basically has your endocrine system peaked at all times. You don't want to do that. Just be prepared. Be prepared for people to betray you, even those that you thought you could trust in your naivety. I still have to tell myself this all the time, because there are people that will enter my life or leave it in a split second who seem like they were the paragons of virtue and perfect examples of how you might be able to trust somebody, or who you might be able to trust, pardon me. And then it turns out that they were just trying to manipulate you. Let's look at Fang Fang and Congressman Swalwell. If you know that story, I don't really need to explain it much. This is a little bit scattered right now because the thoughts are just sort of coming to me as I'm speaking it. But that's another thing. Communicate as much as humanly possible. Communicate your pains. Communicate your frustrations. Communicate your victories. Communicate your failures. Everything you possibly can that does not compromise the mission that you're seeking to accomplish. Because the more you communicate, the more evidence there is for what you are doing and whether you're aligned to that or not. Vet yourself, because in infinite timescales there are no secrets. So broach those problems, potential problems, before they even arise. That means be open. So there's a difference between need to know and stuff that you just shouldn't keep to yourself. Like, for instance, I don't need to know the exact training simulations that a particular platoon will do in the Army. I don't need to know that. I just need to know that they do training so that they can get better at protecting us, our country. I do need to know that I'm loved. Okay. Yeah, that's what I got for today. All right. I love you all. You are loved too. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 and I'm a YouTube millionaire. Got a couple things I wanted to talk about today. The first one I'm going to talk about is the Georgia Guidestones. So the Georgia Guidestones were stones that I'm pretty sure nobody knows who commissioned to be built in Georgia, the state in the United States, that basically outlined everything that the New World Order, or now the Old World Order, because they're being routed at the moment, was trying to get put in place for the whole of the planet. And the principal aspect of that whole plan, the most dangerous aspect of the entire plan, the most dastardly and evil aspect of that entire plan, was to reduce the population of humanity to 500 million. There are many things that we can point to now, if you couldn't already see it from the past, but this is a generational fight. It takes entire generations of people to be brought up in the battle to know that they're actually fighting said battle. There are several things that happened in the last, let's say, 10 years that have proven this to us again and again. COVID is one of them. While the virus itself was extremely non-lethal, there was a 99.98% survival rate, which is a higher survival rate than the flu. It was the hysteria and the problem reaction solution that came about from it that was really the crux of the damage that it did to the world. The entire global economy was essentially shut down for 2, maybe 3 years. That by itself means that millions of people starve, millions of people don't get water, millions of people don't have money to make a living, etc. That was intended to be combined with a plethora of global conflicts fomented by these same dark forces behind the scenes. This 8,000-year-old pedophile ring that's been here, satanic pedophile ring that's been trying to destroy humanity for that long, if not longer. Here's another one you might not have thought of. The recent egg shortage in the United States, the science has shown that egg yolks actually prevent the spike proteins that your body makes when it's been injected with the quote-unquote vaccine from COVID, remdesivir and a few of the other ones, that the egg yolk actually prevents that spike protein from binding to your cells. In other words, it protects you. It's the same with ivermectin and fenbendazole. Ivermectin and fenbendazole, you were basically banned from social media if you even mentioned it. Especially ivermectin. I think this is multi-pronged in that not only was it a very powerful and effective remedy for COVID and other viruses and flus and stuff, I am still fully convinced that it is the doorway to the cure to cancer. it has been shown through many scientific studies and a lot of anecdotal data that it does appear that most cancers, not all of them, but most of them, are actually parasite breeding beds, if you will. They're just parasites. They're sacks of parasite breeding beds. And that those people who have tumors and various cancers might actually just have parasites. And those parasites lead to organ failure. It is so seldomly said that you die from cancer. It is said that you die from organ failure. That's what a parasite does to you. You know, hearkening back to the Georgia Guidestones, our media, our culture, has been dripping it to us for decades, centuries, even millennia, if you will. That is part of the modus operandi of this satanic pedophile ring, these evil bastards behind the scenes, in that they want to prove to themselves and to you that you're too stupid to figure it out. Because they're going to say, look, we put it right in front of you, and you still didn't see it. Well, what if you do see it, and you actually decide to change things? Which is what we're doing. Well, then their gig is up. They've been proven to be as evil as they are, and their philosophy has been proven wrong. They don't care. They don't play by rules, because evil doesn't. Evil uses your morality against you, your rules against you. But it's their own philosophy to try to prove to themselves that it's all pointless to resist them. It's not. And they're being routed right now as a result. To that point that it's all been seeped into our culture for ages and ages and ages. Just look at the movie Kingsman. The movie Kingsman, which came out in like 2017 or something like that. It's a British movie. It's very brutal. For that purpose, I don't recommend that the overwhelming majority of you watch it. It is very bloody and gory. It's like whatever we have that's bloody and gory in the United States, amplify that by at least 2x. It's bad. People getting chopped up into cubes and stuff like that. Regardless of their plot armor or not, basically nobody in that movie has plot armor. Anybody can pass away at any given moment. Even the main character. But in that movie, Samuel L. Jackson plays a character where he believes this type of thing, that the overwhelming majority of the general population are just useless eaters and that they need to be eradicated as they're kind of a virus on the planet. Obviously, misprioritizing the very essence of existence itself. What is the point of existence if there is no one around to perceive it? What is the point of existence if all you do is destroy? If you are not your brother's keeper? And to that point, as I talk about many a time on this channel, George Soros, I have to mention him again because he is garbage. And his son is as well. They're garbage. The entire 007 movie, Quantum of Solace, was based around him being the villain in that movie. The villain in that movie is him. It's been said that. Back in the 80s, George Soros was trying to collapse the British pound in order to corner the market and buy it all up. He is not a good person. And he's the type of people that we're talking about behind the scenes that are doing this to us. This stuff is real, and those falling into the wokeism, social justice warrior trap are basically falling victim to the occult cabal's attempt to prevent us from having any type of nuance. Like, if this path isn't right, okay, well then I'm gonna jerk you all the way over to the other side and you're still gonna be wrong. That's what the demons do. Every frickin' time. And the other thing I wanted to talk about in this video is this thing that I bring up all the time because if it's something as awkward and strange as this is, the ontology, is that the right word? I don't know. I'll have to look into it. The knowledge of it has to be pried into and discerned. I've talked many a time about having to have unconventional relationships, romantic relationships, in order to have a significant other in my life. As you probably could tell from this video, just the content of it from before, from the last 10 minutes, I'm really intense. Whether I'm trying to be or not. And I'm never trying to be. Unless I am furious at somebody or something and I'm trying to get them in a state of terror or get them to change, or I'm directly fighting them, I by no means am trying to be intense. Nevertheless, it seeps out. It's kind of part of my soul, if you will. That is very difficult to manage. It's very difficult to manage. Not for me, I can handle it just fine. But for a significant other, it would be. I am telling you this from experience. I lost track of the number of women that I had asked out when it reached 36. And they all rejected me. Or tacitly went out with me and then just ran away and never talked to me again. There's a reason I'm saying this. There's a reason I'm trying to be flexible. It's because I have 35 years of experience of dealing with this. And knowing that I'm a lot to handle. And if I want to be able to build a romantic relationship, if I want to be able to have children and not have my line spiritually die right here with me after 4.5 billion years of evolution, then I am gonna have to be flexible. Just by the sheer fact that Generation Z is writ large, replete with social anxiety, way more than just about any other generation before. Because of social media and stuff that basically keeps us isolated and indoors. That alone means that they're going to be terrified to even talk to me to begin with. If I want to enter into a relationship with a female from their generation, which I do. The reason I bring this up again is because every time, as I said before in previous videos, but it bears repeating, every time I find a woman that I'm like, oh, that's the person. You know, if I focus on her and give all my attention and energy to her being my romantic partner, that will terrify her. It will. But every time that happens, where I find somebody like, oh wow, this is the right person, which doesn't happen often, other women pop up every single time. There's another woman I know. Very nice young lady. I like her a lot. She talks to me a lot. We have a good time. She's probably gonna watch this video. I'm not blind, I'm not stupid. I'll just say that. if this is to happen, which it could. You live a very long distance away from me, but it could. Well, the same goes to you that I said to this other woman who I'm trying to give her time. This happens every single time. Every single time. There's always multiple women that pop up. The moment I find somebody who's like, oh my gosh, that's the right woman. Every single time. You might need to be flexible yourself. Just remember that Christ is King. He knows better than we do. There's a reason that wherever my life is going, there's a reason God keeps letting this happen. There's a reason. Like I said many a time before, God cannot give you permission to break the rules, but He can give you grace. Exceptions make the rule. Sometimes you need to be flexible. And this is kind of an indoctrination to that idea. I don't like it. I've said it a billion times. I'll say it again. This is not something I necessarily want, but I do want children. I do want romantic love. I do want a family. I don't want my spiritual essence to die with me. I want to give gifts to the planet in the form of my children. So, you can see, just watching this video right here, I'm pretty intense. I have to reiterate it because this is weird. We don't have forever. Especially since you're growing so dang fast. And YouTube's not letting me grow. They've blockaded me from growing. You're the right woman. Anyway. Alright. This is a very disparate video. But I have to reiterate this. So, love y'all. Especially those women I'm talking about. I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 146 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I've got a smattering, a medley of things that I want to discuss this morning. The first one is the concept of heating and throttling on YouTube. So, YouTube has, of course, as you might suspect, of course, they know how to use their algorithm in the back end. Duh. A means by which they can heat a YouTube channel, and a means by which they can throttle YouTube channels. So, currently, it seems that YouTube has quite the desire to heat channels of attractive 24-year-old women, throttle channels of standard white dudes, like myself, and also heat channels of homunculi. If you know what a homunculi is, it's a perfectly formed miniature human being. So a normal human being that's just small. I have an idea as to why that might be. It's probably because they're trying to back end encourage lower energy consumption or something to that effect. Maybe there's a future that they want to see and they're trying to encourage it. But a lot of really big creators on YouTube are not very big people, like physically.
I'm thinking specifically of the finance and investing and money side of YouTube. Thinking specifically of a couple rather large creators. But, I don't know, I just wanted to mention that real quick. This is going to be a smattering, rather random today, because I just have a lot of thoughts going through my head. But I also wanted to give you guys the stack to maximize your energy, your wakefulness, your productivity. First thing, obviously, caffeine. Now, everybody has different sensitivities to caffeine. I personally have a very high sensitivity to caffeine. However, in taking Prozac, that has actually allowed me to consume more caffeine without getting the jitters, without getting high anxiety. And to that point, Prozac in and of itself, I never have been a late riser. I've always woken up really early in the day. But Prozac allowed me to get up even earlier. I remember when I first started taking it many years ago, and I wasn't taking warfarin, which fatigues you. I was getting up at 4:30 in the morning without any issues, because my serotonin was balanced properly, and I was going to bed about 9-ish, right around there, because I just don't like staying up late. There's no point in it. Why stay up late? Only bad things happen at night. There are rare instances where you're just trying to let loose and have a good time. Like, for instance, when I'm out at the Atlantis with my parents and we're having a few drinks and just hanging out, having a good time. Yeah, sure, there are instances for that, but those are not supposed to be every night. They're supposed to be fun experiences. So I would get to bed at about 9:30 or so, 9, and end up getting about 7.5 hours of sleep. Prozac allowed me to get quality sleep as well as the appropriate amount of sleep and getting up early. Since I started taking that, I have not had trouble with sleeping. I never really had trouble with it to begin with, but it's even better now. So, caffeine, because I do that and because I weigh 215 pounds, 6'1", I can consume about 500 to 700 milligrams of caffeine per day without causing too much of an issue. But you got to make sure that you do that before noon, especially if you're very sensitive to caffeine. If you drink or consume caffeine after noon, you're going to have trouble getting to sleep. The next one, acetyl L-carnitine. Acetyl L-carnitine is a fat metabolism upregulator. It operates upon a different pathway to boosting your energy. But the primary thing that I like about acetyl L-carnitine, it's a very good supplement, is that it improves your memory. This is something that everybody needs. But when you already have a pretty powerful mind, it amplifies how much it helps. So I take, about 2,000 milligrams per day of that, and you can, about 15% of what you take orally is bioavailable, so I'm getting roughly 300 milligrams or so that my body's actually absorbing. And it boosts your alertness, it boosts your memory, it boosts your fat metabolism, so your body more efficiently burns fat as opposed to other macronutrients. It's just overall a really good thing. Highly recommend it. It is not expensive. You can find it on Amazon for like $17 for a bottle of, I think, 90. Something like that. Very, very good stuff. Then, methylene blue. This stuff is extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. It is a basically mitochondria upregulator, if you want to call it that. It was at first used as a fabric dye, but you can consume it and it makes your mitochondria more efficient. The mitochondria within your cells, the powerhouse of the cell, as everybody's made to know or learn in biology. It's like probably the only thing that people
mostly remember from all their biology classes of high school, but it's a very good thing. It also operates as a mood booster in that it is, in its own right, a serotonin regulator, a lot like Prozac. So you have to actually be careful with it, because if you take too much of it, then it could give you serotonin syndrome, which gives you the jitters and makes you feel sick and all that stuff, so you got to be careful. So 5 milligrams per day for a person like 150 pounds, 5 days per week is going to be fine. You could even go up to 10 milligrams per day and you'll probably be okay. But because I already take Prozac, I only take 5 milligrams of methylene blue 5 days per week, usually. And that does the trick for me. I actually combine this methylene blue with Super Beets. Super Beets are a vasodilator, a very, very powerful one. Almost as powerful as Cialis or Viagra. That's how powerful Super Beets are. And since I've been taking those every day, you mix about 10 grams of Super Beets with 12 ounces of water or so. And I also put this in that same 12 ounces of water, because this doesn't really have any effect on the flavor if you do that. And today, I even put a little bit of this in it. Actually, I did the black cherry taste, but this is Mio Energy. It's got some caffeine in it, as well as B vitamins. It's really good stuff. And it made for a really good energy booster. And because I have peripheral vascular disease, aka crucifixion disease, aka stigmata, no or very few poor arteries in my distal arms and legs, it's invaluable to me that I have very powerful vasodilators to make it so that the blood can get to my legs and arms better. I feel a dramatic effect from it. So not only are my cells more efficiently absorbing said oxygen through the mitochondria booster, but I'm also getting more blood there through the vasodilators. And the hope is that these vasodilators will actually allow my distal arms and legs to more effectively reproduce collateral arteries, so that I can have permanent better circulation and maybe even eventually get back to running on the treadmill or running outside in several years. Pray to God. Pray to God. Because I used to be a marathon runner, and I want to get back to that if I can. And then, beta-ectosterone. I take 1,500 milligrams of beta-ectosterone every day, and you will not feel the effect of it, like, immediately or obviously, just hanging out. But if you decide to do any type of physical activity, you're gonna feel it, because you're gonna have a shit ton more endurance. Like, let's say you're bench pressing 185 pounds. Instead of doing 6 reps, you, no joke, will be able to do 12. It's awesome. Beta-ectosterone is a fantastic supplement. It is a estrogen beta receptor upregulator, and estrogen, while the man doesn't need as much of it proportionally relative to testosterone as a woman does, he still does need it. It both boosts sex drive as well as strength if you have a good amount of it. If you have too much of it, then it's going to viralize and start making you grow titties and stuff. But, you know, that's like, you need a metric crap ton of it to do that. And the beta receptor is not that thing that makes you viralize and get secondary female characteristics. Now, to that point, women, believe it or not, actually need some testosterone as well. Not much. Both your adrenal glands and the male's testes produce testosterone. The male's testes produce like 10 to 20 times as much testosterone, sorry, doggos, as the adrenal glands. But the female species does need testosterone. So let's say that your adrenal glands produce about 25 to 50 nanograms per deciliter, and your testes produce about 500 to 1,000-ish, right around there. Free testosterone as opposed to bound testosterone aside. A female, in order to have a proper sex drive, yes, needs testosterone. Not a huge amount, but let's say that you get your testosterone levels up to 60 nanograms per deciliter as a female. You're not going to viralize. You're not going to get secondary male characteristics from that, but you're going to have a very powerful sex drive. So, something to consider for those who, of the female species, might have a low sex drive or low energy and are trying to figure out why. That could be why. Apologies for the dogs. So, that is generally what I take in a given day for my energy boosters. In addition, it's the type of caffeine that you consume. Not just the 400 to 600 whatever milligrams of caffeine for a guy my size, but also the type of caffeine. So if you're going to drink coffee, coffee has, laughing gas in it, or the equivalent, like NO2, or I forget exactly what the chemical compound is, nitrogen dioxide, all right? And that is itself a vasodilator. It improves your mood and does a plethora of other things. Now, if you're going to consume something like a Rockstar energy drink or other energy drinks, which are not bad, as long as you have them in moderation, you're careful with them, you can do that safely. They typically have a lot of B vitamins in them, which are really good for your alertness, and a bunch of other things. Yeah. There's a lot of things that you can do to improve your wakefulness. I have other things, but this is a good start. If you're really tired all the time, maybe even a little bit down, try it. And the great thing about Prozac, which I think actually is an underutilized compound, personal opinion, not simply for serotonin modulation, but also because it just does a lot of really good things aside. There's evidence to show that it can actually stem the effects of Alzheimer's. It clears the amyloid plaques in the brain that cause Alzheimer's and dementia. That's what the science is kind of starting to suggest. So Prozac is some good stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. Not simply because it makes you feel better and it regulates your serotonin. So look into it. I got more. Remember, guys, I'm not a doctor, all right? I have a master's in electrical engineering, but I'm not a medical doctor. This is just the stuff that I take and how it works for me. I hope you get something good out of it. So, love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Happy Memorial Day. I'm up especially early today for a plethora of reasons. First one is my dog Atlas had an accident, as happens on occasion. It's been happening with a little bit more frequency lately, though. I think it's possibly because I'm feeding him a bit too much cheese, so I probably need to change his diet. It's the 26th, by the way. May 26th of 2025 is Memorial Day this year. But yeah, I'm up. It's 2 a.m. right now. He woke me up from that, and also I was fasting the day before, which tends to make it rather difficult for me to get a full night's sleep. But honestly, I'm okay with it today, because today's going to be such a full day. There's so much stuff I need to get done that I might as well just get up really early, start it off quick, which I've already done some of the stuff, and then get to bed fairly early tonight, maybe around 8 p.m., and get up really early tomorrow morning. Well, not really early, but like 6 or 7 p.m. like I normally do, and go back to my normal schedule. But yeah, sometimes you just roll with the punches, and it doesn't really serve you to just lay in bed and contemplate your navel or look up at the roof, the ceiling. Might as well get up and start doing stuff and actively starting your day. You know, it kind of reminds me of how we used to get up super early in the military. When I was going on deployments, I remember we had to get up at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. sometimes, just to get ourselves ready to get on the airplane, the jet, to fly across the Atlantic Ocean to get to Qatar, so that we could do our deployment. And then, when we were actually at Qatar, we would be getting up at 1:30 in the morning every time we had to fly that day, which was pretty much every day. Because when you're out there on a deployment, they work you to the bone because you're there to work. That is what you're there to do. And you know, I burned holes in the sky back then. We would get up super early, do a flight briefing and all that stuff, and thankfully it was all very cookie cutter because we did it so much. It was so routine. But we got up really early to do it. But there's also another aspect to this. When it comes to Qatar and the many countries in that part of the world, due to where they are in the time zones and relative to the equator, the sun actually comes up really early there, pretty much year-round. It's very strange. Usually comes up at like 4:30 in the morning. So while we would get to our administrative building and prepare for brief and all that stuff at 1:30, we were taking off at maybe 4:30, and the sun was already up. It was very, very interesting. But yeah, you know, it's something I'm very accustomed to. It's not necessarily something that is ideal, not necessarily something that I want to do every day, but like I said, roll with the punches. If it turns out that this is how it's going to be, then so be it. I mean, I've got to work out today. We're going to go to the casino and do a slot stream. And my mom, I'm expecting, is probably going to get it pretty early to start that, because she's going to want to get back probably around 2 p.m. so that we can get ready for the little barbecue that we're having, the barbecue get-together that we're having at home. My brother Alan, well, all my brothers are going to be here, and their families. My uncle, obviously, my aunt, they live with us. So it's going to be a pretty nice get-together. And also it gives me a little bit more time to brood over a financial decision that I'm preparing to make. Because I want that house that's next door. I want that house. And because I want to buy up this whole court eventually. And if I have to liquidate my emergency savings to do it, I'm gonna. Now, mind you, it's just one emergency savings. I have many others. But so be it. I want that property. And I don't have the credit for it, because as you guys know, I've been duking it out with these demons for decades now, and it's decimated my credit worthiness. But that's how it is. You just kind of gotta, again, roll with the punches. And I'm putting it in God's hands, you know. You don't keep any of this. I'm not trying to be stupid, but you don't keep these resources. This is it's a scary financial decision, even for me. A person who touts himself as fairly financially stable and savvy, but the houses in California are so goddamn expensive that you have no choice. You have no choice. And I need to get my family together. They mustn't be a diaspora. They mustn't be atomized. And this is honestly something that there's a tradition in society of it, where entire towns would be family members, and still are in the United States. there's a little town up in the mountains on your way to Reno, from where I'm currently living, that's 13 people, and it's one or two families that started a town together. And you can do the same thing with a court. Now, obviously, we're already a municipality in Roseville, but I'm just saying that. You get yourself a postal code in the middle of nowhere. If you wanted to start your own city, your own town, you can do that. You just need a post office. So, yeah. That's where I'm at right now. I'm leaving the financial decisions chips where they may fall, in the hands of God, praying that He will finally give me the breakthrough that I'm searching for. And if He's waiting for me to completely give up, to let go of everything for that to happen, well, I think I'm kind of indicating that I'm letting go and letting God, as they say. So, there you go. I've got resources, but I'm not a wealthy man. I just try to manage them well. So, you want me to be honest on this channel, guys? There you go. It's nervous, right? Or it's nerve-wracking right now. But we're gonna get through it. I want that house. All right, love y'all. Peace. There are 3 limiting factors. Welcome to day 194 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. There are 3 limiting factors in this process, whatever it is. The process of saving souls on earth. The process of squeezing as much juice out of the orange as one possibly can. The maximal amount of suffering to precipitate the maximal amount of empathy, and therefore the maximal number of hearts that are turned from stone to flesh in whatever experiment, program, this whole suffering paradigm is. Okay? The one of which I was discussing in previous videos. About how I'm pretty sure my job on this planet, me specifically, is to suffer. And that's okay. I mean, it's not okay. I don't like it. I really don't like it. It's unfortunate that somebody would have a job like that. But when you're dealing with the abyssal depths of pure negativity and darkness, desperate times call for desperate measures and require unconventional means to defeat such a force. There are 3 limiting factors. The first one is the individual in question who is acting as the sponge. In this case, this hypothetical, since there is no actual proof as to what's going on, that is me. I explained in previous videos how I act as the human sponge, soaking up all of the negativity of the world as best I can, kind of like a karmic sink, in a different manner to what Jesus did. Jesus did it at a specific point and basically opened the door for everybody to be saved. What I'm doing is sucking up all the vestiges of the nonsense of the garbage creator on this planet, the demon. All right, that's my job. So I'm the first limiting factor. And if I were to fail in this hypothetical, this is a hypothetical, Jesus would come in. He would step in, just like it says on that vanity card that I showed you guys a couple days ago, and take over. He would sweep us all away, get us out of the mess, those who have been proven to genuinely follow him and love him, or even those who don't want to be with the darkness, frankly. Because if in a bimodal system, if you don't want to be with the darkness, you really can't be a fence sitter. You're de facto with God, because the devil owns the fence. I believe C.S. Lewis actually made a short analogy or story about that, how the devil owns the fence. Those lukewarm are spat out, as is said in the Bible. Okay? So that's the first limiting factor. Jesus will come in and sweep us all away. The second limiting factor, if humanity loses their nerve in whatever this process is, that is, people simply stop trying. They don't agree with what's happening, and that doesn't happen very often because they see the results of it. They're given the evidence of those results. That is, every last ounce of suffering that this person experiences ends up saving another person. You don't see where, you don't see how, but it ends up turning their hearts from stone to flesh, and they become human again. Kind of interesting, the parallels with the book No Longer Human that I read a while back. Their heart turns to flesh, and they suddenly can feel again. They're no longer numb. They're no longer empty vessels, or even worse than NPCs and not even existing without an internal dialogue. So that's the second limiting factor. It's kind of like an experiment, how you have titration, right, of chemicals and stuff, and you have limiting chemicals and all that. I forget the term for that, but you can find it pretty easily online. And then the third limiting factor, obviously, is God. Jesus. When he decides that he doesn't want to go any farther, and he doesn't like seeing the suffering of either humanity or his warrior doing the job for him, and he'll step in. He'll make that decision. Now, I'm of the mindset that he probably has a specific period in mind where if I don't give up, and humanity doesn't give up, which is a win-win, by the way, that he will decide to step in one way or another. So those are the three limiting factors. I think Jesus wants this, we're butting up against the third one right now. Because if I, the sponge, do not break, right, or get saturated, if you will, and stay saturated, and humanity doesn't lose their nerve in continuing the pain process, whatever that is, then there comes a point where you've gotten everybody. And the only entities left are those who have committed the unforgivable sin to sin against the Holy Ghost, which is to know that the Holy Ghost is who and what the Holy Ghost is and still defy it. So, those people, perhaps 144,000 of them, I don't know, commit the unforgivable sin. They are the abyss. There is no way to save them, or they're with the abyss, one way or another. And Jesus says, okay, I'm stepping in now. You did your job, good job, good and faithful servant, and takes over. Ends the charade for what it is, pulls us all out, and that can take many forms. Either we can collapse the timeline to where it happens specifically at this point in history, the convergence of reality, and we don't have to jump to other timelines. Or, like a polyp, we pop off of this one and are raptured away. Now, what I mean by that is, a rapture in this sense is basically a time skip, okay? A period of time where there's tremendous tumult and destruction across the entire planet, where everybody who's decided they want to be with Jesus would have passed away in that tumult. So Jesus decides to take them away so they can skip over that spot and just be with him, right? That's what that is. It's just a time skip, essentially. That's when I say time skip, that's what I mean. And I had mentioned time skip in an episode a long time ago. It was probably a couple months ago. And that's what I mean by that. But if you endure to the end, then the timeline is collapsed to be exactly at the point where there is no longer any destruction, aside from the abyssal creatures that will not be saved. So at that collapsed point, if we get there, then we can know for certain that we've gotten pretty much everybody, or we have gotten everybody that can be gotten. And the only way to get more than that is to convert the abyss into not the abyss. Which I guess is technically possible, because if you can imagine it, it is, but that's going to be saved for another part of the story, for later. Once we get out of this mess, then we can consider trying to pull them out of that. But not now. Not now. It is a triage situation. And to sink excessive amounts of energy and time into that will take away from the souls that can be saved in the meantime. So, 3 different limiting factors. The sponge, the whole of humanity, and Jesus. I don't think the sponge has ever given up. And I think humanity is keeping their nerve up. Jesus will be coming soon. Alright. That's what I got for you guys today. An interesting hypothetical. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 105 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And in the last 2 videos, I've had a little bit of a discussion on opportunity. So the first one, I talked about the difference between choice and opportunity. Choice being basically your purview of free will, and then opportunity being a subset of free will, choice, dependent upon the environmental and socioeconomic factors of the current era in which you live. And then I discussed in the next video the opportunity that many young people have today with respect to building massive, massive businesses with lots and lots of economic power right here on this platform, on YouTube. Specifically between the ages of 22 and 26, though it could even go much, much, much younger if an individual is willing to start younger, like Dear Dia. And then there's this one. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. I've said this a few times, but I want to reaffirm its importance here. So luck, something I don't actually in itself believe in, even though I myself have had tremendously bad luck in many, many ways, in many avenues of my life, with all the stuff that's happened in my professional life. The fact that I lost $500,000 worth of Bitcoin a few years ago by a margin that went exactly down to my bankruptcy threshold in terms of the dollars and the cents. Leverage trading stuff. Foolishness on my part, don't get me wrong, but even so, I saw it. It was like, I saw that and they wanted me to. The evil bastards doing it to me. So, my luck has always been really, really bad. But that doesn't mean that yours has to be. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. Your opportunity is here on this platform right now. YouTube. And if YouTube doesn't work because it's got its fingers on the scale, it's not a fair platform, even though it should be, is still the one that makes the most money. But if you are a specific demographic of individuals, you're going to be successful if you try. I'm not in that demographic. I'm not a 22-year-old woman. Let me be honest with you. I mean, I know you wouldn't be able to tell looking at me, right? My purpose in making these videos is to help with the preparation aspect. When that opportunity comes, if you're not prepared, you might just discard it, regardless of what it would do for you and your family and your legacy. Just like, I can't handle this, it's too much money all at once, because that's what's going to happen. I'm promising you. Be prepared, and I'm trying to help you with that preparation. It's going to happen. All those people that I mentioned in my last video, and by the way, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Of course, there are many, many, many more people, like Kira Lutan. I didn't even mention her. She's got 80,000 subscribers. She just popped up out of nowhere. Take advantage of the opportunity. Be prepared. If you don't know what to do with the money that's coming in, I'll say here's a good starter. And this applies to anybody that's in this opportunity mode right now. The way to prepare: don't spend it on rubbish. The people who I pointed out in the last video, I don't suspect that they would anyway, because they seem to be very wise individuals. But for everybody else, don't spend it on rubbish. If you don't know what to do with the money, hold on to it. Put it into a savings account, and at a bare minimum, if that's too much for you, because I know that there's a lot of people out there that if they see money in their account, they just have to spend it. They cannot resist. It's some itch that they have. But if that be the case, then just start up a Robinhood account. Get the app on your phone, start up a Robinhood account, and just buy SPX. That's the S&P 500 index fund, right? I think it's like $150-something right now. They even have leveraged tradings of that stock. I don't recommend them. You shouldn't do that because it's dangerous. But if you want to, you could do that. And if that doesn't work, if you just absolutely cannot resist the itch to even take it out of Robinhood and spend it on rubbish. Again, this doesn't apply to the people that I talked about in the last video, because they, I'm sure, already understand this, at least on some level. Then literally take it out of your account, put the cash, the dollars, in an envelope, seal it, or don't seal it so you can keep on adding to it, and put it in a safe somewhere, so that you don't even know you have it, or you do know, but you don't know how much it is, or you do know how much it is, but it's not on the top of your mind. You have to basically block it out so that you can let it build. Because as I talked about in one of my shorts a while back, it's the anxiety that gets to us. It's the anxiety. We're anxious for the future to come already. Too worried about things to come and what we could do with that money that we're distracted by that. A stable diffusion of anxiety is doing other things that are productive in the interim, such as reading valuable books, making you a stronger person intellectually, writing, journals, recording videos like this. It's part of the reason I make these videos. I need my own stable diffusion, because I know that I have to wait before I can get more leverage of my own. Do things that are productive in the interim. And a YouTube channel like Bigger Pockets, that's part of the reason they are there, to help other people have that stable diffusion of anxiety. It's the ADHD in the highly intelligent of this world, and the highly productive and the industrious, that needs to be eschewed. And that's how we do it. Because the simple fact of the matter is we have to wait more times than not. I'm trying to prepare you, though. Give you a vision of what's about to happen. Those people I talked about in the last video, as well as many, many others in that boat, there's a lot of success that's coming your way. So I want to prepare you. That's what I'm trying to do here. And having a few years on you, I have a tiny bit more wisdom, just a tiny bit. The amount of information I know is infinitesimally small compared to the amount of information I do not know. So keep that in mind. It's just a tiny little bit. And that tiny little bit is really just a frame of reference. I can meet you where you are because I've had 10 more years as a human being. 35 years on the planet. That's it. And if I were in your shoes at 24, 25, 17, oh man, the exponential growth of your wealth, if I would have just started that early, if I would have known, I'd be a multi-millionaire right now. But you guys can still do it. Anyways, that's all I got for today. Be prepared. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 166. I believe that's what it is. Telling the YouTube millionaire. And I come bearing gifts today. I have notes. That happens every once in a while. I was inspired by a creator that I watch all the time to give you a little bit greater of an outline of who I am. You figure after 166 episodes or installments of my journey on YouTube, this is literally a sizable portion of an entire year of my life. Imagine 10 years from now, 3,650 episodes just of this. Because if it does so happen that I do become a millionaire on YouTube, which is not going to happen, I know that, and that's fine. I'll still have, all these videos, and I'm not going to stop once I become a millionaire or whatever. That's not the plan. The plan is to keep on going. But anyways, let's go ahead and give you a little bit more information about me. You can find this stuff, a lot of it, on my videos that I posted already. Can you believe there's over 1,000 videos on this channel now? Over 1,000. I keep on posting, then somebody's going to find out that I exist. Alright, my favorite color. I have difficulty deciding what my favorite color is because there's so many colors that I like. Much like another person who mentioned this earlier. It's strange that we kind of correlate in that. I guess it's not strange. be frank with you, I guess it's not. But if I had to pick one, if there were a gun to my head, I would pick forest green, which is the same color that Candace Everdeen in the Hunger Games says is her favorite color. My initials are PP, because that's what I talk about on this channel. PP. I'm hilarious. Anyway, okay, but no, that's my initials. Peyton Pearson. In case you didn't know, my real name is not Joe Bowers, aka Secretary Not Sure, which is what I go by on YouTube. My name's actually Peyton Pearson, and the etymology of that name, Peyton, comes from the patrician word, Patrick, or female version is Patricia. Peyton can be both male and female as a name, and patricians are the political, religious, and military leaders. And I guess it kind of makes sense because that's kind of the stuff that I talk about. I'm a military veteran, blah, blah, blah. You get the point. Just sort of fit. But that's my name. Pearson, son of a pier worker. Or I guess the etymology of the last name is actually, I heard a while back, while I breathe, I hope. I like that. I like that a lot. I think it's appropriate. My favorite fruit is strawberries, if I had to pick one, but it's kind of hard to pick. I just say strawberries because they're easy to eat, nice and juicy. It sounded funny. Like I said, I talk about pee-pee on this channel. Anyways, strawberries are delicious. I really like cherries, too. Maraschino cherries, which are not really fruit because they're just soaked in sugar, are delicious. Not good for you, though. Let's see. I love dolphins and seals. Dolphins, because they're extremely intelligent, they're actually, the brightest of them are smarter than the average human, believe it or not. This is based upon equivalent intelligence tests that they have been given when the curious ones come up to hang out with us. And there's a fair number of them that do that. They're given tests to see how smart they are. The smartest of them are smarter than our average human beings. They're very, very intelligent. And, yeah, I think that's incredible. The only reason they don't have an organized civilization like we do is because they don't have hands and feet like we do. They can't manipulate the world as easily as we do. In a water biome, the most effective way to do that would be something like an octopus. An octopus, by the way, one of the smartest creatures on the planet, alongside dolphins. And some people even think that they're actually from another planet, that they came here from like an asteroid or something, which I can understand that because they're so strange and foreign looking. But really cool. I like octopodes, octopi. I don't know. Octopuses? That's always one. Anyways, I also love seals because they're literally water doggos. No shit, pardon my language. They are part of the Carnivora genus, which is the same genus as dogs, wolves, foxes, bears, raccoons. They are water doggos. No joke. They might even actually make viable offspring with doggos if they were to breed. No wonder they have such an affinity towards us and they have such puppy dog eyes. I love seals. They're awesome. I am a vicarious astronaut through this channel. I don't know why I wrote that, but there you go. Maybe it has something to do with us talking about professions and whatnot. And I have soft nails. I think it's actually tied into, look at this, guys. I know it's weird. See that? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. So those of you who are cringing right now because it's like, no, it doesn't hurt. I think that's related to me having some type of connective tissue issue that's undiagnosed, and I've been trying to get doctors to tell me what caused this for years, and they can't seem to figure it out. But that could also be related to, and I posted this in a video a while back, why I'm as intelligent as I am. I think that there's actually a connection between, ironically connective tissue disorders and higher levels of intelligence, because it like loosens up the connections in your cerebral cortex and allows it to expand a little bit more effectively. That's my guess. So, yeah, I'm considered a super genius. Not to toot my own horn, but technically, by the numbers, I am. And that might be why. That might be why. So, I grew up as a nomad in Northern California, bounced around all over the place. It was a very difficult upbringing. My parents would attest to that. We got evicted several times for various reasons, not paying rent and all that stuff. And, my parents had trouble with substances when I was younger. They've gotten past that now, but it took a long time. It's not easy, even for hardworking, intelligent people like my parents. Addiction is very tough, and that was one of the primary reasons we bounced around so much in Northern California when I was younger. We finally settled down in Roseville, in this house in which we live now, and that's where we're going to be for the rest of our lives. There's a house right next door that is about to go up for sale, which I want to buy, but because I've been constantly attacked by these demonic forces that I've been telling you guys about for so many episodes of this on this channel, which is true, I'm not lying, my finances have been crippled. I'm not broke, but I have no credit, which is ironic because I'm a real estate entrepreneur, and real estate entrepreneurs really do need credit. A credit score, I mean. Mine is not very good. I haven't checked it in a while because I know it's probably around something that it shouldn't be. It should be much higher. But when you've been attacked like I have been, it's very tough to get your head above water. And I have sources of income, but even that is a challenge. I've been to 40 states and 7 countries, at least 40 states, because I've lived in several parts of the country, done many things. Being a military veteran, you PCS a lot. I lived in Colorado, can't talk right now. Colorado Springs for a while, Del Rio, Texas, Omaha, Nebraska, Dayton, Ohio, and you also have little excursions that you go to in other parts of the country to get trainings and stuff. And, you know, with the deployments, you see different countries. So I'm into Qatar, Greece, Germany, Great Britain, many others. Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, or is it Uruguay? Paraguay, I think. Yeah, lots of different countries. Canada. And some of those on vacations, too. I've been to Mexico doing cruises and stuff with my family. But there you go. I'm a published author. If you want to find my documents that aren't officially published by a company, like I have a novel that's right here, actually, black and white, The Odyssey of Eden, Time Travel and the Apocalypse. You learn somebody very in-depth by reading what they write. So those of you who want to know more about me, please buy this book and leave me a review. I could use your help. Black and White, The Odyssey of Eden. It's about time travel and the apocalypse. And it's not going to be the only book I write. I'm going to write a ton of them. Many more to come. But also, the stuff that isn't published by a publishing company, you can find on figshare.com. And I've even posted some scientific papers on marssocietypapers.org. But figshare.com, and just type in my name in the search engine, and you'll find my papers. Peyton Pearson. Type my name in there, you'll find my papers. I don't have them all up there, but I have the notable ones. A lot of the really good ones. Ones that I think are really good, anyway. Yeah, I've run 18 marathons, 2 ultras, half a dozen half marathons. And because of my crucifixion disease, I can't do that anymore. It was a sudden onset. The technical name, the medical name that you could give it is acute idiopathic peripheral vascular disease. Acute, meaning sharp, happens all at once. Idiopathic means the doctors don't know what caused it. Peripheral, distal arms and legs. Vascular, the vascular system. Disease. It's a disease. And doctors don't know what caused it, but before that, I had run 18 marathons, 2 ultras, half a dozen halves. I was a really good runner, too. I was also a track runner. My best mile time was a 4:44. It could have been better had this stuff not happened to me. My best marathon's a 2:52:23. You can find that if you go to coloradomarathon.com. I'm listed there, and I believe it was 2016. It's right around there. And then my best half is a 1:18. So I was good. I was really good when I was running. But, you know, literally kneecapped. You can't keep doing it. Demons attack you all the time. I'm telling you guys, this stuff is real. This stuff is real. I've had enough trauma in my life for a regular person to unalive themselves half a dozen times over. I'm not exaggerating about that. I was talking about that with my mother actually a couple nights ago. Just because I was opening up a little bit, and I try to not tell too much of that, because if I open up too much, she soaks up too much of the emotion, just like anybody does, and it breaks them down. I've made therapists cry before. Therapists, psychologists. So is my mom, because the stuff that she's told the doctors. the therapists and whatnot. It's heavy. It's fucking heavy. All right. So I keep most of that stuff to myself. And the reason I take Prozac, I have PTSD, right? What Prozac does, it doesn't numb me. What it does is it makes me stop focusing on things that I cannot change. It mutes those things and allows me to focus on the things that I can change. No matter how many times the goalpost gets moved on me, okay, roll with the punches. You keep going forward until somebody comes to help you. Anyway, I started YouTube that was one of the reasons. So that who I am and what I am would not be lost forever. Because I don't have any kids, I don't have a wife, and I don't have a job. I live off of disability because no matter what I do, the goalpost keeps on getting moved on me. I cannot get a job where either I'm not treated like a slave or I am not paid what I am worth. I've literally had jobs in the past few years that have paid me 50 cents an hour equivalent. And then I've had jobs that have treated me like I'm garbage. There's a lot of stuff I can do, but I can't get a job. So that's after applying for 1,400 jobs on different job posting platforms. When somebody says that they're urgently hiring for an electrical engineer, they're lying. They're lying. They want a visa, an H-1B visa holder, so that they can pay them 10% of what they're actually worth. If you have a master's in electrical engineering, like this guy right here, they're not going to hire you. They're just not. Because they have to pay you what you're worth, and they don't want to do that. So, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here. I'm just opening up to you. It has not been fun. If I get too emotional about it, I will wear you out. I will make you sad. And I don't want to do that. I'm here to inspire and encourage you guys. Basically, all the stuff that's happened in my life, I want you guys to know about it so that you can see that you can keep going even through all of this. One last thing. I said that this is enough to make somebody unalive themselves half a dozen times. I'll just list some of the things out. First one, having been rejected by every single woman I've ever asked out or only tacitly dated them and then they ran away never to talk to me again. Second one, being a marathon runner and no longer being able to walk even right now. Third one, not being able to get a job. Fourth one, nearly getting a dishonorable discharge when I left the military because they were trying to fuck me over. Fifth one, being disqualified as a pilot entirely unjustly when I was trying to become an astronaut. I still am. 5 right there. 6, not being able to get a job out of my time in the military. And I'll leave it at that. The only reason I bring that up, not to make you guys feel sad or unhappy, but to make you guys see that you can keep going, even through that. One of the phrases that I say, and apparently came out of like a naval military document, naval AFI or something to that effect, until death, all defeats are psychological. So it doesn't matter what's happened to me in my life if I'm still breathing and able to continue. Physically, I have been damaged, but that doesn't matter. I'm still going. And so can you. Alright? I wanted to give you a little bit more. I want this person who's going to watch this, I want to meet you. And get to know you. Alright. Love you all. Peace. whatever world in which you're born, you have to utilize what is there to have any proper context or frame of reference that others can understand. Welcome to day 171 until I am a YouTube millionaire. And I was reviewing some of the videos that I had made 7 or 8 years ago, back in like 2018, right around there when I was in Ohio, when I had just gotten there. And even then, I had changed so much. That was before I had become a professed Christian, before I had followed this faith. And what I mean by you have to operate within the context of the world in which you live is something to this effect. We all are in a sort of suggestion loop. The entire planet being guided down a proscribed path that we are told there is no way to change. It's a script, and there's no way to break the fate. And we have people acting as the evil entities and people acting as the good entities. I always bring up George Soros as a prototypical demon or prototypical parasite. And the stance in which he lives reminds me of one of the characters from the movie Kingdom of Heaven. The movie with Orlando Bloom in it and Edward Norton. But one of the new king's primary servants, after the 16-year-old king that has leprosy passes away, goes and slays some women that were part of Salah ad-Din's family. And he says, I am who I am. Someone has to be. Does really somebody have to be? Now, the path that was being tread there was one that was a justifiable crusade in order to save Europe. So in that context, don't misinterpret what I'm saying here. But you are not required to follow a proscribed path. I think I'm using that word properly. And then I also think of the guy in the movie The Martian, the guy that Matt Damon plays. Dr. Mann, I believe is his name, and it's a fitting name. Who, when Matthew McConaughey, Cooper, comes to save him from his planet, along with the other doctor, he says, I really didn't think that I would not have the planet, that my planet wouldn't be the right one. He thought it was just kind of like a written story, a play, and that you weren't just sort of winging it and living life and making your own decisions in your own path. Now, it's a little bit of both, I would tell you. But he was victim of... Oh, it wasn't The Martian, sorry. It wasn't The Martian. It was The Interstellar. I got those movies mixed up. He had main character syndrome. And this led him to fall into his monkey brain mentality, his lizard brain, as it's called, his instinct for survival. And he tried to unalive Matthew McConaughey and steal all of their tools to get off of that planet because he was stuck there. It was all about him. He didn't care the consequences because he thought he was the main character. He also didn't have faith, it seems. I'm not the main character. Nor are you. Not in everybody else's life, that is. But I am the main character in my life. You are the main character in your life. But what does the main character always do, principally, in a heroic tale? It's a tale of self-sacrifice. When Captain America jumped on the grenade in Captain America 1, even though it was a fake grenade, he proved that he was sacrificing himself in order to protect his comrades, his fellow soldiers. And he's the main character of that story. He's the hero. But he was willing to just die if he needed to save everybody else. And at the end of that movie, he, in fact, drives the nuclear weapon carrying aircraft into an iceberg or something, a glacier. He basically gets buried in ice, and he's not found for 90-something years or 60-something years. Main character syndrome means that you think you have to survive when nobody gets out of this life alive. Nobody does. So how are you going to live while you're here? Are you going to live purely for yourself? Or are you going to live for others? Or as almost all human beings, live some combination. Somewhere in between. I was under the spell, in some way, though with that little kernel of trying to follow the objective truth, the objective reality, that the rest of the world was under for the decades I've been on this planet. This is why and how my perspectives have shifted so drastically since my time in college to now. I believe what my leadership was trying to show me at the Air Force Academy is in fact who and what I am. But, one, it's foreboding to say anything like that, because you're not the main character, and you will not be a false idol. And two, it doesn't hugely matter. The only thing that really matters is the sense of responsibility that comes with it. The weights you have to carry, and whether you are that or not, if you believe you are, and you carry the weight, or you will try to carry the weight that such a person or entity would carry. You might fail, you might succeed, but they'll put it upon your shoulders because you're the best bet that they got. So, I'm not the main character in anybody else's story but my own. We are still, thankfully I think, in the death throes of it, but still in the doldrums of this loop of suggestion, this brainwashing, that made us think that the whole of the world had to end in 2012. We're still here. Going on 13 years after the fact. Very little has changed since then. Well, I mean, the fact that we're still alive, and all those people who have President Trump derangement syndrome. It's called TDS for short, and they're actually trying to make a psychological syndrome like in the DSM-5 or do studies on it or something that's specifically that. Those are people who are trying to force that suggested path, even though it no longer is where we're going. We would have gone there because we would have willed it into existence. It only takes a handful of people out there to say, no, you don't have to go that way, for it to actually change. And if nothing else, I do want to stand as something like that person. And I was very gung-ho about December 21st, 2012, back in those days. I've changed a lot. I've grown and matured a lot. If you want to just look at my physical body, I'm a lot thicker than I was. A lot thicker. Yeah. Lots change. Lots changed. A lot does change in 10, 15 years. You're not going to remain the same person that you were from 21 to 35. You're going to grow. You're going to mature. Allow that to happen with grace, with steadiness, and humility. That's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. The unobserved life is not worth living. Welcome to day 225 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I believe this quote is attributed to a one Socrates. If I'm not mistaken. It's either him or Aristotle. If you're curious which of the philosophers Socrates is, it's easy to get them mixed up if you know of them in the past. He's the one that's got the pug-like face, the Chinese pug face. He's got a smushed face like this. You know, when you see him in his statues, that's what he looks like. Seneca is the guy who looks like a Stefan Molyneux with hair. And Aristotle, I don't remember exactly how he looks. But anyways, the unobserved life, it's not worth living. It is so true. And part of the reason why I make these videos. So that the experiences I have in my life are not only documented and observed, but the lessons that I glean from them, others can glean from them as well, as if they're case studies for different aspects of their own lives, different things that they've gone through. And while they might not be precisely the same, they are perhaps near enough to give genuine, positive enrichment, enlightenment as to the right path, or the most effective path. It is, in a way, much like Jesus speaking in parables. The parables, since they were not experiences that Jesus necessarily lived in his life that he had back in 2,000 years ago, maybe in some other timeline he had experienced those things directly himself, but it was a useful surrogate for not actually having experienced those things himself. And therefore, the parables being life lessons, things, life experiences, and stories, those to whom he told them, they could adapt them as best as they needed for their own personal lives. This ties into a student that I used to tutor back in Dayton, Ohio. This student was, I was doing it in varsitytutors.com. Very bright kid. Was very good with math and all that stuff, but he wasn't doing that well, not because he lacked capacity, but because he lacked a specific reason for doing it. So he didn't know why he should write essays or write journals. He didn't know why he should do mathematical equations and stuff. But what he did need was, more than anything else, a father figure, a mentor. And that, I think, was the most poignant thing that I provided. I usually came into the tutoring sessions wearing my military ABUs, because the tutoring sessions usually occurred after I got done on my active duty day. Sometimes I met him in person, sometimes we did it digitally. And that was the positive influence that he needed. Nevertheless, because he didn't have enough framework from which to draw, enough of a body of work from which to draw, it really hampered his achievement. His father was no slouch, is no slouch. His father is an engineer himself. Unfortunately, he and his wife ended up getting divorced after the fact. But nevertheless, he inherited good genes from that guy, as well as his wife. They were Jehovah's Witnesses. It was kind of interesting, actually. It never was an issue. Never was forced on me or anybody else that came to visit. From what I could tell, that's what they were. They were Jehovah's Witnesses. But he didn't know the purpose for what he was doing. Therefore, he did not achieve as much as he could have. So I record these videos because it makes it a little bit more black and white for people. The more stark the juxtaposition, the more you realize if something can get you emotionally and purposefully piqued, like you can see there is a purpose for doing X, Y, and Z, maybe even going down to your very genetic imperative, then you're going to do it. Now, for this young kid, this child, he was 8 years old, he didn't know about the wars that were going on in the Middle East, or he knew about it tangentially, but he didn't know the full depth of it. He didn't know about the brain drain that was happening in the Western world, not just from the lack of birth rate, but also because other countries were cannibalizing the United States and a lot of the other Western countries of their intelligentsia. He didn't know how critically important it was for him to succeed. Therefore, he didn't put as much effort into it. It harkens back to my own life. I'll give you a rather plebeian workaday example. Brushing your teeth. I did not brush my teeth as much as I should have because I didn't have a reason to do it. My teeth were healthy enough. I was taking good care of them otherwise. I wasn't going to lose them. So I didn't brush them very often. And then I got a girlfriend. And my mother told me on a consistent basis that my breath was starting to stink. So I started brushing my teeth. I had a black and white purpose for doing it. The observed life gives you that black and white purpose. The observed life allows you to explain your decisions. The observed life is the only one that can give anybody any vector by which to travel. Because we're all shooting in the dark. None of us really knows what the fuck we're doing. We do our very best And if you're not giving anybody any signal whatsoever, then that is a life that is not worth living. You have to give people a signal. We don't know what we're doing. So the best way to do that, the most profound